Chapter 41, Is it true that you will never look for me unless I look for you? Bo Jinxiu let go of Jiang Xiao and walked away. Jiang Xiao suddenly felt even more tired. She had a fight with Yan Feng and now she was in the same situation. She understood that it was normal for men to be a little possessive. However, she had not broken their agreement. If everyone expects her to lower her head and appease them, she is too tired. Men are just tools for her happiness. She didn't want to fall in love with any man. Jiang Ziyu slept for a long time. The phone finally charged. When it was turned on, the screen was full of missed calls. They were all calls from Bo Jinxiu last night. He even called her at 4 a.m. He had waited for her all night. Jiang Zi sighed with a sigh. A strange emotion welled up in her heart. In fact, she was not as cool as she appeared to be. Why did Yan Feng choose to break up with Bo Jinxiu after he returned to China? Because Jiang Xiao realized that she had a different kind of feeling for this pretty boy. She didn't allow herself to fall in love, so she wanted to completely cut off the relationship. But she never expected that she was dealing with a big shot in the Beijing circle. The situation instantly reversed, and she couldn't break it off as she wanted. The initiative was in the hands of Bo Jinxiu. The prince is not done playing, and she is destined to stay. But deep down, she didn't want to get too involved with him. Bo Jinxiu is a bigger pit of fire than Yan Feng. If their relationship is bad, let Bo Jinxiu take the initiative to let go. It wouldn't be a bad thing. As Jiang Xiao had predicted. In the following days, Bo Jinxiu did not return to Green Villa. Jiang Xiao didn't send him a message either. Every night, Jiang Xiao thought about it. Whether their relationship was over. As the days passed, the stone in her heart gradually fell, and she felt that she had finally gotten rid of the big man she shouldn't have provoked. Somewhere in her heart, she felt relieved. But for some reason, she couldn't feel happy. Jiang Xiao's annual leave was about to end. Just as she was torn between whether or not to quit her job, Tang Fei called her. He asked her to come to work tomorrow and host the primetime news at 7 o'clock. Jiang Ziyu was puzzled. Tang Fei wouldn't give her the primetime anchor position for no reason. Sure enough, Jiang Ziyu opened the internet. Regarding the previous post, various reversals appeared. First, someone dug up Zhao Duqing's gambling addiction and years of domestic violence. There was also a person who claimed to be a champion of justice who spoke up for Yin Ruyan on the internet, saying that Yin Ruyan was a very kind and loving person. Furthermore, Yin Ruyan was a nanny before, and the family she had served also came out to vouch for her. Yin Ruyan was a very good person and was not the cruel murderer that the outside world had rumored. A neighbor was interviewed by the media and said that he had witnessed Zhao Dusheng's death on the day of the domestic violence against Yin Ruyan, so it is very likely that Yin Ruyan was just over-defending herself and accidentally killed him. Some people also revealed that the primetime host Jiang Xiao was mistakenly taken from the hospital when she was born and grew up in the Jiang family as the daughter of the Jiang family. For a time, the internet was in an uproar. One is the doubt about the verdict of the Yin Ruyan murder case, and some people even advocate a reinvestigation and retrial of the case. The second is the story of the real and fake daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Xiaoxiao's identity was also revealed. The names Jiang Xiao and Jiang Xiaoxiao both appeared on the search list. Yin Ruyan is so pitiful. She was abused by her husband for 20 years, and the only time she resisted was when she accidentally killed the abuser, but she was sentenced to life imprisonment. I hate the term domestic violence the most. It is clearly intentional injury. If Yin Ruyan had not resisted that day, would it have just been another family dispute? Jiang Ji should not be affected by this incident. Moreover, she grew up as the daughter of the Jiang family. In fact, when everyone was scolding her, she could have come forward to distance herself from the situation, but she did not deny her own biological mother. Is it really possible that a child is mistakenly taken in real life? The real daughter, Jiang Xiaoxiao, is also quite pitiful. Growing up in such an environment. The online reviews of her have reversed. Everyone is even calling for her to return to hosting primetime news. Her Weibo followers had only been in the hundreds of thousands, but overnight they had soared to 3 million. Tang Fei also saw the potential in this traffic and asked her to return to host the primetime news. Jiang Xiyu naturally didn't think that the internet could change the wind direction for no reason. There must be someone behind the scenes. They were able to investigate the matter of Yin Ruyun in such detail and manipulate public opinion. This is not something that an ordinary person can do. Is it him? Jiang Xiao was a little confused for the first time. He took out his cell phone and tried to dial the number several times. It was evening. Jiang Xiao was still a little confused. But then his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Bo Jinxiu. Jiang Xiao looked at the phone for a few seconds and then thought. Only then did she answer. After the call was connected, she didn't speak first. After a few seconds of silence on the other end, a low voice came from the other end of the phone. If I don't look for you, will you never look for me? Jiang Xiao, however, said, did you do those things on the internet? In fact, these rumors on the internet will disappear after a while even if they are not dealt with. But dealing with them would require countless human, material, and financial resources. She had originally wanted to wait for the storm to pass on its own. Yes, it cost me a lot of money. How can you thank me? Jiang Xiao smiled and said, let me take you out to dinner tonight. The two of them made a date to meet at the Hentaying restaurant. Jiang Xiao arrived first. Because the private room had already been reserved, they could only eat in the dining hall. Jiang Xiao chose a window seat. Then they started ordering. What a coincidence! You're here for dinner too, sister. Jiang Xiao looked up and saw Jiang Xiaoxiao, Yao Shulan, and Jiang Jinhui. Jiang Xiao stood up, looked at Yao Shulan, and called out, Dad, Mom. Yao Shulan looked at her coldly and didn't respond. Instead, Jiang Jinhui explained, we came to check out the venue. Next Sunday is Xiaoxiao's birthday, and we plan to have a big party in the banquet hall here. Before Jiang Xiao could say anything, Jiang Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to speak up. Next Sunday is also my sister's birthday. Since we both have the same birthday, why don't we celebrate it together? Since Jiang Xiao married Yin Feng, she has spent her birthdays with the Yin family for the past 3 years. Jiang Xiao said, no, I don't want to steal my sister's thunder. Let my sister be the only little princess. Jiang Xiaoxiao snorted, you think you can steal my limelight? Then she realized that Jiang Jinhui and Yao Shulan were standing nearby. She quickly changed her tone and took Yao Shulan's arm. Mom, although my sister is married, she is still the eldest daughter of our Jiang family. Don't let outsiders think that our Jiang family treats adopted daughters poorly. I am willing to celebrate my birthday with my sister to show outsiders that our Jiang family is harmonious and not as rumored. Chapter 42 Jiang Xiao has an affair. During this time, there was a constant stream of online discussions about the true and false issue of the heiress. There are all kinds of versions. The truth about the real and fake daughter of the Jiang family was originally known only to a small number of people in the same class. Now everyone in Rongqing knows. The most angry person is of course Jiang Xiaoxiao. She had finally become a veritable daughter of a wealthy family. Now the whole city knows that she grew up in such a terrible family, that her mother was a murderer and her father a gambler. Although most of the attitudes towards her on the internet are sympathy and pity. But she doesn't want any sympathy. She is the pride of heaven, and those commoners are not worthy of sympathy. Even the internet said that the Jiang parents preferred the fake daughter they had raised for 20 years. She, the real daughter, has no status in the Jiang family and lives a miserable life. So, she invited almost all the rich and famous people in the city and many media outlets to her birthday party. She just wanted everyone to see. What is her status in the Jiang family, and what is Jiang Xiao's status? Therefore, on this birthday, Jiang Xiao must be present. Mom, I really want to celebrate my birthday with my sister. Jiang Xiaoxiao cooed as she took Yao Shulan's arm. Yao Shulan looked at Jiang Xiao. The news on the internet has had a huge impact on the Jiang family and Xiaoxiao. You are concerned about your own reputation, but you don't care about Xiaoxiao's reputation. You are already married, so have you ever thought about how much this will affect Xiaoxiao? How could a child who grew up in such a family, despite her noble status, be married to a high-ranking celebrity? Jiang Xiao understood. Yao Shulan thought that the news on the internet about herself and Jiang Xiaoxiao being real or fake daughters was something she had put out. Jiang Xiao did not say a word to explain. Because no matter what she said, Yao Shulan would not believe her, and would instead think that she was being evasive. Jiang Xiao smiled, so what? For Xiaoxiao's birthday party, you have to come. I don't care how competitive you are during the week, you have to act like sisters on that day, not only for Xiaoxiao's future, but also for the reputation of our Jiang family. Whether you are happy or not, you owe it to Xiao Xiao and to our Jiang family. The word "oh" left Jiang Xiao speechless. Jiang Jinhui saw the atmosphere was tense and tried to smooth things over. Your mother actually wants you to come over. She is a tough talker but a soft-hearted person. It has been 3 years since your birthday and you haven't been home. Let's do it together this time. Jiang Xiao smiled. Okay, I'll go. As long as my sister is happy, I can do anything. Jiang Jinhui patted Jiang Xiao on the shoulder. You are really a good daughter. Jiang Xiaoxiao saw the smile on Jiang Xiao's face, but a bad feeling crept into her heart. However, she didn't believe that Jiang Xiao would stir up any trouble. Jiang Xiao had a weak point, and that was Yao Shulan. As long as Yao Shulan always stood by her side, she could always keep Jiang Xiao in check. As soon as Jiang Xiaoxiao and Yao Shulan left, Bo Jinchue came over. Why are you sitting here in a daze? Jiang Xiao looked up and instantly revealed a bright smile. I was thinking about you. Originally, Bo Jinchue had a lot of resentment in his heart. These few days, he had resisted the urge to look for her. She didn't even send him a message. He had been staring at his phone every day, and everyone at the company thought he was possessed. But now, after seeing such a bright little face, the resentment in his heart has inexplicably evaporated. All that was left was a little bit of bitterness and helplessness. He is a loser, he has surrendered. His stern face softened a little, but he still snorted. That's nice to hear, but you haven't even looked for me. It's not that you're busy, Your Highness, I wouldn't dare disturb you. He knew she was making excuses, but he didn't want to expose her. Bao Jinxiu knew that if he hadn't taken the initiative to find her, they would have ended it like that. She didn't even try to stop him. Jiang Xiao handed over the menu. You can order whatever you like. Today I'm treating you to apologize to the prince. Apologies are useless. Why bother calling the police? Jiang Xiao raised her eyes and gave him a sideways glance, but her eyes were alluring. That's enough. Bo Jinxiu obediently sat down. The first contest ended in his defeat. The prince, who was revered by everyone, understood a truth. In front of this merciless woman, he cannot throw a tantrum or disappear. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to cry. During dinner, Bo Jinxiu said, I've been investigating Ms. Yin for the past 2 days and have made some unexpected discoveries. Jiang Xiyu knew that Bo Jinxiu was investigating Yin Ruyun to clear her identity. What? Bo Jinxiu took out his cell phone and showed Jiang Xiu a video. Jiang Xiu was very surprised. How did you get this video? Jiang Xiu knew that Yin Ruyun had not intentionally killed anyone, and had been looking for a breakthrough in the past few years in preparation for an appeal. But Jiang Xiaoxiao was unwilling to testify. Even the neighbor's words and deeds could not prove that Jiang Xiaoxiao was at the scene. At this moment, Bo Jinxiu showed her a video. It was the video of Jiang Xiaoxiao running away from the scene on the night of the incident. The date and time are on the screen, and it is the footage after Zhao Deshang died and before the police arrived. With this video, it can be proved that on the night of Zhao Deshang's death, Jiang Xiaoxiao was at the scene. She must have seen Zhao Deshang commit violence against Yin Ruyun, and Yin Ruyun may well be found guilty of excessive defense rather than premeditated murder. Jiang Xiu asked, how did you get this video? There is a school across from Ms. Yin's house. It was built 3 years ago, and on the day of the incident, it was under construction. There is a parking lot directly opposite their house. I found the delivery truck that was parked there that day. The truck had a drive recorder that happened to capture the scene. Jiang Xiu was shocked. Although Bo Jinxiu only said a few words, Jiang Xiu knew how troublesome it was to actually operate these things. Jiang Xiu also knew that Jiang Xiaoxiao was at the scene that day. But she couldn't find any evidence. She couldn't force Jiang Xiaoxiao to testify in court. Thank you, you really helped me a lot. Jiang Xiu sent the video to her phone. But she didn't want to discuss it with Bo Jinchue, so she changed the subject. I owe you another favor. How do you want me to repay you? Bo Jinxiu didn't like her clear-cut attitude. He frowned and said, but I like it when you owe me favors. Jiang Xiu laughed it off and the two of them began to eat dinner. After Jiang Xiaoxiao left, she came back. In front of Yao Shulan and Jiang Jinhui, she couldn't make things difficult for Jiang Xiu. But Jiang Jiu exposed her relationship with Yin Ruyun, and she still had to settle the score with her. When Jiang Xiaoxiao returned, she saw Jiang Xiu eating with a man. Zhang Jiao had steak sauce on the corner of her mouth. The man even got up and used the opportunity to wipe the sauce off her lips to kiss her. Zhang Ziyo did not resist, but smiled with a spring breeze. Zhang Xiaoxiao was sitting with her back to the man, so she could only see his back. Although it was a back view, Zhang Xiaoxiao could tell from the figure that it was definitely not Yin Feng. Zhang Xiaoxiao was shocked. Zhang Ziyo is cheating on me. Chapter 43. The words boyfriend sounded quite pleasant. After the surprise, Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with more elation and schadenfreude. She didn't expose him on the spot. Instead, she took out her phone and quickly took a short video. She immediately sent it to Yin Feng. When Yin Feng received the photo, he was processing Xiaoling's discharge from the hospital. It was sent by Zhang Xiaoxiao. He didn't have a good impression of Zhang Xiaoxiao. A woman who grew up in a slum, was self-conscious and sensitive, and was particularly concerned about her identity. Although they had added each other on WeChat, they had never spoken. Zhang Xiaoxiao sent a short video. The photo shows Zhang Xiao having dinner with a man, and the two of them are laughing and talking. Suddenly the man leaned over and placed his lips on Zhang Xiao's. Zhang Jiao did not push him away at all, but instead smiled. Yin Feng's heart felt like it had been grabbed. His hand holding the phone couldn't help but tighten. He suddenly remembered the night he had just returned to China. Zhang Jiao said she had a boyfriend. He thought that Zhang Xiao was acting. He never thought it was true. Zhang Ziyo had actually found a boyfriend. A strange anger welled up in his heart. Immediately, he dialed Zhang Xiao's mobile phone number. On the other side, Zhang Xiao and Bo Jinqiu had just finished eating and were about to leave. Zhang Xiao's phone on the table lit up. Bo Jinqiu clearly saw the two characters Yin Feng. Bok Jinqiu's face instantly turned dark. Zhang Xiu picked up the phone and glanced at Bo Jinqiu. But in the end, he answered. Do you need me? Yin Feng's voice came from the phone. Zhang Xiu, where are you now, and who are you with? Zhang Xiu smiled, having dinner with my boyfriend. Is there a problem? Mr. Yin? Yin Feng's forehead veins bulged. He had always thought that Zhang Xiu was deliberately trying to anger him. He never imagined that every word she said was true. Zhang Xiu, you dare to wear a green hat on me. Zhang Xiu smiled. Yin Feng, think clearly about what kind of relationship we have. Everyone knows that we are husband and wife. Have you ever considered my reputation when you find a man outside? In fact, all that separated them was the marriage certificate. In fact, he was the one who regretted the marriage certificate. If Xiaoling hadn't suddenly fainted that day, he might have really gotten married to Zhang Xiu. She and Zhang Xiu had a wedding banquet. Although not many people were invited, the guests were all very important and influential people in Rongqing. In the eyes of outsiders, they were a legitimate couple. Zhang Jiao laughed twice. Since we are husband and wife, when you eloped with your mistress, did you consider my reputation? Yin Feng didn't say anything, but his heavy breathing made it clear how angry he was. Zhang Xiu said, besides, we have never been husband and wife. Yin Feng, we have already separated. You have no right to interfere in my affairs. Say it. Zhang Xiu hung up the phone. When he looked up at Bo Jinqiu, the man's brows had already relaxed. Satisfied? Zhang Xiu asked with a smile. Bo Jinqiu raised his eyebrows. The word boyfriend sounds pretty good. Zhang Xiu flicked her long wavy hair. Are you men also possessive? Bo Jinqiu's brows furrowed again. You men, you have other men. Zhang Xiu simply didn't bother to respond to him, childish. Zhang Xiu didn't know why Yin Feng suddenly made this call. Is he here too? Zhang Xiu stood up and looked around. He saw a back that was hurrying away. It was Zhang Xiaoxiao. It turned out that she had sent the message to Yin Feng. But Zhang Xiu didn't care. She had never intended to hide it from Yin Feng, and now she didn't have to. On the other side, Yin Feng was hung up on. He threw the phone out of his face. This scene happened to be seen by Xiaoling. Xiaoling walked over and took Yin Feng's arm. Feng, what's wrong? Yin Feng looked at Xiaoling and his eyes were cold. Xiaoling was startled. Yin Feng had never looked at her with those eyes before. Since that day when Zhang Xiu played the recording in the hospital, Yin Feng seemed to have changed. Did he really suspect her? No, she has been laying the groundwork for so many years, and it has finally come to this point. She must not let her efforts go to waste. Xiaoling's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked aggrieved. Did I do something to upset you? Yan Feng looked at Xiaoling's pitiful appearance and was filled with conflicting emotions. He realized for the first time that Xiaoling could act. He found those things on Xiaoling's computer, but he didn't confront her about it. He didn't confront her. One reason was that he felt that she was doing these things because of him, and that she was insecure. Second, because the doctor said that her pregnancy was unstable and she could not receive any more stimulation. Ah, Feng, no matter what I did, it was because I love you too much. So, don't be angry with me, okay? I won't do anything to upset you in the future. Yan Feng's expression finally looked a little better. Xiaoling was weak and unable to take care of herself, and she was full of him. Unlike Zhang Xiao, she had a beautiful face like a rose, but her temper was like a runaway horse. She never listens to him. Yan Feng hugged Xiaoling's shoulders. Don't provoke Zhang Xiao anymore. She is ruthless and you are no match for her. Xiaoling still looked aggrieved. What about my mother? I heard that she went to the TV station to cause trouble these days. I'm so scared. Isn't she just after money? Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Xiaoling hugged Yan Feng tightly. Thank you, Feng, you are the only one in this world who treats me the best. The next day, Xiaoling also went to the TV station. After Xiaoling's mother had caused a scene at the TV station several times, the way people looked at her changed. And everyone knew. Whether it was the black material on the internet or the appearance of Xiaoling's mother. In fact, it was a game between the two for the primetime host position. But in the end, Zhang Xiao won. Tang Fei announced at the morning meeting that Zhang Xiao would be the host of the primetime slot. Of course, Xiaoling had signed a 5-year contract with the TV station after all. Plus, she is the girlfriend of the heir to the Yan family. Naturally, she would not be treated badly. So Xiaoling was given the 9 p.m. News Express program, which was second only to the primetime slot. That evening, 7:30 p.m. Zhang Xiao had just come out of the studio. Suddenly, she noticed that it was very lively outside. The assistant was busy waving at Zhang Xiao. Zhang, come over quickly, there's late-night snacks and milk tea. Zhang Xiao went over. She finds a long table outside the studio, piled high with all kinds of late-night snacks. There was sashimi, barbecue, and even lobster, and the variety was dazzling. There was also a table piled high with milk tea and various desserts. Many people were gathered around the long table and eating. Zhang Xiao was pulled over by Qianqian. These are packed from a 5-star hotel, and the manager of the Caesar Hotel personally delivered them. The taste is different from that of a street stall. Sister Jiang, you should eat this mousse cake. It's delicious. Zhang Xiao looked at the table full of delicacies and knew that it must have cost a lot of money. So she asked, who is treating us to this feast? It was Ling's boyfriend, Mr. Yan from Haifeng. Construction. Qianqian pointed to the door while eating the cake. Mr. Yan is so good to Ling, picking her up from work so early. Chapter 44, Mr. Yan, the adulterer, is me. Xiaoling is now the evening host. She gets off work at 9:30 p.m. He came at 7:30, which was early enough. Xiaoling saw Zhang Xiao coming out of the studio and dragged Yan Feng over. Gio, I had Yan Feng order your favorite almond tofu. The chef at Caesar's is very good, you must eat more. Zhang Xiao smiled and said, no, I'm not hungry. You eat more. Xiaoling smiled even more brightly. Feng also told me the same thing, but I haven't had an appetite lately, and I've been nauseous. Feng is worried that I won't eat properly at the TV station, and he insists on picking me up and dropping me off every day. I don't know if he cares about me or the baby in my stomach. Xiaoling looked deliberately jealous. Yan Feng lightly tapped her little nose and said with a loving expression, how can you even be jealous of the baby? Xiaoling cooed as she took Yan Feng's arm. I just want you to have eyes for me alone. Ling, you and Mr. Yan are too sweet. I haven't even had a bite of cake yet, and I'm already stuffed. Our Ling and Mr. Yan are a perfect match, and the baby they have will be very beautiful. Ling, Mr. Yan is so good to you. The Caesar Hotel is notoriously expensive and hard to book, but the manager sent us a midnight snack like we were ordering takeout. We can eat these good things all thanks to Ling. The TV station is very deep, and most of the people here are also very smooth. Although I previously despised Xia Ling for her behavior of grabbing interviews and setting Jiang Xiao up. But in the face of actual benefits, they are still happy to say good things. Everyone here is duplicitous. Not to mention that she is the future boss of the Yan family. Jiang Xiao looked at the two of them deliberately acting like they were in love, and smiled sincerely. Xia Ling, you're so pregnant, when are you two getting married? We're all waiting to eat your wedding candy. After Jiang Xiao said this, Yan Feng's face unconsciously sank. There was not a hint of jealousy on her face, and her sincerity was like the concern of an old friend. But the words she spoke were so sarcastic. Xia Ling's face was not very good either. Jiang Xiao knew that she and Yan Feng would never get married, so she said it on purpose to let others hear. Sure enough, the people around them heard and came over to make trouble. Yes, Xia Ling, you're almost 3 months pregnant, when are you going to get married? It's getting late, and the wedding dress won't fit you anymore. The Yan wedding will definitely be a grand affair, and we will be able to see it for ourselves. Xia Ling, all of us in the group are single. Why don't we be your bridesmaids, so that we can absorb your happiness and hope to get married soon? Xia Ling's face was very ugly. She said awkwardly, if we have a wedding, we will definitely invite everyone. At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly said, am I mistaken? The Yan family seems to have already held a wedding 3 years ago. At the time, it was low-key and not reported by the media. At that time, Director Tang arranged for me to take 2 photos, but I was kicked out before I even got in the door. I was particularly impressed. The bride's family was also very well off. It was said to be a business marriage. The one speaking was Zhao Yuan from the video department, who was always straightforward. All eyes turned to him. It was only then that he suddenly realized. He scratched his head embarrassedly. I may have remembered it wrong. But after Zhao Yuan's reminder, the others seemed to remember as well. It is true that rumors have it that the heir to the Yan family is married. The entertainment channel of a TV station had previously ranked the top bachelors in Rongqing. Because of his married status, he was not included in the ranking. People were already whispering. Could Xia Ling be the mistress? I haven't heard Zhao Yuan say that the woman's family background is particularly good, and that it's a business marriage, so it definitely can't be Xia Ling. If it was Xia Ling, she wouldn't have said publicly that Mr. Yan was her boyfriend. Although everyone was whispering. But it still reached Xia Ling's ears. Xia Ling's face was extremely ugly. An intern who didn't know his own death suddenly asked Jiang Xiao, Sister Jiang, you know both Mr. Yan and Sister Ling, so Sister Ling can't be the mistress. Jiang Xiao turned around and deliberately glared at her. Qian, you are so straightforward, how can you survive in a TV station? Then she said jokingly, but what if she's married? The divorce rate is so high now. Then she looked at Yan Feng and said, Mr. Yan, don't you think so? Jiang Xiao did not answer directly, but by saying this, she confirmed that Yan Feng was married. Jiang Xiao, that's enough. Yan Feng's face turned pale. Jiang Xiao turned around and greeted everyone, you guys enjoy your meal, I'm off first. Sister Jiang, why are you going home so early? Jiang Xiao smiled and said, my husband is very strict. The curfew is 9 o'clock. There was a commotion in the office. Sister Jiang, you're in love. It's over. All the single men at our TV station won't be able to sleep tonight. Jiang Xiao didn't say anything else and left in her high heels. Yan Feng watched her back for a long time. In the end, he couldn't hold back and chased after her. Outside the TV station, Yan Feng grabbed Jiang Xiao's arm. Jiang Xiao, you have to explain yourself clearly. Jiang Xiao turned around. Although she was smiling, there was a hint of sarcasm in her smile. Yan Feng, what's wrong with you? You used to be looking forward to me giving you your freedom, but now that I've let you go, you're still hanging on to me. Why? Do you enjoy the feeling of me and Xia Ling fighting over you, fighting like crazy, and fighting over you? Yan Feng's face was gloomy, staring at Jiang Xiao's eyes. She was naturally attractive, and even when she was unhappy, she looked particularly inviting. Jiang Xiao smiled, but there was a hint of disdain in her eyes. She also looked directly at Yan Feng. Unfortunately, I don't want you anymore. Yan Feng was still full of anger. Who is the adulterer? In the end, Yan Feng still didn't believe it. He believed that Jiang Xiao was playing a game of revenge on him. He and Jiang Xiao had indeed hated each other for many years. His feelings for Jiang Xiao were complex. For so many years, just thinking about her made him grind his teeth. Because of this, these strong and complex emotions have unconsciously become the nourishment of his life. If Jiang Xiao really let go of the entanglement and completely cut herself off from his life, he would be unable to accept it. Jiang Xiao's wrists were squeezed painfully by Yin Feng. He wanted to break free, but Yin Feng held him tighter. Faced with Jiang Xiao's nonchalance, he was about to explode. "Jiang Xiao, tell me, who is the adulterer?" "It's me." A black figure appeared behind Jiang Xiao. The man had just stepped out of a Maybach. He was well dressed and walked up the stairs at a leisurely pace. He walked up to Jiang Xiao and took him in his arms, his voice calm but powerful. "Mr. Yan, I am the adulterer." Chapter 45. Jiang Xiao, don't think of other men. Yin Feng looked up at the person who had just arrived. When he saw the face clearly, the anger in his eyes turned into surprise. He didn't seem to react either. The prince? Yin Feng's first reaction was that it was impossible. Bo Jinxiu had already taken Jiang Xiao's slender waist in his arms. He asked, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat later?" Jiang Xiao thought for a moment. "I want to eat the sweet and sour pork you made." "Okay, then let's go to the supermarket to buy ribs." Yin Feng saw the two of them talking intimately and naturally, and still couldn't believe it. But the other person is the prince of the Beijing Circle. The Paradise Resort project has not yet been awarded to the Yans. Yin Feng tried to suppress his emotions. "Mr. Bo? What is your relationship with my wife?" At the old lady's birthday party, he and Jiang Xiao went as a married couple to congratulate her. How could someone in Bo Jinxiu's position, knowing that the other person was married, go and get involved with a married woman? Bo Jinxiu put his arm around Jiang Xiao's waist. A faint smile appeared on his cold face. "Can't you tell?" Yin Feng's anger rose in his heart. Didn't Mr. Bo know that Jiang Xiao was married? Bo Jinxiu sneered. "Married woman? Then please show me your marriage certificate, Mr. Yin." Yin Feng's face turned pale. It seems that Bo Jinxiu already knew that they had not obtained a marriage certificate. Yin Feng replied coldly, "Although we didn't get a marriage certificate, apart from that, we are a legitimate couple. We have entertained guests and held a wedding. After we got married, Jiang Xiao has been living in my house. The existence of our marriage cannot be denied by that piece of paper. My wife is not bad looking, but I believe that Mr. Bo will not be seduced by her beauty, and even more so, will not be blinded by her words, thereby losing the Bo family's dignity and making both families a laughingstock." Yin Feng probably already had a guess in his mind. The two must have crossed paths before because of the interview. But he didn't expect that the fact that they had not married would become a license for Jiang Xiao to seduce other men. Without a marriage certificate, it doesn't count as a marriage? Can they deny their 3 years of marriage? Bok Jinxiu's face was full of sarcasm. "I'm really impressed by the shamelessness of the young master. Since your marriage is a real marriage, then husband and wife should be faithful and exclusive to each other. What about the child and the young master in Miss Xia's belly?" As for the Yin family's reputation, it was lost long ago when young Master Yin eloped with his mistress. Why should he care now? Bo Jinxiu stepped forward and separated Jiang Xiao and Yin Feng. "Young Master Yin, Jiang Xiao is now my girlfriend. Please don't harass my girlfriend in the future, or I won't give the Yin family a chance with the Paradise Resort project." After saying that, Bo Jinxiu took Jiang Xiao's hand and got into the car. Yin Feng's anger soared, but he still couldn't believe it. How could Jiang Xiao hook up with the prince of the Beijing Circle? Maybe it was just a coincidence? Bok Jinxiu happened to pass by and saw them arguing. Was he a hero who came to the rescue of a damsel in distress? These self-proclaimed princes and princesses of the rich and powerful don't like this kind of savior role the most? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. But when I saw Jiang Xiao get into his car and leave, I was extremely irritated. When Xiaoling caught up with him, Jiang Xiao had already left. She walked over to Yin Feng and asked nervously, "Feng, do you still love Xiao?" In the past, when Xiaoling didn't feel safe, she would ask this kind of question to confirm. In the past, Yin Feng would always firmly deny it and comfort her gently. But today, he was extremely agitated. He didn't even want to say a word. Xiaoling stared at Yin Feng, and her heart grew more and more uncertain. If Yin Feng wavered, they would have a strong tendency to reunite. Then all her plans would be ruined. Xiao Liang grabbed Yin Feng's sleeve, and a mist seemed to cover her eyes. Her voice was soft and gentle, even with a hint of pleading. "Ah Feng, would you like to divorce Gio?" Yin Feng looked down at Xiao Ling. This was the first time in all the years they had been together that she had made such a request. Xiao Ling looked up with tears in her eyes, looking innocent and pitiful, like a wounded and abandoned rabbit, arousing feelings of compassion and a desire to protect. In the past, Yin Feng would have been moved. But now, Yin Feng knows that these are all Xiao Ling's pretenses. She is not as innocent and uninvolved as she appears. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fabricated so much dirt on Jiang Xiao in her computer. He and Jiang Xiao had never been married, and Xiao Ling had never known. If they weren't married, there was no divorce. But for some reason, Yin Feng didn't want to explain this to Xiao Ling, especially now. "Didn't you say that you didn't care about these false titles, as long as I was by your side?" Xiao Ling was a little surprised that Yin Feng would say that. He had even said that he would give her the title of Mrs. Yin sooner or later. And at this moment, Yin Feng's eyes were cold and fierce, with a hint of cold scrutiny, as if he were a different person. Xiao Ling hurriedly said, "I'm not forcing you to divorce Gio, but today Gio deliberately said that my colleagues looked at me like a third party. I don't care about my reputation, but I don't want our child to be pointed at after it is born." Xiao Ling's voice seemed to be extremely aggrieved. "After the child is born, do you really have to write unlucky in the father's column?" Yin Feng was extremely irritated. When it came to the child, he restrained himself. He said, "Let's talk about this later. I won't treat you and the baby badly." Yin Feng's attitude made Xiao Ling feel cold. Before returning to China, Yin Feng did not say this. He said he would be responsible for the baby, that he would definitely clear the way for the mother and child, and that he would definitely make her sit in the position of Mrs. Yin in style. Since he met Jiang Xiao after returning to China, everything has changed. She could feel Yin Feng's wavering and indecision. He hated Jiang Xiao from the bottom of his heart because that incident was always a thorn in his heart. If he knew that everything between them was her doing, she would be finished. She couldn't give them a chance to clear up their misunderstandings. She must make them divorce as soon as possible. If Yin Feng's side doesn't work, she can only push Jiang Xiao over the edge. Xiao Ling already had a plan in mind. On the other side, after Jiang Xiao got into Bo Jinxiu's car, leaned lazily against the window and looked out at the scenery. Bo Jinxiu looked at her lazy appearance and knew that she was in a bad mood. He grabbed her soft, bony little hand. "Jiang Xiao, don't think about other men." Jiang Xiao turned her head and looked at the man's handsome side face and smiled. "I really miss the old days. You used to be obedient and sweet, but now you've become so domineering?" Chapter 46. He actually wanted to kiss Jiang Xiao. Bao Jinxiu's mouth curled slightly. "That's because I was pretending to be good. If I wasn't a little naughty, how would you have fallen for it?" Jiang Xiao laughed. This guy seems quite pleased with himself. Jiang Xiao tilted his head, propped his arm, and stared lazily at the man next to him. He is really good looking, with a face without a single flaw, like the male lead in a comic book. He has a small blue earring in his left ear, with a tiny sapphire embedded in it. If you don't look closely, you can't even see it. But Jiang Xiao knew from the first day she saw him that he wore a blue earring. And he never took it off. His appearance is cold and aloof, but with this small earring, it gives off a sense of uninhibited and uninhibited. Cold asceticism and uninhibitedness are two completely different temperaments. They are fused together in this man. It's really fascinating. Jiang Xiao suddenly became interested. The slender, white fingers gently pinched the earlobe of Bai Jinxiu. "You always wear this earring. Is there a story behind it?" From Bo Jinxiu's habits, Jiang Xiu did not think that he was a very unique person in terms of dressing. On the contrary, in his daily life, he always dressed in a very formal way, wearing a suit and leather shoes, and he didn't wear any other accessories except for his watch. So Jiang Xiu guessed that this earring must have some special significance for Bo Jinxiu. The earlobe that had been pinched by Jiang Xiu's small hand quickly turned red. Bo Jinxiu grabbed her hand. "It was a gift from someone else, so it doesn't mean much." Jiang Xiu asked, "A gift from a woman?" Bo Jinxiu turned his head to look at Jiang Xiu, as if he was amused, jealous. Jiang Zio smiled like a cat. I like to eat everything, except sour things. Bo Jinxiu turned his head and seemed to mumble, boring. When you get jealous, I'll tell you. Jiang Zio shrugged and looked out the window again. That woman must be very important to him. Bok Jinxiu really drove the car to the supermarket. He had only said that he would eat the food he made as a joke. Unexpectedly, he really started to carefully select the ribs. After returning home, he really did cook for Jiang Xio, making sweet and sour pork. It was already late after dinner. After dinner, Jiang Zio sat in a wicker chair on the small balcony. She was contented like a cat. After washing the dishes, Bo Jinxiu walked over to Jiang Zio's seat and sat down. Are you full? Jiang Xio touched her slightly protruding belly and said with a smile, it's like she's 3 months pregnant. Bo Jinxiu glanced at the position of her belly. She was naturally thin, and her belly was usually flat and smooth, as soft as silk. Bo Jinxiu's eyes and hands directly covered her belly, all the way down. Let's exercise to help digest. Jiang Xio did not refuse. As the saying goes, when you're full and satisfied, you're ready for lust. She had to admit that being with Bo Jinxiu was an extremely enjoyable experience. Moreover, she had insomnia. She could only sleep deeply when she was exhausted. The next few days, Yan Feng would go to the TV station every day to pick up Xiaoling. He came early every day. He also had more opportunities to meet Jiang Xio. But the two of them were like strangers, and they never spoke again. Bo Jinxiu had gone to Japan on business again these 2 days. At night, Jiang Xio lay in bed alone, unable to sleep. She actually missed him. When he was not there, she felt the house was empty. And she was even more prone to insomnia. At 6:30 p.m., Jiang Xio had just finished putting on her makeup and fell asleep on the sofa in the lounge. When Yan Feng came in, there was only Jiang Xio lying on the sofa in the lounge. These days, he has been coming here every day. He said he was picking up Xiaoling, but only he himself knew the truth. He just wanted to take a look at Jiang Xio. Fortunately, Bo Jinxiu has never come back since that time. This made him even more certain that the last incident was just an exception. Jiang Xio values Mrs. Yan's position so much. She even threatened to slit her wrist. How could she give it up so easily? All she is doing now is just retreating to advance. Although he hated Jiang Xio, he didn't want to set her free. He wants to trap her in this position, and even if they torture each other for the rest of their lives, he doesn't want to let her go. The woman on the sofa slept very soundly. The face was so beautiful that it reminded him of the Sleeping Beauty in a fairy tale. Yan Feng unconsciously approached, kneeling in front of the sofa, staring at Jiang Zio's face, lost in thought. Yan Feng suddenly remembered that he used to like staring at Jiang Zio when she was asleep. Because when he was awake, he rarely dared to look at her so recklessly. Her bright and flamboyant personality was like the midday sun, dazzling but also blinding. Yan Feng admitted that since childhood, in front of Jiang Zio, he was inferior. Because she was outstanding, whether in terms of her looks, her studies, her interpersonal skills or her various talents. He was inferior to her in all aspects. This made him love her while also being uncontrollably jealous of her. He, a man, did not know when he started to be cautious around her. In his impression, they had been in love for 2 years, but they never seemed to kiss. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare. He remembered that once he mustered up the courage and slowly approached her. Just when the atmosphere was right, she suddenly burst into laughter. She said they were too familiar, and seeing his face reminded her of embarrassing things from kindergarten. He was instantly deflated and never kissed Jiang Ziyu again. And now, this face is right in front of him. For some reason, looking at this face that could melt the heart of any man, Yan Feng's heart began to swell. A small thought popped up from the bottom of his heart, and then it was like bamboo shoots after rain, unstoppable. Yan Feng's lips slowly approached. His heart was pounding like a drum. The intense tension he had not felt in years made his fingers clench into a fist. Just as his lips were about to touch Jiang Xio's cheek, the door to the restroom creaked open. Yan Feng was startled and his back went rigid. Perhaps because he was so panicked, he forgot to stand up. Jiang Xio was also awakened by the sound. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yan Feng's face close at hand. And Xia Ling was standing at the door. the office door was already ajar. Xia Ling had actually been standing at the door for a while. She watched as Yin Feng silently approached Jiang Xiao, until finally she saw Yin Feng trying to kiss her. She couldn't help but push the door open. "What are you doing?" Xia Ling endured, although her heart was filled with anger. But her face was full of a look of grievance. A trace of guilt flashed in Yin Feng's eyes. At this moment, he and Jiang Xiao looked at each other, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. Jiang Xiao also frowned. She had hardly slept at all last night, but she had just fallen into a deep sleep. The atmosphere was very wrong. Yin Feng's face was flushed, and he looked guilty. Judging from his posture and the way his face was flushed, Jiang Xiao suddenly laughed, but her eyes were full of mockery and sarcasm. "Yin Feng, are you trying to kiss me?" Chapter 47, No Normal Physiological Reaction from a Man. Yin Feng suddenly came to his senses. He stood up and looked at Jiang Xiao with a cold gaze. He had really been possessed just now, wanting to kiss this woman. Now that he had been exposed, all that remained on his face was embarrassment and shame. Yin Feng did not deny or explain. Instead, he turned around and left the restroom. When he passed by Xia Ling, he didn't say a word. Not knowing if he was guilty, he didn't even look at Xia Ling. Xia Ling's heart sank into the vast ocean. Yin Feng left the TV station building and got into his car. He was extremely agitated, as if a magic box had been opened in his heart, and an uncontrollable desire was about to burst forth. He had actually developed that kind of desire for Jiang Xiao, that kind of worldly desire. In all these years, even when he was with Xia Ling, he never felt that way. The doctor said that because of the burns from that year, some of the roots were damaged. Therefore, the child he and Xia Ling had was a test tube baby. So far, he and Xia Ling have not had a substantive relationship. This is also why he feels that he owes Xia Ling. But just now, it was as if the beast in his heart was slowly awakening. Yin Feng closed his eyes, and Jiang Xiao's face, which was as beautiful as a fairy, quickly appeared in his mind. They had just been so close. So close that he could see the tiny mole on the corner of her eye. He could smell the pleasant smell on her nose. Her skin was so delicate and smooth, like the finest white jade, that one couldn't help but want to hold it in the palm of one's hand and caress it. Yin Feng thought, and felt like a fire was burning in his heart. Even his body had undergone subtle changes. Yin Feng was surprised. Because he hadn't felt this way for many years, although it wasn't true that he had never felt this way before. When he was in love with Jiang Xiao, he always thought he was normal. He could also be impulsive and toss and turn in bed at night when no one was around. But after being with Xia Ling, he realized that he could never get an erection. It turned out that it wasn't that he couldn't get hard, but that he only had a normal physiological reaction when he was with Jiang Xiao. This realization made Yin Feng both depressed and angry. After calming down, he felt a little bit of guilt towards Xia Ling. Yin Feng smoked cigarette after cigarette in the car. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the restroom was also tense. "Jiang Xiao, why did you seduce Yin Feng?" Xia Ling rarely showed such a strong side in front of Jiang Xiao. Looking at her expression, it was obvious that she was jealous and jealous. Yin Feng has indeed become a bit strange lately. She couldn't figure out what was going on in Yin Feng's mind. Isn't he only in love with Xia Ling? Even after learning the truth about Xia Ling using Vivian to frame her, he was willing to take the blame for her. And their relationship seems to have not changed at all. Such tolerance has made Jiang Xiao worry. But just now, was he possessed? Jiang Xiao gathered his long hair and said nonchalantly, "I just took a nap here. How did I seduce him?" "Xia Ling, it's you. Control your man and don't let him harass me." Xia Ling's face was ugly. "Yin Feng has long since stopped loving you. He was just temporarily possessed by a demon. Don't think that he still has you in his heart. For so many years, he has only hated you. Don't even think that you two can be reunited." Jiang Xiao laughed. It's rare to see Xia Ling panic like this. It seems that she is really panicking. Jiang Xiao was half lying on the sofa, in an indescribably leisurely and comfortable posture. "I always thought that you two were inseparable. When Yin Feng left everything for you, I was still quite shocked. What a pair of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. However, it seems that Yin Feng is just like that to you, still having the bad habit of men who are fickle and change their minds. Jiang Xiao glanced at Xia Ling, with a smile at the corner of her eyes. Both of them were charming. But her mouth was full of sarcasm. Xia Ling, you have no name, no status, no roots, and you can only rely on Yin Feng's love, but love is fleeting. How many days and nights should you worry about sleepless nights? Xia Ling's face turned green and purple as she listened to her. When it comes to smart talk, no one can outsmart Jiang Xiao. Xia Ling seemed to have lost control of her emotions. I have no name and no status, and it's all your fault. Jiang Xiao, Yin Feng doesn't love you, why do you keep hanging on to him? What do you have to do to get a divorce from Yin Feng? After Xia Ling said this, Jiang Xiao's face changed significantly. Did Yin Feng never tell Xia Ling that they never got married? In the past, because Yin Feng's parents and family didn't know, Yin Feng was afraid of complications and didn't confess, which was barely acceptable. But now, she and Yin Feng have already broken up. And they have already completely separated. Why would Xia Ling say these things? A flash of light appeared in Jiang Xiao's eyes. What did Yin Feng mean? He didn't seem to love Xia Ling that much. Otherwise, he clearly knew that she was exhausted from worrying about Mrs. Yan's position all day, but he still hit a lot. Jiang Xiao felt a sense of relief. It seems that there is also a rift between them. Then she wouldn't mind making the rift between them a little bigger. She had a mischievous thought in her heart. Jiang Xiao deliberately said, divorce, that's fine. If you can make him sign the divorce agreement first, I'll sign it too. Jiang Xiao got up. She walked gracefully to Xia Ling's side. She smiled at her. Xia Ling, it's up to you now. She understood Xia Ling's character. Since she had said that, Xia Ling would definitely ask Yin Feng to sign the divorce agreement. At that time, she would know that Yin Feng had been lying to her for many years. There was never a marriage between them. What she had been striving for, what she had been compromising for, what she had thought was unattainable, was actually close at hand. Only Yin Feng didn't give it to her. At that moment, the rift between them could have created a Mariana Trench. At the very least, they would have a huge fight. Jiang Xiao thought it was interesting just to think about it. Although she didn't know what Xia Ling had done to drive a wedge between her and Yin Feng. But the cycle of cause and effect is inexorable. Jiang Xiao was in an exceptionally good mood today. Especially after the broadcast, she received a call from Bo Jinxiu. He had originally planned to be away for a week, but he came back early. At the moment, the car was parked outside the TV station building. Jiang Xiao replied with 2 words, wait for me. Then he couldn't wait to get out of the TV station building. After 3 days of not seeing each other, she suddenly felt a strange longing in her heart. Soon, Jiang Xiao got into Bo Jinxiu's Maybach. But there was more than just Bo Jinxiu in the car. The secretary Gaotzen was also in the car, sitting in the driver's seat. Bo Jinxiu was sitting in the back seat. Jiang Xiao hesitated for a moment, then opened the back door and sat next to Bo Jinxiu. After all, Gaotzen had long known about their relationship. After getting in the car drove away from the TV station. On the way, Gaotzen, who is usually quiet, suddenly spoke up. Miss Jiang, the president has really messed us up this time. The original 7-day trip had to be compressed into 3 days. Our entire team worked tirelessly for nearly 72 hours, like machines, and almost died prematurely. Gaotzen was obviously in a complaining tone. Jiang Xiao didn't know why he was telling her this. But he was still curious and asked, since the itinerary was set, why did you have to rush like this? Gaotzen said in a low voice, because the president wanted to come back to spend Ms. Zhang's birthday with her. Shut up. Bo Jinxiu suddenly spoke up. Gaotzen rolled his eyes in silence. These words were clearly what the president told him to say. He had even forced him to rehearse it twice on the way here. Chapter 48, A short separation is better than a long marriage. Jiang Xiao was a little surprised. Her birthday was just 2 days away. Bo Jinxiu suddenly took out a gift bag from the side. This is your birthday gift. See if you like it. Jiang Xiao took the bag. From it came a delicate red velvet gift box. When she opened it, inside was a diamond necklace. The design is very unique. The black diamonds encase a yellow diamond, and the deep solemnity of black and the dazzling brilliance of yellow are intertwined. The exquisite design gives a person a stunning visual impact. Of course, the biggest impact is naturally the 5-carat natural yellow diamond in the center. This yellow diamond is extremely rare and precious. Jiang Ziyo was dumbfounded. It wasn't because he knew the gift was particularly valuable. But she had designed the necklace. Gaotzen continued to act as a toolman in the front. During our busy trip, we made a special trip to the Kobe International Jewelry Fair to pick out this gift for Miss Jiang. Nonsense. Bo Jinxiu spoke again. Gaotzen. Bo Jinxiu said, "What do you think? Do you like it?" Jiang Xiao's eyes were filled with mixed emotions. This is one of her recent designs. She had just handed the design to her senior. She never expected that the finished product would be on display and that Bo Jinxiu would buy it. 2 days ago, her senior called her and said that the price for this model was 50 million. Jiang Xiao closed the box and handed it back. "It's too valuable, I can't accept it." Bo Jinxiu said, "Is my heart not as precious as this?" He took the necklace out of the box. "I don't know why, but when I saw this necklace, I thought of you, and I always thought you would like it." Jiang Xiao laughed. Her own work is like her own child, of course she likes it. She had designed so many pieces for Queen, but she had never owned one herself. Now she saw her own work in front of her, full and complete. The feeling is different from looking at the design draft. It was an indescribable feeling. Bo Jinxiu said, "And I especially like its name, turning from darkness to light." Jiang Xiao almost laughed out loud. She also came up with the name. The original inspiration for the design came from the night she moved out of the Yin family, when Bo Jinxiu said, "Celebrate your abandonment of darkness and your embrace of light." If Bo Jinxiu knew that this jewelry was designed because of him, wouldn't he be shocked? At this moment, the necklace and their fate seemed to form a closed loop. It's amazing how fate works in such a way. The name is interesting, but I really can't accept such a valuable thing. 50 million, that's a lot of money. Bo Jinxiu casually said, "If you don't like it, I'll throw it away." He said he was going to open the car window. Jiang Xiao panicked and quickly reached out to stop him, snatching the box back. Although she knew that Bo Jinxiu was doing it on purpose, she still couldn't help but sigh at the prince's willfulness. If she hadn't stopped him, he might have really thrown it out. Of course, she couldn't bear to see such valuable jewelry thrown away, and even less could she allow her hard work to be left on the street. Jiang Xiao said, "I like it, thank you. At worst, I'll give him a gift of the same value on his birthday." Although Jiang Xiao is also wealthy. But she still felt a pang of pain when she gave away a gift worth 50 million. Seeing Jiang Xiao accept the gift, Bo Jinxiu's handsome face also broke into a smile. "What do you want to do for your birthday the day after tomorrow?" Jiang Xiu didn't expect Bo Jinxiu to be so concerned. In fact, she had never told him the date of her birthday. Jiang Ziyo said, "This time for my birthday, I want to go back to the Jiang family and spend it with Jiang Xiaoxiao." Bok Jinxiu's face clearly showed a hint of disappointment. "When did you and your sister become so close?" Jiang Xiao smiled, "I have no choice this time. I've already agreed." She held his hand reassuringly, "I'll try to come back early that day. You buy a cake and we'll eat it together." Bo Jinxiu didn't say anything else. Jiang Xiao was now in an awkward situation in the Jiang family. She had no choice. That night, Jiang Xiao truly experienced it. What it means to be apart for a short time is better than being married. After exhaustion, the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Jiang Xiao suddenly realized that the cold fragrance of Bo Jinxiu actually had a sleep-inducing effect. That night, she slept exceptionally well. But when she woke up in the morning, Bo Jinxiu had already gone to the company. The project for the Paradise Resort had already begun. The results of the bidding are also coming out soon. This time, it was an open bidding process, and 3 construction companies were selected by the ZF side. Then the 3 construction companies will make the final decision. In the end, the final decision is still in Bo Jinxiu's hands. Jiang Xiao also didn't know if Haifeng Construction had made the top 3. On the other side, BJ Building. Gaotzen placed 3 documents on Bo Jinxiu's desk. "President, these are the architectural firms selected by the government. Please take a look." Bo Jinxiu opened the file. Wanhua Construction, Jinrui Construction, Haifeng Construction. Finally, Bo Jinxiu's hand stopped on the file of Haifeng Construction. Bo Jinchue said, then let's go with Haifeng. We'll announce the decision in 3 days. Gaotzen said, the price offered by Haifeng Construction is not the lowest. In terms of strength and reputation, it is not as good as Wanhua in the capital, and in terms of cost performance, it is not as good as Jinrui. Are you sure you want to choose Haifeng? As far as I know, the quality of the projects undertaken by Haifeng is still very good, otherwise they wouldn't have lost money on so many projects. Gaotzen nodded. Haifeng is indeed famous for its quality, but that was the style of work of the old Yin Zone. Now that the old Yin Zone has retired to the second line, although he is still the chairman on the surface, the company's affairs are handled by his son Yin Feng. We don't know much about Yin Gongzi's character. Bo Jinchio raised his eyebrows. That would be even more interesting. Gaotzen knew that Bo Jinchio had made up his mind, and said, then I will hold a press conference in 3 days. While the two were talking, the office door suddenly rang. Bo Jinchue likes peace and quiet, and very few people would knock on his office door. Only Gaotzen could enter and leave the president's office at will. Gaotzen went to open the door, but sees assistant Zhang from the secretary's office standing at the door. Gaotzen frowned slightly. Assistant Zhang, what do you want? Zhang smiled and looked a little disappointed that it was Gaotzen who opened the door. She said, Secretary Gao, I'm not looking for you, I'm looking for the president. Gaotzen frowned. This Secretary Zhang doesn't know who recruited her into the secretarial department. She is not very active at work and can't handle even the smallest task. He has tried to find Bo Jinchio several times. He always stopped her. He was thinking of firing her. Zhang Xiaoxiao had no idea what Gaotzen was thinking. She had spent a lot of money to bribe a BJ personnel director to get into the secretary department. But she never imagined that she would be able to see Bo Jinchio every day, thinking that the secretarial department was the closest to the president's office. Who knew that for half a month, she hadn't even spoken to Bo Jinchio once. And this serious-minded secretary Gao has repeatedly prevented her from seeing Bo Jinchue. When she becomes Mrs. Bo, she will definitely be the first to fire him. Chapter 49. Yao Shulan and Yin Ruyun used to be best friends. Gaotzen said coldly, this is the president's office. You can't just walk in without permission. Get out. Jiang Xiaoxiao, however, seemed to have not heard. She barged right in. She saw Bo Jinchio sitting in the office chair. She immediately put on a smile. Prince, do you remember me? We met at the old lady's birthday party. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt embarrassed when she asked this question. It was because she had been in the secretary department for half a month and had not spoken a word to Bo Jinchio. So he probably doesn't even know that she is his secretary assistant. So she could only approach him in a personal capacity. What's more, the matter she was going to talk about later was also a private matter. Jiang Xiaoxiao? Bo Jinchio opened his mouth lightly. At this time, Gaotzen had already come over and was about to kick Jiang Xiaoxiao out. When she heard Bo Jinchio call her name, she paused for a moment. Then she asked, President. Bo Jinchio sat in a calfskin office chair. He was dressed in a suit and tie, with a cold and handsome face. He was originally signing a document with his head down. The skin on his hand holding the pen was pale and bony, and also incredibly handsome. Jiang Xiaoxiao was almost transfixed. Just one glance made her heart beat fast. Especially when he had just said her name, with that deep, beautiful, magnetic voice. It was like a current of electricity running through her body. Of course, the most important thing was that they had only met that day. They didn't even exchange a word. But he could still call her name without a mistake. What does that mean? When he first saw her, he was deeply impressed and probably asked around about her. With this knowledge, Jiang Xiaoxiao could hardly contain her excitement. Sure enough, what Bo Jinchio said next confirmed her thoughts. Bo Jinchio's lips parted slightly. Gaotzen, you can leave first. He didn't blame her for trespassing. Instead, he told the secretary who tried to stop her to get out. Gaotzen left the office. Bo Jinchio looked up at the young lady who had switched identities with Zhang Xiu. Miss Zhang, what can I do for you? She was momentarily dizzy at being looked at in this way. But she quickly came to her senses. She quickly introduced herself. President, I actually work in the secretarial department now, and I'm actually here today to disturb you for a personal matter. Bo Jinchio did not ask, and looked at her with a calm and unperturbed gaze, as if waiting for the next part of the story. Jiang Xiaoxiao swallowed her saliva. She took out an invitation from her backpack. Then she summoned up her courage and walked up to Bo Jinqiu. Tomorrow is my birthday, and my parents are throwing a birthday party for me in the banquet hall of the Hentang restaurant. I would like to invite you to attend my birthday party. After she finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoxiao was extremely nervous. She was afraid that Bo Jinqiu would reject her outright. After all, she knew that she had come here a bit abruptly. Seeing that Bo Jinqiu did not say anything, she was even more at a loss. She quickly added, "We were honored to be invited to the birthday party for the old lady, and this time, I'm inviting you back for my birthday." Bo Jinqiu slowly took the invitation. "Okay, I'll go." Jiang Xiaoxiao was stunned. She herself didn't expect Bo Jinqiu to agree so readily. Could it be that Bo Jinqiu had really noticed her, and even fallen in love at first sight? Jiang Xiaoxiao blushed and was so excited that she wanted to say something. But Bo Jinqiu spoke in a cold and indifferent tone, "If you have no other business, please leave." Jiang Xiaoxiao was like someone had poured cold water on her, and she could only respond and then leave the CEO's office. But after she left, she was still overjoyed. She told everyone that the CEO would attend her birthday party. And she invited most of the people in the secretarial department. Everyone was surprised. Jiang Xiaoxiao is the daughter of the Jiang family, and it was known to everyone on her first day of work. Everyone knew that this daughter of a rich family was not working at her family's company, but had come all the way here to work as a secretary assistant, so she must have some other plans. But they didn't think much of her. 1. Although the Jiang family is a well-known family in Rongqing, it is still far behind the Bo family. The president's future wife must be a well-connected socialite from Beijing, and a local girl like her would never be good enough for him. 2. Miss Jiang's personality is a bit not up to par. But when everyone learned that the CEO had agreed to attend her birthday party, they all began to flatter her. The women in the secretary department were obviously envious, but some even flattered her against their will, calling her a young lady. Jiang Xiaoxiao was in a state of euphoria all day long. Perhaps soon she would be the real young mistress of the Bo family. That evening, Jiang Xiu had just finished her show and received a gift box. It was sent by Jiang Xiaoxiao. Inside was a white dress. Jiang Xiu recognized it at a glance. It was an old model from Grandma Xiang's previous years, and its current market value was probably more than 20,000. However, the simple and elegant style is exactly the style that Jiang Xiu likes. There was also a card inside. It was written by Jiang Xiaoxiao, "Mom prepared this dress for you. You must wear it. Don't let Mom down." Jiang Xiu's mouth curled up. Jiang Xiaoxiao's thoughts were obvious. She had specially prepared a simple dress in a plain color for her in the name of Yao Shulan. Probably because she was afraid that she would steal the limelight from her at the birthday party the next night. Jiang Xiu had no intention of stealing her limelight. So the next night, she wore the white dress to the 87th floor banquet hall at Hentang. The Hentang restaurant has a total of 88 floors. The highest floors are all banquet halls. The most impressive is the top floor banquet hall, which is surrounded by glass on all sides. It is also covered by a transparent glass dome. From there, the view is unobstructed, as if you could reach out and touch the stars. It is like being on the top of the world, where you can enjoy the moon and look down on all living things. This is where the name of the restaurant comes from. However, the top floor is not open to the public on weekdays. It is only opened when important national leaders are being received. So this time, Jiang Xiaoxiao's birthday party was held on the 87th floor, just below the top floor. But being able to hold a party here is already considered top-notch. The venue rental alone is in the 7 figures. Today is the 23rd birthday party for Jiang Xiaoxiao and Jiang Xiu. The Jiang family has thrown a huge party, inviting almost all the rich and famous people in the city. Of course, everyone knows the reason. It's mainly because of the recent rumors on the internet about the discord between the real and fake Jiang family heiresses. In fact, the rumors about the real and fake daughter of the Jiang family have been heard by the upper class of Rongqing. Although the family handled the situation very discreetly at the time. It is said that when Mrs. Jiang was giving birth, she was swapped by Yin Ruyun, who had just given birth. The reason Yin Ruyun switched the 2 children was not just to make her own daughter a rich family's daughter. More importantly, it was a revenge against Yao Shulan. The older wives in Rongqing all knew that Yin Ruyun and Yao Shulan were not just ordinary friends. they used to be best friends. Chapter 50, A Stunning Appearance. The story behind this is a long one. And it involves the grudges of 2 generations. To put it simply, Yao Shulan's father had an affair with Yao Shulan's tutor. And that tutor was Yin Ruyun's mother. The teacher also brought her daughter Yin Ruyun along, and they lived together and became good friends. Later, when the affair was exposed, Yao Shulan's mother was devastated and died of depression less than 6 months later. Yao Shulan's father married Yin Ruyun's mother less than 3 months after his wife's death. However, on the eve of the wedding, the 2 of them died in a car accident. If Yao Shulan's father had married Yin Ruyun's mother, Yao Shulan would have had a miserable life. Everyone was moved by the justice of the heavens. But no one could have imagined that the grudges between these 2 generations would extend to their next generation. It was like a curse that had come full circle. Yao Shulan inherited all the family property and found a good husband, but Yin Ruyun had nothing. After losing her mother, she was forced to drop out of school and enter the workforce early, where she was just another face in the crowd. Who would have thought that the 2 women, who gave birth on the same day, would once again intertwine their destinies and subvert the next generation? 3 years ago, the real daughter, Jiang Xiaoxiao, recognized her true family. But Jiang Ziyo was after all the daughter that the Jiang family had raised for 20 years, and it was hard to let go. So, externally, Jiang Ziyo is now the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and Jiang Xiaoxiao is the second daughter. As for the relationship between the eldest and second daughters, it is still a mystery. Some say that the 2 are like oil and water, while others say that they are like water and fire. Today is the first time the 2 young ladies of the Jiang family have been photographed together. Everyone is very curious about whether Yao Shulan values her biological daughter, who is closer to her by blood, more than her adopted daughter, who she has devoted half her life to raising. Jiang Xiao took a leave of absence from the TV station and asked the other hosts to fill in for her. In the afternoon, she went to the banquet hall. Yao Shulan said she had something to ask her to help with. When she got there, Jiang Ziyo realized. The so-called thing was that Jiang Xiaoxiao had too many high-end evening dresses, and she didn't know which one to choose. She asked Jiang Ziyu to help her choose. Jiang Xiaoxiao's little trick didn't bother Jiang Ziyu at all. She was in the lounge, watching Jiang Xiaoxiao flaunt her high-end dresses, which cost more than 100,000 yuan, in front of her like a butterfly. Sometimes, Jiang Ziyo thought that Jiang Xiaoxiao was both ridiculous and pitiful. She was like a beggar who had become rich overnight and was desperately trying to show off. Jiang Xiaoxiao knew it herself. She grew up in such a poor environment, with extremely limited resources, and she was so afraid of being poor that she now has everything in one night. She knows that showing off is a very shameful thing, but she can't help it. Jiang Ziyo didn't pay much attention to Jiang Xiaoxiao, and spent most of her time playing with her phone. Seeing Jiang Ziyo's lonely appearance, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt very happy. She wanted to let Jiang Ziyo know that everything she once had was originally hers. And what she has now is what she gave away. In the end, Jiang Xiaoxiao chose a red velvet dress. The neckline and back were inlaid with many small diamonds, making it look dazzling. The long skirt dragged to the ground, but it was a high-cut skirt. Every step she took, you could see her long, slender legs. In fact, Jiang Xiaoxiao is quite pretty, with delicate features, a slender figure and fair skin. Judging by her looks and figure, she could be considered a beauty. However, she lacks poise and temperament. Today she had a celebrity makeup artist apply an extremely delicate makeup, and her hair was also high and up in a bun. She also wore a small 2 million yuan crown on her head, which, together with the retro velvet dress in a Central European style, made her look like a noble princess. Compared to her, Jiang Xiao is too plain. Soon, the manager of the public relations department in charge of the event came over. The guests are almost here, so Mrs. Jiang and the 2 young ladies can go on stage. Jiang Jinhui was outside to greet the guests, and the reason they were there was because Jiang Xiaoxiao wanted to make a stunning entrance, and Yao Shulan could only fulfill her wish. When Jiang Xiaoxiao heard that the guests had arrived, a gleam of anticipation appeared in her eyes. Has the prince arrived? Before, Jiang Xiaoxiao had specifically instructed that the prince would be there, and as soon as he arrived, he would come and inform her. The manager said with some regret, "Mr. Bo has not arrived yet." Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with disappointment. She had originally wanted to wait for Bo Jinchue to arrive and amaze everyone. Jiang Xiyu's eyes twitched slightly when she heard the name of Bo Jinchue. Did Jiang Xiaoxiao also invite Bo Jinchue? He didn't tell her about it last night, so he probably won't be coming. Yao Shulan said, the guests have all arrived. Today's banquet is for the most important people in Rongqing. Don't keep others waiting. Let's go out. Zhang Xiaoxiao took Yao Shulan's arm. Okay, Mom, let's go out. The lounge is connected to the corridor. After walking 2 meters, there is a huge spiral staircase that leads directly to the banquet hall. As they walked up the stairs, the light in the banquet hall suddenly dimmed. Then the music started. The guests in the hall were taken aback. Then the MC's voice, let's welcome today's 2 birthday stars, Miss Zhang Xiaoxiao and Miss Zhang Xiao. Everyone's eyes turn to the light source. A beam of light falls from the ceiling and illuminates the spiral staircase. The brightest beam of light falls on Zhang Xiaoxiao and Mrs. Zhang. Mrs. Zhang was dressed in a gorgeous cheongsam, looking elegant and luxurious. Zhang Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was wearing a red velvet dress with countless tiny diamonds embedded in it, looking resplendent and elegant. This outfit is clearly high-end and expensive. There is also a darker beam of light that falls behind them. It shines on the woman in a white dress. The woman is wearing a white long-sleeved evening dress with a simple design, but it is very classic and elegant. The thin straps are hooked on the woman's white shoulders, and the collarbone is clearly visible. The smooth lines and design wrap around her delicate figure. The waist design, in particular, has a hollow circle, and the slender waist is simply beautiful. The woman's makeup is very light, but her eyes are like bright stars, beautiful and heart-stirring. She has naturally wavy hair that falls casually over her shoulders. But with such a beautiful face, it seems that every strand of hair is glowing. Although she was dressed very simply, it made her look even more delicate and beautiful, like a white rose that is independent of the world. The pure white color does not affect her charm in the slightest. Instead, she became the most dazzling presence in the audience. For a moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao's red dress, in the face of such extreme beauty, became a common beauty. People in the crowd began to talk about it. The way the 2 young ladies of the Zhang family appeared showed their respective statuses. It was clear that Mrs. Zhang valued her biological daughter more. Her biological daughter's clothes and jewelry must have cost millions, while the adopted daughter was still wearing the same old style that Grandma Xiang had worn a few years ago. But it has to be admitted that the fake daughter-in-law is simply stunning in both looks and temperament. Yes, she is so beautiful. I finally know what it means to be born with natural beauty. After coming down the stairs, Zhang Xiaoxiao faintly heard the crowd praising her. She was secretly pleased, but then suddenly realized that everyone seemed to be praising Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned bad. Chapter 51 Zhang Xiaoxiao, I can still make you more embarrassed. She spent so much money and effort on her clothes and makeup. Are these people blind? What is so beautiful about Zhang Xiao's ragged clothes? But Zhang Xiaoxiao knew in her heart that Zhang Xiao was beautiful, so beautiful that she felt like splashing acid on her face. Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly regretted having a birthday party with Zhang Xiao. But soon, she adjusted her emotions. Zhang Xiao, let me enjoy this moment of triumph. Because tonight, you will be disgraced. After the 3 of them came down, the lights in the hall suddenly turned on. The guests also gathered around to congratulate the 2 ladies on their birthdays. Zhang Xiaoxiao had invited many friends today. Everyone surrounded her, showering her with compliments. Soon, Zhang Xiu was pushed out of the center circle. On the other side, Yao Shulan and Zhang Jinhui were also entertaining important guests. Zhang Xiu was happy to be left alone. She took the initiative to stay away from these circles. She went to the buffet area. She took a glass of champagne from the champagne tower and took a sip. Then she took a piece of mousse cake and found a sofa to eat it leisurely. Zhang Xiaoxiao was surrounded by people. But her eyes still occasionally fell on Zhang Xiu. At first, she was happy to see her lonely and isolated. But soon, she saw that from time to time, someone would walk over to Zhang Xiu. They were either talking to her or inviting her to dance on the dance floor. And the ones who went to find Zhang Xiu were all young and handsome men. Although Zhang Xiu declined politely. But there were still a steady stream of men coming forward. Zhang Xiaoxiao was angry. She didn't understand. In terms of status, she was the real daughter of the Zhang family. In terms of appearance, she is dressed from head to toe in millions of high-end clothes, but is she not better than Zhang Xiu's plain appearance? Zhang Xiaoxiao had a plan. She suddenly shouted out loud in the direction of Jiang Xiao, "Sister." Jiang Xiao also heard it. She looked over to Jiang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Xiaoxiao smiled at Jiang Xiao and said, "Sister, help me get a glass of champagne." She shouted innocently, "Sister, help me get a glass of champagne." Jiang Xiao put down the small cake in her hand. She took a glass of champagne from the champagne tower next to her and walked over. Before the banquet began, Yao Shulan specifically told her that the two of them would act like sisters today. Since Jiang Xiaoxiao was going to act, she would cooperate. When Jiang Xiao approached with the champagne, she heard Jiang Xiaoxiao laughing at her shamelessly in front of a group of people. The mermaid skirt next to her covered her mouth and laughed. "Xiaoxiao, that dress on her looks like the discounted goods you bought at the duty-free shop last time." Jiang Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Xiao with an arrogant look in her eyes. "Yes, this kind of clothing is like a bargain for me, so I gave it to her casually." She actually wore clothes that you didn't want to wear to such an important banquet. She's not ashamed of it. After all, she was once the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Doesn't she even have a decent dress? What kind of Miss Jiang is she? My parents have disowned her for a long time. She is the one who refuses to leave our family. She is not even a nanny in our family now. Everyone looked at Jiang Xiao with contempt. She just can't bear to give up the wealth and glory of the Jiang family. She's shameless. Jiang Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Xiao with a look full of defiance. It doesn't matter, she's just like a pet dog. Look how obedient she is, she does whatever you tell her to do. The people surrounding Jiang Xiaoxiao laughed. They didn't speak in a low voice, as if they were deliberately speaking to Jiang Xiao. But Jiang Xiao's expression did not change. He still walked up to Jiang Xiaoxiao with a champagne glass in his hand. Jiang Xiaoxiao knew that on this occasion, Jiang Xiao would never dare to embarrass her. Otherwise, Yao Shulan would not let her off the hook. So she began to humiliate Jiang Xiao even more recklessly. "Sister, my shoes are dirty. Would you please clean them for me?" She held out one foot to Jiang Xiao. She also reached out to take the champagne glass from Jiang Xiao's hand. She could enjoy the sight of Jiang Xiao cleaning her shoes while sipping champagne. She even hinted to the people around her to take out their phones and record it. Jiang Xiao did not say a word, and seemed to obediently hand over the glass. But just as Jiang Xiaoxiao's hand was about to touch the glass, Jiang Xiao suddenly held the glass in both hands and poured the wine in the glass onto the floor in a straight line. The wine in the glass spilled onto the floor in a straight line, and was quickly absorbed by the carpet. Just then, Jiang Xiaoxiao had already extended one foot. When Jiang Xiao drew a line with the wine, half of the wine had just fallen on Jiang Xiaoxiao's foot. Jiang Xiaoxiao almost screamed. Today, she was wearing shoes that had been specially made in Milan. The upper of the shoes was hand-sewn with thousands of tiny crystal rhinestones, and it took 2 months to make, costing 1,000,000 yuan. Now, Jiang Xiao had them ruined by Jiang Xiao. "Jiang Xiao, what are you doing?" Jiang Xiaoxiao was furious. She never thought that Jiang Xiao would really dare to embarrass her in front of everyone. Jiang Xiao placed the wine glass in the tray of the waiter. Her posture was naturally elegant, as if she had just been toasting with others and enjoying the wine. Jiang Xiao flicked her long, wavy hair, looking lazy and carefree like a cat that had just woken up. Her voice also had a hint of haughtiness and carelessness. "Please drink up. Don't waste it." After that, Jiang Xiao turned and left. Everyone was puzzled for a moment. It was Jiang Xiaoxiao's companion who reminded her. "Xiaoxiao, just now she just did the action of offering sacrifice to the dead." When she said that, everyone realized what had happened. Just now, Jiang Xiao just held a cup in both hands and drew a circle on the ground, and the posture of pouring the wine on the ground is not the standard action for the Qingming festival and the tomb sweeping day? "Xiaoxiao, is she cursing you to die?" Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Jiang Xiao, who was obviously a parasite, would dare to be so rude to Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was a real heiress. Jiang Xiaoxiao was so angry that her face turned pale. Not only had her $1,000,000 shoes been ruined by Jiang Xiao, she had also been publicly humiliated in such a way. "Jiang Xiao, you stop right there." Jiang Xiaoxiao caught up with Jiang Xiao in a few steps and stood in front of Jiang Xiao in an instant. "Jiang Xiao, how dare you? Don't you know your status and position? If it weren't for me begging my mother, you wouldn't even be here to spend your birthday with me. It's bad enough that you're ungrateful, but you're actually doing this to me." The people around Jiang Xiaoxiao also came over to help. Yes, Xiaoxiao, she splashed your expensive shoes with water, so she should lick them clean. She cursed you on your birthday, she should be made to kneel down and apologize. Xiaoxiao, she dared to hit you in the face. You must teach her a lesson. There were also many people looking over here. Jiang Xiao's smile did not diminish. Under such pressure, she said slowly, Jiang Xiaoxiao, I advise you not to die. I can still make you lose face. Do you want to try? Chapter 52, Killing with Words. Although Jiang Xiao was smiling, but her aura was very cold. She was not afraid at all, and looked at them with the same contemptuous disdain as she would look at a bunch of chickens. This almost provoked the anger of the crowd. Everyone was fanning the flames, urging Jiang Xiaoxiao to teach Jiang Xiao a lesson. But Jiang Xiaoxiao did not make a move. Because she knew the strength of Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao practiced taekwondo when she was a child, and she is said to be a black belt 9th degree. She has never really seen Jiang Xiao's strength. But from past encounters, Jiang Xiaoxiao was also able to judge. She knew she could not defeat Jiang Xiao. Even if they all joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to beat her. Jiang Xiaoxiao is not a fool. She would never actually fight and ruin her carefully prepared birthday party. Jiang Xiaoxiao looked at the time. It was about time. Sure enough, Jiang Xiaoxiao saw a thin figure not far away. A malicious look flashed in Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes. She suddenly smiled at Jiang Ziyu, sister, if the shoes break, they break. I have a lot of $1 million high-end shoes anyway. How could I really care about it with my sister? No one knew why Jiang Xiaoxiao had suddenly changed her attitude. She suddenly raised her hand and waved to the white figure not far away, Sister Xiaoling, I'm here. Hearing Xiaoling's name, Jiang Ziyu reflexively frowned. Jiang Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. Her goal had been achieved. Only a fool would fight with Jiang Xiao head-on. To kill someone, you have to go for the heart. And Xiaoling is undoubtedly the sharpest knife against Jiang Ziyu. On the other side, Xiaoling had already come over. Jiang Xiaoxiao bypassed Jiang Ziyu and walked a few steps to Xiaoling's side. Then she took Xiaoling's arm and walked over to her. Jiang Xiaoxiao led Xiaoling to the crowd. I'd like to introduce you to my good friend Xiaoling. She's a returnee from abroad, just back from studying abroad. The people who didn't know what was going on really thought that Xiaoling was Jiang Xiaoxiao's best friend, and they all greeted her with compliments. In fact, Xiaoling and Jiang Xiaoxiao had never been in touch. This time, she received her birthday invitation card suddenly. After a brief exchange, Xiaoling and Jiang Xiaoxiao quickly reached a consensus. Their goals were the same. They both want Jiang to be disgraced and become a lonely person. Then they are friends. Moreover, Xiaoling now has another goal, which is to make Jiang Xiao divorce Yanfeng. So naturally, she cooperated with Jiang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoling obediently greeted everyone. When it was Jiang Xiao's turn, she added, Xiao, happy birthday. Someone sensed something unusual. She quickly said, Miss Xia and the Jiang family are fake, does Miss Jiang know each other? Jiang Xiaoxiao smiled and said, not only do I know her, we are very close. Seeing Jiang Xiao's face turn as cold as ice, Jiang Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. Indeed, only Xiaoling could really hurt Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao, the show tonight has just begun. Jiang Xiaoxiao deliberately stroked Xiaoling's belly. Xiaoling, how come you're here alone? You're pregnant, and where's your boyfriend? Jiang Xiaoxiao introduced to everyone, Sister Xiaoling's boyfriend is Yanfeng, the heir to the Yan family. Everyone looked at Xiaoling with a bit more envy and flattery. Yan's is one of the top companies in Rongqing. Its subsidiary, Haifeng Construction, is famous nationwide. It turns out that Miss Xia is the young lady of the Yan family. My grandfather's company has a partnership with the Yan family, so I hope you can take care of us in the future. Sister Xia is a blessed person, I really envy her. Everyone began to pay her compliments. Xiaoling politely and humbly responded to the compliments. However, she would occasionally glance at Jiang Xiao. By the way, how many months is Miss Xia's baby? Almost 3 months. Jiang Xiaoxiao said deliberately, 3 months is not yet stable. Sister Xiaoling, you must pay attention to your health. After all, Mrs. Yan's position has many people eyeing it. She also glanced at Jiang Xiao with a hint of meaning. Everyone finally caught a whiff of something. The Jiang and Yan families are among the most prominent in Rongqing, and the two families have been friends for generations. I heard that the Jiang and Yan families had arranged a marriage between their children. But it was also clear that the Yan family would never accept a fake heiress as a daughter-in-law. Jiang Xiao, who had been the Jiang family's golden girl for 20 years, must be familiar with the young master of the Yan family, and she might even have feelings for him. And the young lady in front of them is the girlfriend of the young master. This is going to be a good show. No wonder Jiang Xiao's face changed when Miss Xia appeared. Everyone was flattering Xia Ling even more, just to irritate Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao was too lazy to watch this group of people put on a show. He turned and was about to leave. Then Xia Ling's clear voice rang out, "My boyfriend is here." Everyone looked towards the door of the banquet hall. They saw a handsome man in a suit walking towards them. It turned out to be Mr. Yan. He was indeed handsome and elegant. Unfortunately, he was already taken, and the others could only envy and sigh with regret. When Yin Feng reached the door, he realized something was wrong. He didn't know that this was Jiang Xiaoxiao's birthday party. Although the Jiang and Yin families were friendly. However, Yan's father and mother were extremely fond of Jiang Xiu, so in previous years, when Jiang Xiaoxiao held a birthday party, even if they were invited, they would not go. Instead, they would celebrate Jiang Jiao's birthday at home. But this year, Jiang Jiao left the Yan family, and Yan's mother originally wanted to celebrate her birthday. Jiang Jiao said that she had other plans on her birthday, so Yan's mother didn't insist. Yan Feng also heard Yan's mother casually mention this after dinner. He didn't take it to heart. But he didn't expect to see Xia Ling, Jiang Xiaoxiao, and Jiang Ziyo at the same time at this banquet. Xia Ling had just called her, asking her to accompany her to a friend's birthday party. He didn't think much of it and came over. But he didn't expect that this friend was Jiang Xiaoxiao. Yan Feng had already walked up to everyone. Jiang Xiaoxiao deliberately pushed Xia Ling to Yan Feng's side. "Brother Yan, Xia Ling just said something about you, and now you're here." Yan Feng's face was also very bad. He frowned and glanced at Xia Ling. Xia Ling felt a little guilty. Because this time she lied to him and didn't tell him that it was Jiang Xiaoxiao and Jiang Xiyu's birthday party. I wonder if he will be angry. In the past, Yan Feng would not have been angry, and even in front of everyone, he would have firmly told everyone that she was his girlfriend. Compared to Jiang Xiyu's secretive wife status, she was like standing in the sun in an open and above-board manner. Just like the last time at the Royal Golf Course, he would announce in front of everyone that she was Mrs. Yan. But today, Yan Feng didn't seem very happy. He had a low-pressure aura and his eyes were cold. And after scanning the crowd, his gaze finally settled on Jiang Xiao. Chapter 53. As a mother, her heart is broken. Xia Ling took Yan Feng's arm and called out carefully, "Ah Feng." Yan Feng finally looked away from Jiang Xiao. He looked down at Xia Ling and said in a displeased tone, "When did you and Jiang Xiaoxiao become friends?" Xia Ling knew that Yan Feng hated Jiang Xiao, but he hated Jiang Xiaoxiao even more. She simply didn't like him. Xia Ling quickly explained, "Feng, actually, I came here today because there is something very important." After saying that, Xia Ling looked at Jiang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Xiaoxiao said, "Yes, Yan Feng, today is a big day. I and Xiaoling are like old friends, and I feel that we are especially destined to be together. So I plan to ask my mother to adopt Xiaoling as her daughter." In fact, Jiang Xiaoxiao mentioned this to Yao Shulan last night. But Jiang Xiaoxiao only said that she had a friend with a sad background and wanted her mother to adopt her as a nominal daughter. But she didn't tell Yao Shulan that this person was Xia Ling. After much persuasion, Yao Shulan finally agreed. After hearing the news, Jiang Xiao finally turned completely gloomy. Jiang Xiaoxiao really has the ability to disgust her. But the things Xia Ling did back then were known by both the Jiang and Yan families. She remembered that the Jiang family despised her for her betrayal and for rubbing salt into their wounds. Jiang Xiao knew that Yao Shulan had a grudge against her. But that was because of the grudges of the previous generation. Yao Shulan is not the kind of woman who can't tell right from wrong. On the contrary, Yao Shulan had doted on Jiang Xiao since she was a child, teaching her with great care. She had always done everything in her life, big and small, herself, and never delegated anything to a nanny. Jiang Xiao grew up very happily and had extremely deep feelings for Yao Shulan. This is why Jiang Ziyo couldn't accept the reality back then. Yao Shulan is now a different person. She is still gentle and loving to others, and understanding. She is only mean and critical of Jiang Xiao. But all along, Jiang Xiao still had a little bit of fantasy in her heart. The mother who had raised her for 20 years was still her mother. She hates herself so much, and she hates herself so much, because she has given so much and loved so deeply. Deep down, she must still love her. If she still had the slightest feeling for herself, even if it was only a trace, she would never have adopted Xia Ling as her adopted daughter. Yan Feng was also very surprised. Because of Xia Ling's involvement, Yan's parents and the old man regarded Xia Ling as a snake and a viper. Even if Xia Ling was pregnant with the Yan family's blood, the Yan family would rather abandon their own children than admit Xia Ling. The Jiang family would never recognize Xia Ling as their adopted daughter. After all, Jiang Xiao has been their daughter for 20 years. They couldn't possibly not consider her feelings at all. If that were the case, it would be too cruel to Jiang Xiao. Yan Feng couldn't help but look at Jiang Xiao. Suddenly, he realized that he was actually worried about her. He felt sorry for her. Actually, from Xia Ling's point of view, this is definitely a good thing. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly walked onto the stage in the banquet hall. She took the microphone from the MC. "Everyone, please be quiet. I am Jiang Xiaoxiao. I am very grateful to everyone for coming to my banquet today. I would like to take this opportunity to make an important announcement." The hundreds of people in the ballroom suddenly fell silent. Everyone also moved closer to the stage. The one standing on the stage and speaking is the real daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly pulled a girl in a white dress to the center of the stage. Then she said, "This is my good friend Xia Ling. We have a special bond. On this happy day, the Jiang family will adopt her as a daughter. From today on, Xia Ling is also a daughter of the Jiang family. In the future, please take good care of her." Everyone's faces showed a hint of confusion. Many people were also whispering to each other. "Who is this Miss Xia? She looks very strange. Why did the Jiang family suddenly adopt a daughter? Mrs. Jiang is really a kind-hearted person. She adopted the daughter of her enemy as her adopted daughter, and now she has another adopted daughter. Adopting a daughter-in-law is a happy occasion, but judging from the looks on Mrs. Jiang and Mr. Jiang's faces, they seem more shocked than we are, as if they didn't know about it beforehand." At this moment, Yao Shulan and Zhang Jinhui were standing on the stage. Yao Shulan knew. Last night, Jiang Xiaoxiao asked her to adopt a daughter, but she wouldn't tell her who it was. She just said it was a friend. Yao Shulan didn't expect that this person was Xia Ling. How could she not know Xia Ling's name? 3 years ago, Jiang Xiao slit her wrists because of her. Jiang Xiao and Yan Feng had been childhood sweethearts, but when they were in college, this Xia girl suddenly came out of nowhere. Yan Feng was like a possessed man, completely infatuated with her. Later, although he was forced to marry Xiao, he still ran away with her to a foreign country. In fact, Yao Shulan already knew. Yan Feng and Jiang Xiao had never been officially married. She didn't like Xia Ling, and she despised her methods even more. Jiang's father was even more furious and walked directly over to Jiang Xiaoxiao. He scolded her harshly, "Xiaoxiao, what are you messing around with?" Jiang Xiaoxiao said, "Dad, Mom has already agreed to it." Jiang Xiaoxiao knew that this matter would not work with Zhang Jinhui, so she would cut off the report before the approval. Fortunately, Yao Shulan would not blame her, even if she was a little unhappy. She knew that in the end, Yao Shulan would definitely agree to her plan. Because Yao Shulan feels guilty towards her. On the surface, Zhang Jinhui is the head of the family, but in reality, he listens to Yao Shulan in everything. Jiang Xiaoxiao had already taken Yao Shulan's arm. She whispered, "Mom, so many people are watching. Just say yes. Besides, it's just a nominal adoption. There's no loss. Mom, this is my birthday wish. As long as you fulfill my wish, I'll listen to you in everything from now on." Seeing Jiang Xiaoxiao begging like this, Yao Shulan felt very uncomfortable. Yao Shulan is a smart woman. How could she not see that the reason Jiang Xiaoxiao wanted them to adopt Xia Ling as their adopted daughter is to make Jiang Xiao feel bad? In the past 3 years, she had tried her best to make up for what she had done to Jiang Xiaoxiao. But Jiang Xiaoxiao still sees Jiang Xiao as the enemy who took everything away from her. This is not the first time this has happened. At the wedding of Zhang Jiao and Yin Feng, Zhang Xiaoxiao was unable to attend because she was making a scene. In front of Zhang Xiaoxiao, she had to be mean to Zhang Xiao in order to make up for the wrong she had suffered for so many years. In fact, she was not happy with Zhang Xiao. The daughter she had carefully raised for 20 years was actually Yin Ruyun's tool for revenge. She hated her, and she also blamed Zhang Xiao for her misfortune. But after she calmed down, she also knew clearly that Zhang Xiao was the most innocent. When she slit her wrists. As a mother, her heart was broken. Chapter 54 Zhang Xiao and Xia Ling in high school. During the time that Zhang Xiao was hospitalized, the doctor said that she could not be subjected to any more stimuli. So she didn't dare to appear in front of her, for fear that she would think of it again. But every night when Zhang Xiao fell asleep, she would sneak into the hospital. 20 years of affection, the rose she had carefully cultivated. How could it be broken off so easily? However, she dared not show the slightest trace of it in front of Zhang Xiaoxiao. Her own daughter had been abused by Yin Ruyun and her husband for all these years. She felt so guilty and so sorry for her. Even though she knew that she was narrow-minded and had no education of a lady. But these are not her faults. It was because she didn't protect her and she was secretly switched. Her little princess should have grown up safely and happily, becoming a lady of noble character and talent like Zhang Xiao. But she suffered so much from a young age. Just thinking about it makes her heart bleed. She never expected that Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Xiao could really get along as sisters. Because she knew it was impossible. That was the case with her and Yin Ruyun. It was as if it were a curse, and the tragedy in her life was repeated in the next generation. She only hoped that these two people could live their lives without interfering with each other, even if they never saw each other again. Therefore, she has always tried to satisfy all of Zhang Xiaoxiao's demands, hoping that after she has satisfied her desire for revenge, she will let Zhang Xiao go. Just like back then, after she had taken her revenge on Yin Ruyun, she suddenly felt relieved. She knew that only when all the ill feelings in her heart had been released could she move on. She indulged Zhang Xiaoxiao for 3 years. This is the last time. She would satisfy her one last time. Yao Shulan said to herself. Yao Shulan walked to the center of the stage and stood in front of the standing microphone. Before she spoke, her eyes found Zhang Xiao's position. At this moment, Zhang Xiao was standing below the stage. Her eyes also fell on Yao Shulan's face. But she had no expression on her face, no anger, no resentment, just indifference, as if she were numb. Yao Shulan pinched her fingers and looked away with determination. Then she announced. Yes, Xia Ling has a special relationship with our Zhang family, and we are going to adopt her as our daughter. Yao Shulan didn't say much. The audience began to congratulate her. Zhang Xiaoxiao quickly pulled Xia Ling over. She told her to call someone. Xia Ling was also very excited, and with a sweet voice, she called out carefully, "Godfather, Godmother." Yao Shulan reluctantly responded, but Zhang Jinhui's face was dark and he didn't say anything at all. Then came the tea ceremony. Zhang Xiaoxiao had already arranged everything. After all the various links were over. When Yao Shulan looked down at the audience, found that Zhang Xiao had disappeared. Zhang Xiao turned around and left when Yao Shulan recognized Xia Ling. When Xia Ling called her godmother and godfather sweetly, Zhang Xiao's heart felt like someone had stabbed him with a knife, gouging a bloody hole in him, bleeding profusely. Zhang Xiao's eyes were moist, but she stubbornly didn't cry. She would not shed a tear for them. Zhang Xiao walked to the door and was about to leave. But she was stopped by the security guard at the door. Miss said that today is a happy day, you can't go out. Zhang Xiao's face was cold, get out of my way. For bodyguards surrounded the door like a wall of iron and steel. Second Miss said that you must attend the entire birthday party before you can leave, and she still has a gift for you. Zhang Xiu originally wanted to fight. But she was outnumbered. Especially since she was wearing a skirt. And if she made a scene, that was exactly what Zhang Xiaoxiao wanted to see. Zhang Xiu turned around after all. But she didn't want to see the happy scene over there. She planned to go to the lounge. Halfway down the stairs, someone came running up behind her. Xiao, so you're here. Zhang Xiao turned around, and the person who was walking up the stairs was the last person she wanted to see, Xia Ling. Xia Ling had just been adopted by the Zhang family. How could she not share this good news with her? Xiaoling was standing in front of Zhang Xiao in no time, with the two of them standing on the same step. Xiaoling was as innocent as ever, with a careful expression on her face. Jiao, I've been adopted by the Zhang family as their goddaughter. You're not upset, are you? Zhang Jiao looked at her innocent and shameless face and almost laughed. She looked down on Xiaoling. Xiaoling, put away your innocent face, I feel sick looking at it. A complex emotion flashed in Xiaoling's eyes, like sadness, but also like happiness. But all emotions were fleeting. When she looked at Zhang Xiao, she was still as innocent as a little white rabbit who didn't know the world. Xiao, I come from a bad family. You know my mother. I was abused and tortured since I was a child. I have never had a good day in my life. The luckiest thing in my life was that I met you in high school. Xiaoling's expression was so sincere, and tears glistened in her eyes, as if she was really expressing her deep gratitude. At that time, I was sent to Tongfu International High School, where I was looked down upon by everyone, bullied and teased. It was you who reached out to me and pulled me out of the mud. It was also you who stood in front of me like a shield when I was being attacked. Jiao, you are my benefactor for life. Zhang Xiao's brows furrowed. She didn't understand why Xiaoling suddenly said these things. At that time, it was true. At that time, Xiaoling was always alone in the corner, always walking with her head down, and always the target of bullying and venting. School was like a cruel jungle. Zhang Xiao stood at the top of the pyramid, while Xiaoling was at the bottom. When did she first notice Xiaoling? It was probably one day when Xiaoling didn't go to school on time, and Zhang Xiao, as the monitor, went with the teacher to make a home visit. In a place that looked like a slum. They found Xiaoling's home. The house was in a terrible state, and there was nothing decent in it. Xiaoling's parents were arguing. Xia Xiufen was screaming at Xiaoling's father, cursing and humiliating him in a way that was so vicious it was shocking. Her father, sitting in a wheelchair, was lifeless, like a living dead person. Everything in the house that could be broken was broken. Xiaoling squatted on the ground, her face numb as she packed up the things. As if it was all normal. Later, Zhang Xiao learned that the reason Xiaoling didn't go to school that day was because Xia's father was in a wheelchair and was trying to commit suicide by stopping in the middle of the road. Li Yaojun, I saved you once when you died, and I will save you 100 times if you die 100 times. I just want you to live like me, a life worse than death. Zhang Xiao shuddered when she heard this. Zhang Xiao still vaguely remembers the scene from that year. After Xia Xiufen had finished cursing, she began to vent all her emotions on Xiaoling. She kicked, beat, and pinched Xiaoling. She even took a fire poker and hit Xiaoling on the back. The homeroom teacher hurriedly entered the room to stop her. But Xia Xiufen was crazy and refused to stop. While Xia Xiufen and the homeroom teacher were entangled, Zhang Xiao stepped forward, grabbed Xiaoling's arm, and led her out of the door. Chapter 55 Zhang Xiao, you can never get rid of me. Xiaoling also remembered the scene from the beginning. She was dragged by Zhang Xiao through several alleys. She held her hand tightly. There was also a fragrance on her body, like the fragrance of gardenia flowers, clear and strong. She kept looking at her profile, the sunlight shining on her face. Golden and radiant, as if an angel had descended from the sky. She held her hand tightly, as if she could pull her away from the man-eating cave. Later, they went to a small square nearby. Zhang Xiao invited her to eat KFC. It was the first time Xiaoling had ever eaten KFC. She ate a lot of egg tarts, and she felt that she had never eaten anything so delicious in her life. It was sweet, greasy, and so delicious that she cried. Zhang Xiao watched her eat an entire box of egg tarts, crying as she ate. Suddenly, she grabbed her hand and said, Xiaoling, don't be afraid. I'll take care of you from now on. She didn't ask anything, she just said she would protect her. Later, Zhang Xiao did the same. From then on, whenever anyone bullied Xiaoling at school, Zhang Xiao would fight back. She also helped Xiaoling apply for free boarding school. She temporarily got rid of her crazy mother. She would always give half of whatever nice things she got to Xiaoling. Even on her birthday, she received expensive gifts. Zhang Xiao thought that she had really given her heart to Xiaoling. Even better than Shen Nuo, who had grown up with her since childhood. That's why when she found out about Xiaoling's betrayal, she was so miserable and even hated her. Thinking of the past, Jiang Xiao's heart also ached. Xiaoling, what do you mean by saying this now? Jiang Xiao's mouth curled up in a cold sneer. In fact, I still don't understand why you had to take Yin Feng away from me. Why did you use such despicable means? If Xiaoling really loved Yin Feng, she would compete fairly, even if she openly pursued Yin Feng. She wouldn't have cared. But Jiang Zhio could not accept that the person she truly treated would plot against her in the dark, frame her, and stab her in the back. Xiaoling also said the truth. Because I was jealous. I was jealous of you two walking hand in hand on the playground. I was jealous of him buying you breakfast every morning. I was jealous of the two of you talking about everything, you two, one bright and cheerful, the other handsome and sunny, a perfect match. Xiaoling's eyes changed, becoming somewhat vicious. But I am jealous. You are like leaves and flowers basking in the sunlight, while I am the roots buried deep underground, never seeing the light of day, only enduring the darkness and the gnawing of insects and rodents in silence. Day and night, I am so jealous that I am going crazy. Jiang Xiao did not expect that Xiaoling, who had followed them around all the time, would be in such a state of mind. Jiang Xiao was silent for a moment, then spoke calmly. It's your inferiority complex that's making you this way. Everyone's heart is a seed. It's your choice whether you choose to grow into a tree with leaves and flowers, or to become a root buried in the ground forever. Xiaoling, you're very miserable, but there are people in the world who are even more miserable than you. Are all people as jealous as you are of everything beautiful, and do they extend their knives to their friends who are truly loyal to them? What's the difference between this and the snake in the story of the farmer and the snake? Jiang Xiu was inexplicably sad. Back then, you had good grades and were accepted into a key university. You were no longer the weak and helpless Xiaoling who was manipulated by her mother and had no power to resist. You had already embarked on the broad road of life and could have basked in the sunshine with dignity. But you still chose the most despicable and darkest path. You sacrificed your true feelings and betrayed your friendship. Your life is still dark and hypocritical, but this time, it is the cold and dampness of your own choice. Jiang Xiao looked at Xiaoling and sighed deeply. It's pointless to say this to you now. I don't regret having been good to you. Now, it's your loss to lose me, not mine. The past is like smoke, and Jiang Xiao has already let it go. She didn't want to get involved with Xiaoling anymore. She didn't want to spend any more time or energy on her. Jiang Xiao wanted to leave, but was suddenly pulled by Xiaoling's arm. You can't get rid of me, you never will. Jiang Xiao turned around and tried to shake off Xiaoling's grasping hand. However, before she could make a move, Xiaoling fell backwards. Then she fell down the stairs. Then Xiaoling cried out, clutching her stomach. It hurts, my baby, Jiang Xiao, why did you push me? Jiang Xiao's eyebrows suddenly jumped. A bad feeling came over her. Almost at the same time, a crowd of people came rushing in. Jiang Xiaoxiao rushed to the front. Sister, why are you pushing Sister Xiaoling? Sister Xiaoling still has a baby in her belly. Sister, I know you have a prejudice against Xiaoling, but you can't hurt the baby in her belly. Sister, is it because the child in Xiaoling's belly is Yan Feng's that you can't stand him? A barrage of questions came at her like a hail of bullets. Jiang Xiu instantly realized. She had fallen into a trap. She had fallen into Xiaoling and Jiang Xiaoxiao's trap. She had thought that Jiang Xiaoxiao would embarrass her and make things difficult for her. She thought that Xiaoling had already achieved her goal by making Xiaoling a de facto daughter of the Jiang family. But she never imagined that there was such a big pit waiting for her. Their viciousness was beyond her imagination. Jiang Xiao was surrounded by a group of people. The other people in the banquet hall also heard the commotion and came over. Yan Feng heard Xiaoling's voice and ran over. Through the crowd, she saw Xiaoling lying on the ground, covering her stomach and looking very painful. At this moment, Jiang Xiao stood on the stairs, looking indifferent. Everyone around her was pointing at her, blaming her for pushing the person down. Yan Feng didn't have time to think. He quickly stepped forward and helped Xiaoling sit up. Xiaoling, how are you? I'll take you to the hospital. Xiaoling was still holding her stomach, looking as if she was about to cry. Ah, Feng, I'm fine, it doesn't hurt so much anymore, it's just. Xiaoling looked at Jiang Xiao with tears in her eyes. But I don't know why Zhio pushed me. She still can't stand our child. Xiaoling burst into tears. Ah, phone, if something happened to the baby, I wouldn't be able to live either. Fortunately, God has blessed me. But I'm so scared. I'm so scared that she won't let me go. This isn't the first time. Xia Ling buried her head in Yan Feng's arms and sobbed quietly. Yan Feng looked at Jiang Xio with anger in his eyes. He pointed at Jiang Xio with his finger, almost in a rage. Jiang Xio, you are so vicious. Chapter 56, Jointly Framed. Jiang Xio was speechless. Xia Ling had Jiang Xiaoxiao to help her. Everyone pointed and criticized, and she had already been labeled as the one who pushed the other person. John's father and mother also came to hear the news. Seeing this scene, Jiang Jinhui asked, "What happened?" Jiang Xiaoxiao had already prepared her defense. "Dad, my sister doesn't know why she pushed Xiaoling, but Xiaoling is pregnant." Jiang Jinhui looked at Xiaoling with a gloomy expression. Xiaoling was hiding in Yanfeng's arms and sobbing. Jiang Jinhui's face was very bad. Yanfeng is obviously the husband of Zhio, but at this moment, he is openly embracing another woman in his arms. And this woman is pregnant with Yanfeng's child. Yanfeng was raised by the couple, and was like their own son. She thought that Xiaoling was just a woman who had temporarily lost her mind. But he never imagined things would develop to this point. More importantly, the Yan family informed them that 3 years ago, Jiang Xio and Yanfeng had never even gotten married. Jiang Xio also announced a few days ago that she had completely broken up with Yanfeng and even moved out of the Yan family. It is not known whether Yanfeng and Xiaoling had secretly gotten married a long time ago. And now this woman named Xiaoling has inexplicably become their Jiang family's goddaughter. Jiang Jinhui felt guilty towards Jiang Xio. But according to Jiang Xio's character, who can't tolerate any mistakes, he also felt that it was possible for Jiang Xio to push Xiaoling. Jiang Jinhui had already made up his mind. Today, the dignitaries of Ronqing are all present. He couldn't let the Jiang family lose face. So, Jiang Jinhui walked up to Xiaoling. His voice was cold and he had a sense of oppression. "Xiaoling, are you sure that Zio pushed you on purpose, and not by accident?" Xiaoling looked at Jiang Jinhui with particularly innocent eyes. Tears began to fall. She knew that Jiang Jinhui was trying to settle the matter quietly. In fact, Xiaoling didn't want this matter to become too big and embarrass the Jiang family. After all, she didn't want to be rejected by her godparents just after she had accepted them. Xiaoling's goal was to convince Yanfeng that Jiang Zhio had repeatedly tried to kill her unborn child, thereby destroying Yanfeng's budding feelings for Jiang Zhio. And apparently, her goal has been achieved. Yanfeng now looked at Jiang Xio with extreme disgust and hatred. It was just like 3 years ago. However, she certainly would not let this matter pass lightly. Xiaoling's tears fell like beads from a broken string. After the initial shock, she was suddenly enlightened, and then came disappointment and endless grievances. Finally, it seemed like she had made up her mind. Xiaoling choked and said, "Godfather, you are right. She didn't do it on purpose. She just accidentally pushed me." Jiang Zio took in every nuance of Xiaoling's expression. Now Jiang Zio knew how good Xiaoling's acting skills are. She was able to express the kind of resignation that one feels under pressure. She said that Jiang Zio didn't mean it. But her expression was accusing, saying that she was forced to do it, and that in order to preserve the family's reputation, she was willing to let it go and not care anymore. 1. To let everyone know that she, Jiang Zio, did push her. Second, it shows her willingness to compromise, which is heartbreaking. Third, she also gave Jiang Jinhui face, making him think she was a person of great insight. It was a three-pronged attack. As expected, Xiaoling used her acting skills to win everyone over. Jiang Jinhui's expression softened a little when he looked at Xiaoling, and he even showed a hint of guilt. Yanfeng was even more distressed, and hugged her even tighter. And the people around them were whispering. It seems that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family really pushed her. She has a child in her belly. How could the eldest daughter of the Jiang family be so vicious? Like father, like son. I heard that her biological mother was a murderer and her father was an alcoholic. Her biological mother swapped her daughter for the real daughter of the Jiang family in order to make her daughter enjoy the good life. Now she wants to harm the unborn child of another person. It is true that the badness in her bones is inherited. But why did Miss Jiang push Miss Xia? Don't you know? The Jiang and Yin families had originally arranged a marriage between their children. Miss Jiang liked the eldest son of the Yin family, the one who was now holding Miss Xiaoling. Miss Jiang is obviously jealous, but it is really vicious to kill someone's child because of jealousy. Fortunately, the Jiang family is kind and generous, and they can't bear to abandon their feelings for her. In my opinion, the daughter of such an enemy should have been driven out of the house long ago, so as not to invite trouble and invite disaster. On the other hand, Jiang Jinhui finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Xiaoling say this. Many times, the truth is not necessary. All that is needed is a fig leaf. As long as the victim doesn't care, the matter can be quickly forgotten. But Jiang Xiaoxiao obviously wasn't willing to let Jiang Ziyo off easily. It was hard to come up with such a golden opportunity. How could she be satisfied without burying Jiang Xiyo in the gutter? Dad, now that the three of us are your daughters, how can you be partial? My sister pushed me, so she pushed me. You can't favor her. Jiang Jinhui's chest just let out a breath, but it was blocked again. Jiang Xiaoxiao saw Jiang Jinhui's rapidly darkening face and her heart skipped a beat. He knew that Jiang Jinhui had always been dissatisfied with her. Because she always compares herself to Jiang Xiyo, her talent, her looks, her studies, her demeanor, temperament, and upbringing, in Jiang Jinhui's heart, they are all inferior to Jiang Xiyo. But he never thought about the fact that she was his own daughter. If she had grown up with them, she would have been 100 times better than Jiang Xiyo. Jiang Xiaoxiao knew that Jiang Jinhui cared most about his reputation and the family's honor. So she couldn't let things get out of hand. Jiang Xiaoxiao took a step back and said, at least let your sister apologize to Xiaoling. After all, Xiaoling's baby was almost lost. Jiang Xiaoxiao glanced at Jiang Xiyu, who was still standing on the stairs like a wooden man. It would be more painful for her to apologize to Xiaoling than to kill her. Besides, only she and Xiaoling knew. Jiang Xiyo did not push. She wanted to see how much backbone she had, and whether she would bow her head under the pressure. More and more people were watching. There were more and more voices around. If things continue like this, it is obvious that the Jiang family will soon become the butt of jokes. This is the last thing that Jiang Jinhui wants to see. Compared to the thoughts of their children, he was more concerned about the family's reputation. He just wanted to let this matter pass as soon as possible. Jiang Jinhui turned to Jiang Xiyo and said, Xiyo, although you didn't mean to, you are also responsible for Xiaoling's fall. Come over and apologize, and this matter will be over. How could Jiang Xiyo apologize? She snorted in derision, why should I apologize for something I didn't do? Chapter 57, Torn Skirt, Broken Engagement. There was an uproar below the stairs. There were voices everywhere discussing her. This Miss Jiang is so stubborn, she didn't even step down from the obvious step. She is obviously spoiled by the Jiang family, and she really thinks she is the Jiang family's own blood. She's completely lawless. Mr. Jiang is a decent man, but how did he raise such a daughter who doesn't know how to be grateful? These words reached the ears of Jiang Jinhui. His face had already turned dark. Neither of them is giving him any peace of mind. Can't they first preserve the family's reputation and not make a spectacle of themselves in front of so many people? Jiang Jinhui spoke calmly to Jiang Xiyo. Xiyo, I order you to apologize to Xiaoling. I won't apologize. Jiang Xiyo's voice was still firm. Jiang Jinhui was anxious. For the first time, someone had dared to defy him in public, which was tantamount to slapping him in the face. Everyone was talking about how he had failed to teach his daughter properly and had no authority in front of his children. Jiang Jinhui's voice was very heavy, full of oppression and threat. If you don't apologize today, I will treat you as if you were not my daughter. At this point, the situation was already very serious. The auditorium was silent, and everyone was quietly eating melon, calling the drama of the day one after another really wonderful. Jiang Xiaoxiao was gloating in her heart. She knew that even if she didn't pursue it, Jiang Xiyo wouldn't compromise. She would definitely make a big fuss. At that time, she would be ruined and her father would completely reject her. Jiang Xiyo stood on a high place, looking at Jiang Jinhui with a calm gaze. Since she was a child, she has not been that close to her father. At least compared to Yashulan. In this family, he is the head of the household and also the one who is most hands-off. Her father was always busy with business and socializing. He would buy her expensive gifts, but he rarely spent time with her. But Jiang Ziyo still respected and loved him. Especially after Jiang Xiaoxiao came back, Yao Shulan wanted to cut off ties with her, but Jiang Jinhui stepped in to stop her. And said that Jiang Ziyo would always be the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. She was touched. But that night, she overheard a conversation between Jiang Jinhui and Yao Shulan outside the study. Jiang Jinhui said that if she really kicked her out of the family, it would only make the family a laughingstock. It would be better to let her keep the title of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. To them, it would be no different from having an extra pair of chopsticks. That night, Jiang Jinhui also made a will. All the family property and company shares would be passed on to Jiang Xiaoxiao in the future. At that moment, Jiang Jiao knew that Jiang Jinhui had not kept her because of their father-daughter relationship. It was just to save the family's face. This was also the reason why she had been staying at the Yin family for the past 3 years and rarely came back. She thought she had already forgotten about that incident. She also convinced herself that they had come this far, so why bother about the rest? But the situation that night was just like it is now. Everything was for the sake of the Jiang family's reputation. Her feelings didn't matter, nor did whether she was a Jiang or not. What mattered was not losing face for the Jiang family. However, Jiang Ziyo is no longer the Jiang Ziyo of 3 years ago. She would not be humiliated anymore. Jiang Ziyo slowly walked down the stairs. She walked step by step to Jiang Jinhui. Jiang Jinhui thought she had finally given in and was going to apologize to Xiaoling. His gaze softened a little. But then Jiang Ziyo walked up to Jiang Jinhui. Her expression was calm, but it gave off an extreme sense of oppression. Even Jiang Jinhui's back seemed to have a chill. "Dad, this is the last time I will call you Dad." In ancient times, people would cut off their robes to sever their friendship. Today, I will follow suit. Jiang Xiao turned around and said to everyone. Father does not know his daughter, and daughter does not know her father. I declare that from today on, I, Jiang Xiao, have no more ties to the Jiang family of Rongqing. From now on, I am no longer the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Who cares about this position? Whoever wants it can have it. I have nothing to do with it anymore. Today, I, Jiang Xiao, am tearing off my skirt and breaking off my relationship with my family. Please be my witness. After saying that, Jiang Ziyo tore off the hem of her skirt and tore it off, tearing off a piece of fabric. Jiang Ziyo slammed the fabric on the ground in front of Jiang Jinhui. Jiang Jinhui was so angry that his face turned white. However, Yao Shulan, contrary to her usual behavior, did not scold or curse, but instead her eyes turned red. The people around her were whispering. Tearing off her skirt and breaking off her engagement, Jiang Xiao actually did it. Not to mention, she has quite a backbone. The Jiang family is one of the most powerful families in Rongqing. Is she really willing to give up her identity as a rich and wealthy young lady? I'm afraid that Jiang Xiao has watched too many TV dramas and really thinks she is the heroine of a TV drama, just playing a fake act. She might cry and want to come back tomorrow. Jiang Jinhui didn't expect Jiang Xiao to really go this far. His face was ugly, tearing off the skirt and breaking off the relationship, and it was the adopted daughter of the Jiang family who broke it off. If this gets out, it will be a big joke. Jiang Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. Everything was just as she had hoped, and even more wonderful than she had imagined. Jiang Jinhui pointed at Jiang Xiao with his finger. Jiang Xiao, you don't regret it, don't come back crying tomorrow. Jiang Xiao suddenly knelt down, but her expression remained cold and her look resolute. Seeing Jiang Xiao suddenly kneeling down, Jiang Jinhui thought she was regretting it. But Jiang Xiao suddenly bowed 3 times. Mr. Jiang, these 3 prostrations are to repay you and Mrs. Jiang for raising me. From now on, we are even. After she finished, she stood up and walked towards the door. Jiang Jinhui's face turned white and then red with anger. After all, she had been his daughter for 20 years, and he felt bad that she was really going to leave him. But now he was even more angry that Jiang Ziyo had not given him any face in front of everyone. Jiang Xiao had just run out a few steps when she was suddenly blocked by someone. Jiang Xiao looked up and saw a handsome face. It was Bo Jinxiu. Bo Jinxiu was wearing a suit, tall and slender, with one hand in his trouser pocket, looking casual and carefree. But his face was naturally cold and unearthly. At the moment, he was like a fairy, wandering around the mortal world, looking down on the mortal world's 3,000 fireworks, and casually examining everything. Everyone noticed him. Especially Jiang Xiaoxiao. When she saw Bo Jinxiu, her eyes were filled with joy and excitement. The banquet was already half over, and Bo Jinxiu had not yet arrived. He thought he wouldn't come. He had not broken his promise. He must have been delayed by something important. The thought that he might have cancelled an extremely important job just to come to her birthday party made her whole body jump like a lark. She ran to Bo Jinxiu as if she had wings. Her voice seemed to have a hint of coquettishness. "Prince, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Chapter 58. How much was she wronged? Jiang Xiaoxiao and Bo Jinxiu instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience. All the people present were important figures in Rongqing. No one didn't know the name of the prince. What's more, he is not just any prince, but the son of the richest man in the country, the sole heir to the Bo Group, and the prince of the capital. The capital is not comparable to the small town of Rongqing. Everyone also knows that the reason the prince is in Rongqing is to personally oversee the Paradise Resort project. This Paradise Resort is coveted by not only the construction industry, but also various other fields. This huge project, which is said to be worth $1 trillion, involves all walks of life, and any leak from the prince's fingernails is enough to make his family soar. Every day, many people try their best to get to know the prince. But almost all of them were rejected. But no one expected that the real daughter of the Jiang family was so familiar with the prince. Some noble ladies were jealous. What is the relationship between Miss Jiang heir and the crown prince? How could the crown prince come back to attend her birthday party? Judging from Miss Jiang's shy expression, it was as if she had written the words "I like you" on her face. The Jiang family is really lucky. If Miss Jiang can marry the prince of the capital, then the Jiang family will also rise to the top. I don't think so. Just coming to a birthday party doesn't mean anything. There were all kinds of voices in the crowd. There was a lot of envy and jealousy. Originally, many people were there to see the Jiang family's embarrassment, but now they are both envious and jealous. They have even completely forgotten everything that has just happened. Those around Jiang Jinhui even began to whisper compliments to him. "Mr. Jiang, it seems that you will soon become the father-in-law of the country, as the second young lady and the prince have a friendship. Yes, if the Jiang family is able to get close to the Bo family, don't forget to take care of our old friends. Miss Jiang is really a credit to the family." Jiang Jinhui was flattered by these words and blushed. He walked over to Bo Jinxiu, excited. "I didn't know the prince was coming, so I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Uncle Jiang, just call me Xiao. There's no need to be so formal. The prince is so humble, and he even said not to be formal. Isn't it rumored that he is unruly, arrogant, and aloof, and that nothing is good enough for him?" In front of Jiang Jinhui, he was polite and behaved like an ordinary junior. Of course, there is only one reason for this. It's because of Jiang Xiaoxiao. It seems that Miss Jiang heir has a special relationship with the prince. Jiang Xiaoxiao was also extremely excited. She enjoyed the envious and jealous stares around her. Those were like the best nourishment for her, allowing her self-esteem to swell. She even took the initiative to hold onto Bo Jinxiu's arm. But she was pushed away by Bo Jinxiu. Bo Jinxiu glanced at her with a cold look. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a chill in her heart and tactfully stepped back. Perhaps he is not used to being close to people in front of others. Jiang Jinhui, who was standing nearby, saw this scene and a trace of doubt flashed through his heart. But suddenly, Bo Jinxiu glanced at Jiang Xiu. Then his gaze fell on Jiang Xiu's torn skirt. His gaze instantly turned cold. The tone of his voice when he spoke to Jiang Jinhui also became a little more distant. Bo Jinxiu's voice was indifferent. "Just now, I seem to have missed a good show." Jiang Jinhui noticed that Bo Jinxiu was looking at Jiang Xiu. He thought that Jiang Xiu was in a difficult situation at the moment. The family background of Jiang Xiu made Bo Jinxiu feel that it was rude. So he coldly scolded, "Unfilial and rebellious daughter, haven't you already torn your skirts and broken your ties with our Jiang family? Why haven't you left yet?" When Jiang Xiu heard this, she lifted her foot to walk forward. But she was stopped by the outstretched arm of Bo Jinxiu. Bo Jinxiu calmly said, "Uncle Jiang, forgive me for being nosy, but may I ask what happened?" Bo Jinxiu had originally arrived early today. But he didn't expect to run into Xueqin at the door. He was entangled with Xueqin for a long time, and it was only with great difficulty that he got rid of that piece of gum. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, something as serious as tearing off a skirt and breaking off a marriage had happened. Jiang Xiao's temper is as loose as a cat. How much suffering did she have to endure before she did something like this? A chilling aura emanated from Bo Jinxiu, making everyone around him feel as if the air pressure was dangerously low. Yet every word he spoke was humble and courteous. Jiang Jinhui didn't know why Bo Jinxiu was suddenly so interested in his family's private affairs. He didn't want to bring this up again in public. After all, being disowned by his adopted daughter was not a glorious thing. But when he heard Bo Jinxiu ask, Jiang Xiaoxiao took the initiative to speak. Prince, you don't know, this is my parents' adopted daughter, Jiang Xiao. Today, my parents adopted Xiaoling as their daughter, but my sister was unhappy and in a fit of anger, she pushed Xiaoling, who was pregnant, down the stairs. Fortunately, Xiaoling is fine, and she is kind and doesn't want to argue. Dad just asked my sister to apologize to Xiaoling, and the matter was settled. But my sister not only refused to apologize, she also wanted to break off her relationship with us. Jiang Xiaoxiao added a few embellishments to the story. Jiang Jinhui's face was not looking good either. This is a private matter of the Jiang family. It was the fault of the Jiang's daughter-in-law that the prince was made to laugh. After hearing all this, Bo Jinxiu's aura was already chillingly cold. He had no idea that Jiang Xiao had just suffered such a great injustice. 1,000 people point at you, and 100 mouths cannot defend you. Bo Jinxiu laughed coldly. So that's it. Miss Ya, did Miss Jiang really push you? Bok Jinxiu suddenly turned his gaze to Xiaoling. Xiaoling and Yan Feng had actually just walked over, right behind Jiang Jinhui. Xiaoling was forced by such a dignified gaze and was inexplicably a little nervous. She pretended to be aggrieved. I believe that Zio didn't do it on purpose. Bo Jinxiu's voice was still very cold. Whether it was intentional or not, you mean to say that Miss Jiang pushed you? Xiaoling was a little uneasy. Mr. Bo, what do you mean by asking this question? Bo Jinxiu said, are you sure you're not lying? The word lie was like a label stuck on Xiaoling's body. If it had been anyone else, it would have been fine, but it was the prince that everyone wanted to be close to. His every word naturally carries a lot of weight. There were also various voices of doubt in the crowd. Xiaoling hurriedly said, I'm not lying. I just went up the stairs and talked to Zio for a while. It was probably because she was in a bad mood that she pushed me down the stairs. Many people saw it with their own eyes. This was a trap that she and Jiang Xiaoxiao had planned in advance. And Jiang Xiaoxiao had said that the banquet hall at the Hentang restaurant was for VIPs only, so there were no cameras installed. There can't be any loopholes. Jiang Xiaoxiao also chimed in, I saw it with my own eyes. I was standing not far away and saw my sister deliberately push Xiaoling down the stairs. Not only did I see it, but they all saw it too. The they that Jiang Xiaoxiao was talking about were Jiang Xiaoxiao's followers. Those people had received a lot of benefits from Jiang Xiaoxiao, so of course they would say what she said. That's right, we all saw it. Bo Jinxiu's gaze swept over their faces one by one, and his cold eyes were like a dagger. Chapter 59 Jiang Xiao is a married woman. Jiang Xiaoxiao vaguely sensed that Bo Jinxiu seemed to be favoring Jiang Xiao. Could it be that Jiang Xiao and Bo Jinxiu still have a relationship? Jiang Xiaoxiao remembered that Jiang Xiao had previously done an exclusive interview with Bo Jinxiu. Perhaps that was when the two of them met. But Jiang Xiaoxiao guessed that the two were just friends. After all, Jiang Xiao is a married woman. Jiang Xiaoxiao was not afraid at all. She had already specifically asked the manager of the Hentang restaurant to find out if there were any surveillance cameras installed here. No one saw what happened at the time. She didn't believe that anything would be left behind. In that case, she didn't mind making Jiang Xiao's reputation even worse. Jiang Xiaoxiao said, Prince, you probably don't know that my sister and Xiaoling have a personal grudge. She pushed Xiaoling because she wanted to kill the child in Xiaoling's womb. Bok Jinxiu's face was cold. His voice was cold and indifferent. From what I know of Miss Jiang, she has no reason to do so. There was a murmur of voices again. Now that it has come to this, it is obvious to anyone with eyes that Bo Jinxiu knows Miss Jiang. It seems that he is biased. Jiang Xiaoxiao also noticed it. With his knowledge of Jiang Xiao? What does he know? Jiang Xiaoxiao glanced at Jiang Xiu and snorted, Your Highness, you don't know. My sister has the most reason to do this. My sister likes Yanfeng, and Yanfeng likes Xiaoling, and Xiaoling is pregnant with Yanfeng's child. My sister is jealous and crazy, and she couldn't think straight for a moment, so she went after Xiaoling. The onlookers all looked as if they had suddenly realized something. It turns out that the rumors were true. Everyone turned their attention to the young man. The heir to the Yen group is indeed handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. No wonder Miss Jiang was so crazy about love that she did such a crazy thing. If Jiang Xiao really is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, she is a good match. But she is just a fake heiress, and her family is so despicable. How can she be a good match now? Bo Jinxiu said, "Are you saying that Miss Jiang is only targeting Miss Xia because she covets Mr. Yin?" Of course, Jiang Xiaoxiao couldn't reveal that Jiang Xiao was Yanfeng's wife and Xiaoling was the third party. But she wouldn't say anything so humiliating. She is too proud to say anything. Jiang Xiaoxiao saw this and began to plot recklessly. Of course, Yanfeng is so outstanding, and my sister has always coveted him. Yanfeng and Xiaoling are in love, and my sister has always been trying to be their third party. At this point, Jiang Xiaoxiao didn't care about the Jiang family's reputation. She must make Jiang Xiao a pariah in front of the prince. Bo Jinxiu suddenly laughed. That makes even less sense. How could my girlfriend, Bo Jinxiu, covet another man? His words made the entire audience fall silent. What did the prince mean by that? Even Jiang Xiaoxiao seemed unable to understand. How could Jiang Xiao be your girlfriend? This is absolutely impossible. Bo Jinxiu naturally hugged Jiang Xiao's waist, looked at Jiang Xiao, and his eyes were full of affection. He then looked up, his eyes still filled with tenderness. Are we not a good match? Has anyone ever seen the cold-hearted prince so gentle? The ladies around him saw the melting eyes and almost all of them were captivated. They were filled with undisguised envy of the woman in the prince's arms. Jiang Xiaoxiao couldn't accept it at all. Jiang Xiao is the prince's girlfriend, which is simply a fairy tale. Jiang Xiaoxiao glanced at Jiang Xiao. The jealousy in her eyes was almost uncontrollable, and she almost blurted out, "Prince, have you been deceived by my sister? My sister is a married woman." In just a few seconds, Jiang Xiaoxiao had already made up her mind. Jiang Xiao's face was good, and it was not surprising that the prince was seduced. But the prince must not have known that Jiang Xiao was already married. Therefore, she ruthlessly exposed Jiang Xiao's lie. She had to let Bo Jinxiu see the true face of Jiang Xiao. There was no anger in Bo Jinxiu's eyes, not even a hint of surprise. He asked casually, "Oh? You say my girlfriend has a husband, then may I ask, who is her husband?" This question caught Jiang Xiaoxiao off guard. Today, she and Xiaoling had planned this big drama. Jiang Xiao had already become the mistress who ruined the relationship between Yanfeng and Xiaoling. If everyone suddenly found out that Jiang Xiao and Yanfeng were a legitimate couple, the situation would change instantly. Xiaoling would become the mistress, and she would become an accomplice to the mistress. The Yin family would also be completely humiliated, and the Yin family would not let her go. Jiang Xiaoxiao would never tell the truth. On the other hand, Xiaoling was also nervous, staring at Jiang Xiaoxiao, afraid that this idiot would spill the beans. Fortunately, she still had a shred of reason. Yanfeng's brows were furrowed, and his gaze fell on the hand that Bo Jinxiu had placed on Jiang Xiao's waist. Jiang Xiaoxiao said, "Anyway, my sister is already married, she is not innocent, you must have been deceived by my sister, she is a fox spirit with deep reserves and a vicious mind." Bo Jinxiu's eyes suddenly turned cold. His voice seemed to have a layer of broken ice, with a chill in it. Miss Jiang Er called her sister over and over again, but she slandered her and ruined her reputation. I think Miss Jiang Er is the one who was ill-mannered and malicious. She was publicly labeled by Bo Jinxiu as uncultured and malicious. Jiang Xiaoxiao was shaking with anger. The people around her also began to point at her. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt her face crackle with a slap, and her anger made her insides explode. Jiang Xiaoxiao said in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, although you are high-ranking and powerful, you cannot slander people. Even if my sister is your girlfriend, you cannot ignore the facts and favor her. It is a fact that she pushed Xiaoling. We all saw it. The fact that she could push a pregnant woman is enough to prove that she is a cold-blooded and vicious woman." The corner of Bo Jinxiu's mouth curled up coldly, and his voice seemed to contain a hint of oppression and threat. "Are you sure you saw it with your own eyes? If not, are you slandering and framing me? Miss Jiang Er, you probably don't deserve the crime of framing my girlfriend Bo Jinxiu." Miss Jiang, can you swear to that? Jiang Xiaoxiao felt the pressure and threat. Especially when she saw that cold gaze, it was like a dagger flashing with cold light. But Jiang Xiaoxiao didn't care about anything at the moment. At this moment, she just wanted to crush Jiang Xiao to death. I swear, I saw my sister push Xiaoling. If what I said is a lie, then let the Jiang family go bankrupt, and I, Jiang Xiaoxiao, will live a life of poverty and hardship and die a bad death. Chapter 60. How could a person who had fallen from grace become her? Jiang Xiaoxiao made the most poisonous oath. But she was laughing to herself. She didn't believe in vows. If vows could be taken seriously, there would be countless people struck by lightning every day. So she almost spoke it off the cuff, looking firm and sincere. Jiang Xiaoxiao was sure that Bo Jinshui would not find any flaws. That's why she used an oath, something so intangible and ephemeral, to pressure him. But Bo Jinshui smiled lightly. Very well. I hope that when Miss Jiang Er takes her oath in the future, she will remember what she said today. Bo Jinshui picked up his phone and made a call. He called the general manager of Hentang and asked him to come over immediately. 5 minutes later, Huang Ku, the general manager of Hentang, came running in. The crowd surrounded the area, and everyone was so excited that they couldn't help but blink. Although Miss Jiang had been shouting, she was actually trembling all over, and the expensive jewelry could not hide her embarrassment. In contrast, Miss Jiang. Today she should have been the most miserable and disheveled person, but from the moment she tore her dress and broke her engagement, the strength and decisiveness that came from her bones was hard to ignore. Especially now, although she is silent, her calm demeanor and the elegance and nobility that radiates from her bones, along with the torn dress on her body, seem to have become a unique design treasure, not at all out of place, but instead bursting with a different kind of beauty. Huang Ku had already walked over to Bo Jinshui in a panic. Your Highness, is there something you need from me? Jiang Xiaoxiao looked at Manager Huang from Yunding and thought it was ridiculous that he was here. Bo Jinshui was really good at bluffing. What's the point of calling Huang Ku over? Even if the police came, it wouldn't help. There is no surveillance here, they won't find any evidence. Bo Jinshui said, Manager Huang, turn on the eagle eye system. Huang Ku was slightly stunned, as if he was a little curious. The prince knew about the eagle eye system. But he hesitated. Prince, this is not in line with the rules. I can't take responsibility for this. Bo Jinshui said lightly, the Bo family owns 50% of the shares in Hentang. Although I don't participate in the management of Hentang, I am still a shareholder of Hentang. As the largest shareholder, I think I have the right to do this. Huang Ku was very surprised. The company does have a mysterious largest shareholder, but no one knows except for the chairman and vice chairman. He holds a large number of shares in the group, and the Hentang restaurant is just the tip of the iceberg. This major shareholder has always been the most mysterious and legendary presence in the Hentang group. But I never thought that this person was the prince of the Bo family. However, it is not surprising that it is him. Huang Ku immediately said respectfully, I will do it right away. Most of the people around him still had a dumbfounded expression on their faces. What is the eagle eye system? I've never heard of it. The prince is actually the major shareholder of Hentang, so the world really is all Bo's. I've heard of the eagle eye system. It's the most advanced surveillance system in the country's military. To put it simply, it's a 360-degree, all-encompassing surveillance system. Ordinary surveillance can only be carried out in a limited area, but the eagle eye system has no restrictions on time or space, and can retrieve high-definition surveillance of anyone, anywhere, at any time. Oh my God, there is an eagle eye system installed here, so all of our movements are being monitored? The Hentang ballroom is usually used to entertain high-level national officials or foreign dignitaries, so it's not surprising that it has an eagle eye system. Jiang Xiaoxiao listened to the surrounding discussions and was full of disbelief. What the hell is the eagle eye system? She had never heard of it. She had clearly confirmed with security that there was no surveillance in this banquet hall. How could a 360-degree surveillance system suddenly appear? Jiang Xiaoxiao still refused to believe it. But when Xia Ling and Jiang Xiao's figures were projected onto the big screen in the banquet hall in crystal clear detail, Jiang Xiaoxiao was completely dumbfounded. Their conversation was also displayed word by word. Xia Ling, to this day, I don't understand why you had to take Yin Feng away from me, using such despicable means. Because I was jealous. You were like leaves basking in the sun, while I was the roots buried deep underground. I was so jealous that I went crazy. It was your own choice to take the path of wielding the butcher's knife against a friend who truly loves you. You sacrificed your true feelings and betrayed your friendship. It's pointless to say this to you. I have no regrets about being good to you. Jung Seo, you can never get rid of me, never. Everything that happened at the time, all the truth was completely revealed to everyone. In the video, as Xiaoling said this, she suddenly grabbed Zhang Zio's arm. Then she leaned back, took a few steps, and fell to the ground. Then the screen shows Xiaoling screaming to attract the attention of the people around her, and then the scene of accusing Zhang Zio of pushing people. The screen stops here. The entire banquet hall was eerily quiet. This eagle eye system is truly extraordinary. The projected images were all in 3D, as if everything was really happening in front of them. At this moment, the truth is clear. Zhang Xiu never pushed Xiaoling. Instead, Xiaoling deliberately fell down the stairs to frame Zhang Zio, and then cried out for help. And from their conversation, everyone could also hear some clues. It turns out that Miss Xiaoling used despicable means to snatch Mr. Yan from Miss Zhang's hands? Miss Zhang is so beautiful, I wonder what she did to make Mr. Yan give up such a beautiful woman. Judging from her bulging belly, it's obvious what she did. I didn't expect that Miss Zhang and Miss Xiaoling were friends in high school, and that Miss Zhang had helped her so much, but she stole her boyfriend. From beginning to end, Miss Zhang has been so honest and upright, but I never imagined that Miss Xiaoling, who looks so innocent and weak, is actually such a malicious person. Miss Zhang Er is obviously an accomplice, and she even said that she saw it with her own eyes, making such a poisonous oath, not afraid that it will come true. Not only that, she made the Zhang family adopt Miss Xia as their adopted daughter, just to make Zhang Erjia feel sick. No wonder Zhang Erjia tore her skirt and broke off the relationship. Who would have thought that the real daughter of the Zhang family was a black-hearted person? It is said that she was raised by a murderer in the slums. Such a despicable tactic is really unimaginable for ordinary people. The Zhang family is in her hands, and I am afraid it will be defeated. People started to gossip and point their fingers. Zhang Jinhui and Yao Shulan were also extremely confused by this scene. They really thought that Zhang Xiao had pushed Xiaoling, but they didn't expect that it was a joint plot by Zhang Xiaoxiao and Xiaoling. Yao Shulan looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao with cold eyes for the first time. Everyone was laughing at the Zhang family. Zhang Xiaoxiao stood there, feeling dizzy and confused. This whole debacle was originally planned for Zhang Xiao, and she didn't understand how it ended up happening to her. Chapter 61. My girlfriend is weak and can't carry the pot. Zhang Xiaoxiao was extremely unhappy. It was as if a snake was coiling, twisting, and rolling, as if it were about to crawl out of her chest. Her fingers were clenched, and her fingernails were already digging into her flesh. Anger and embarrassment made her lose control of her body, and her shoulders shook violently. She was like an arrow at the end of its flight, shouting at the screen, "It's all fake! It's all fake! Zhang Zio set me up!" She shouted hysterically at the crowd. But everyone looked at her with even more strange eyes, as if they were looking at a madman. Some even took a few steps back in disgust. Zhang Jinhui finally couldn't stand it anymore. He took a step forward and slapped Zhang Xiaoxiao in the face. "Zhang Xiaoxiao, haven't you caused enough trouble? You have completely ruined the reputation of the Zhang family." Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly became quiet. Tears poured down her face. She didn't understand how things had come to this. Zhang Jinhui apologized with a red face. "I'm sorry, my two daughters are making a fuss and making a fool of everyone." Zhang Jinhui said, "Today's incident was a misunderstanding of my eldest daughter, Zhang Xiao. I think my youngest daughter was also deceived by outsiders. As for the previous incident of the Zhang family adopting a daughter, let's just pretend it never happened. Naturally, the Zhang family would not adopt a person with ill intentions and ulterior motives as a daughter." Zhang Jinhui had already walked up to Xiaoling. "Miss Xia, please leave. We don't welcome you in the Zhang family." Xiaoling was already at a loss. She never imagined that what she had done would be made public, and it was like stripping her clothes off and publicly torturing her. Today, she had planned to use wrestling to put a vicious label on Zhang Xiu and completely destroy Yanfeng's illusions. But now, the hat has been put on her head instead. She had long since stopped caring about what others thought. She had been humiliated by her mother since she was a child, and during her adolescence, she was even stripped naked and tied to a tree by her mother and beaten. The whole alley came to watch, like watching a monkey show. From that time on, she had long since lost her self-respect and sense of shame. What she really feared was that after seeing all this, Yan Feng would rekindle his love for Jiang Xiao. She was afraid that they would get back together. She had worked so hard for so many years to completely separate the two of them. Xia Ling looked up at Yan Feng. Yan Feng's gaze was always on Jiang Xiao. He appeared calm, but Xia Ling could see that a storm was brewing in his eyes. Jiang Jinhui looked at Yan Feng and Xia Ling's appearance as a couple and was also angry. If it weren't for this guy abandoning Xiao and taking on this demon, today's embarrassing situation would never have happened. Jiang Jinhui simply gave the order to evict them. As for you, Mr. Yan, I won't try to stop you. Yan Feng finally looked away from Jiang Xiao and Bo Jinxiu. He looked down at Xia Ling. His eyes were cold. He didn't say a word, turned around, and walked towards the door of the banquet hall. Xia Ling also chased after him. He chased the two of them away. Jiang Jinhui's face finally looked a little better. He walked up to Jiang Xiao and said softly, "Xiao, it was my fault for misunderstanding you." Then he turned to Jiang Xiaoxiao and said coldly, "Xiaoxiao, come here and apologize to your sister." Jiang Xiaoxiao covered her face and walked over with her teeth clenched. She knew that there was no turning back, and at this moment, she had no choice. "I'm sorry, sister. Actually, I was just joking with you." Jiang Xiaoxiao reluctantly apologized. Jiang Jinhui also stepped in to smooth things over. "Xiu, your sister didn't grow up with us, so she doesn't have the upbringing and poise of a lady. She just made a stupid mistake out of anger. As her older sister, forgive her once. After all, we're all family, so what's there to really hate?" Jiang Xiao has been silent since the appearance of Bo Jinxiu. She looked calm, like an observer watching from the sidelines. Her voice was cold and distant. "She was joking with me, but I'm not joking. Mr. Jiang, I'm no longer related to your family, and I don't accept your so-called apology. What Xiaoxiao Jiang did to me today, I will definitely repay in the future, so there's no need for her to apologize to me." Jiang Xiao has finally seen through it today. When she was misunderstood, they never for a second suspected that she was being wronged. They just wanted her to apologize and let the matter go, afraid of losing face for the Jiang family. Now, even though they know she was framed, they want to gloss over the whole thing with a simple apology, and then continue to maintain the hypocritical and disgusting appearance of a happy family. Even Jiang Jinhui's words implied that Jiang Xiaoxiao's lack of upbringing was because she had not grown up with them, and that it was because she, Jiang Xiao, had taken her place as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family that she had become like that. In the end, it is all her fault. After Jiang Xiao had completely lost all illusions about family affection, she would no longer accept their moral blackmail. Jiang's father said with a restrained emotion, "Xiu, although you are not my biological child, we have taken care of you since you were a baby. Xiao Xiao is like this because her biological parents abused her since she was a child. Growing up in such an environment is also pitiful. Can't you see that she has suffered so much for you, and you have enjoyed so many years of happiness, so you shouldn't be so picky with her?" Jiang Xiao smiled. "Mr. Jiang, that's an interesting point. I was just a baby when I was born. What could I do? When the two children were switched, didn't you, as their guardians, have any responsibility? At the very least, it was Yin Ruyun who did it, not me. I climbed into your Jiang family. You should go after her, not put all the blame on me for what Xiaoxiao Jiang lost. Besides, I believe in karma. The children were switched because of your actions, but the bitter consequences are being placed on my shoulders. In the end, I am also a victim of this incident. After it happened, you were all false and insincere to me. If this is the happiness you are talking about, then I hope it all goes to Jiang Xiaoxiao. Mr. Jiang, I have nothing to do with the Jiang family anymore. As I just said, starting today, we owe each other nothing and have nothing to do with each other." Jiang Zhio's words were like pearls, and Jiang Jinhui was shaking with anger. That girl is really rebellious. But suddenly, Bo Jinxiu took Jiang Xiao in his arms. "Mr. Jiang, my girlfriend is weak and cannot bear the burden of your dumping." Chapter 62. Everyone went to celebrate Jiang Xiao's birthday. Bo Jinxiu said coldly, "In that case, we will leave first." After saying that, Bo Jinxiu walked out of the banquet hall with Jiang Xiao in his arms. After walking for a while, they stopped again. Bo Jinxiu suddenly turned around and spoke to the people around him. Everyone, today is my girlfriend's birthday, and I have also set up a banquet in the banquet hall on the 88th floor of Hentang. If you don't mind, you can come with us. Everyone who comes to the banquet today is a VIP. The crowd immediately became agitated. Who wouldn't give face to the prince's personal invitation? Many people want to curry favor with him, but they don't have this opportunity. Suddenly, many people have already come forward. Prince, let's go celebrate Miss John's birthday. I'm going. Me too. The 88th floor of the Hentang Hotel is said to be a banquet hall for state leaders, which is never open to the public. I heard that the view from there is like the Cheongyao CND, so I have to go see it. The guests of the Zhang family immediately followed Bo Jinxiu and swarmed out. Within 5 minutes, the once lively banquet had become scattered and nearly deserted. The only ones left were a few of the Zhang family's closest relatives. They walked over to Zhang Jinhui and sighed. The son of a wealthy family is actually Xiaoyou's boyfriend. This is supposed to be a great fortune, but why did the relationship suddenly end? Xiaoyu has been an excellent student since she was young, and she has a talent for design. Didn't she write all those award-winning works for King Benjia? The designs of the company now are not up to par. Although she hasn't designed products for the company in recent years, she still designs works to replace the company's participation in Milan every year. Now it's summer fashion week again. With the relationship so bad, will she still help the company participate in the exhibition? If we had married into the Bo family, our Jiang family would have been able to rise to the top in one step and never have to worry about anything for 1,000 years. The cooked duck was right on the tip of our tongue, but it flew away. What a shame. Zhang Xiaoxiao listened to these uncles and aunts pounding their chests and wringing their hands in despair. She angrily said, "What's so great about Zhang Xiao? Do you think the prince really likes her? She's a married woman. The prince must have been fooled by her. When he finds out that he's been played by Zhang Xiao, do you think he'll ever look at her again? Also, I can also represent the company to participate in the Milan fashion design competition this time. I don't believe I will lose to her Zhang Xiao." Bo Jinxiu is blind now, but he will soon come to his senses. I am Bo Jinxiu's personal secretary, and I see him every day. I can help him climb the social ladder. Shut up. Zhang Jinhui finally couldn't stand it anymore. Zhang Xiaoxiao, you still have the face to speak here. Today, the Zhang family has lost face all because of you. You went to the Milan fashion design competition in place of Xiaoyu, with your mediocre designs? You're already a disgrace in China, but you want to disgrace yourself abroad as well? Look at you now. You can't even hide your small-time temperament with all those designer clothes. Look at your sister, and then look at you. Your mother has hired so many etiquette teachers over the years, and you've turned out like this. You're not allowed to go anywhere recently. Stay at home and don't embarrass me. Zhang Xiaoxiao was stunned. Although Zhang Jinhui had not been so close to her since she had returned 3 years ago, he had always been kind and tolerant, and had never scolded her so harshly. He had clearly said that she had a talent for design, and that's why he had arranged for her to work in the design department. In his eyes, none of the works she designed were good enough. Zhang Xiao was in such a mess today, but in their eyes, she was still not as good as one of their fingers. Zhang Jinhui really despised her from the bottom of his heart. No matter what she does, she can't compare to Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiaoxiao's tears also flowed out. She looked at Yao Shulan. If it were before, she would have rushed out to defend herself. But at the moment, she stood by and watched Zhang Jinhui viciously scold and humiliate her, without saying a word. Yao Shulan's eyes were vacant, as if she were thinking about something else. She was humiliated by Zhang Jinhui, but she didn't even care. She must be thinking about Zhang Xiao. She must also feel that she is inferior to Zhang Xiao in every way. The reason they regret it is because Zhang Xiao has now climbed the high branch of the prince. If she were the girlfriend of Bo Jinxiu now, then at this moment, it would be her, Zhang Xiaoxiao, who would be praised, approved of, and held up to the heavens. She will definitely become Bo Jinxiu's girlfriend. No matter what means. Zhang Xiao, I will never lose to you. The other side. After Xia Ling left, she kept chasing after Yan Feng. Yan Feng was walking too fast, completely ignoring Xia Ling, who was lagging behind. Xia Ling looked at his back with boundless anger and indifference. Xia Ling was scared. She had always been the perfect, generous, and kind image in Yan Feng's heart. Today, he saw her frame Jiang Xiao. What would he think? After chasing him to the parking lot, Yan Feng opened the car door and got in. Then he drove off without caring about Xia Ling. Xia Ling ran after him, calling out Yan Feng's name. Yan Feng saw Xia Ling's thin and lonely figure in the rearview mirror. He was extremely irritated. Suddenly, Xia Ling tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. Yan Feng also slammed on the brakes. He got out of the car and ran all the way to Xia Ling's side. Xia Ling saw Yan Feng coming back. She looked up, her face already wet with tears. Ah Feng, I was wrong. Forgive me once, will you? Xia Ling trembled all over and clutched Yan Feng's wrist pitifully. Ah Feng, I love you too much. I'm so afraid that you'll go back to Zio's side. I know you two have been childhood sweethearts, and I know that you haven't completely let her go. I thought I wouldn't care, but I found that I couldn't do it. I was so scared, that's why I did this. Ah Feng, without you, I and the child can't live. Forgive me this time, okay? Looking at Xia Ling's terrified eyes, as if the sky and earth were collapsing. She always regarded him as a god. Yan Feng's gaze finally softened a little. But his voice was still cold. Xia Ling, this is not the first time. Last time you used Vivian to frame Zio, I already forgave you once. And what's on your computer, Xia Ling? You've let me down too much. Xia Ling's eyes flashed with obvious shock. He had actually looked at her computer. He must have deciphered her login password. Xia Ling's eyes flashed with a strange look. Would he find anything? But none of that mattered now. Xia Ling's tears gushed out. Feng, I admit that I did all this, I deliberately framed Zio, but it's all because I love you. I'm so afraid of losing you. Zio is so much, but I only have you, and our baby. I can't lose my dad before it's even born. Ah Feng, for the sake of the baby, please forgive me. Forgive me just once, okay? Chapter 63, 14-year-old Xia Ling and Jiang Xiao. Xia Ling mentioned the baby in her belly. Yan Feng's expression finally softened. His gaze fell on Xia Ling's slightly swollen belly. You fell twice today. Are you okay? Xia Ling was still half lying on the ground, covering her stomach with one hand. Ah Feng, my stomach hurts a little. Yan Feng quickly helped her up. Later, Xia Ling sat in the passenger seat of the car. Yan Feng's face still didn't look very good. It seemed that she was still restraining her emotions. Xia Ling, for so many years, I always thought I knew you well, but today, I realized that you were so strange to me. Is it possible that the meekness, kindness, and simplicity you show me are all fake? Xia Ling, you feel so strange to me now. Xia Ling lowered her head and tears fell down in large drops. Anyone who saw this pitiful look would feel sorry for her. Yan Feng casually took a tissue and handed it to her. Xia Ling took the tissue, looked at Yan Feng carefully, and then quickly lowered her head. Xia Ling took the tissue and spoke in a hoarse voice. Ah Feng, I grew up in a place like Yenyu Lane. If I were really only gentle, kind, and simple, I would have died 1,000 times already. Yan Feng's eyes moved. The name of the rainy lane sounds nice. But it is actually a slum on the edge of Rongqing, where violence, bloodshed, and all kinds of shady and dirty dealings are rampant every day. He knew about Xia Ling's past, but he had never asked her about it in detail. Xia Ling continued to cry as she said, My mother is a lunatic and my father is disabled. Since I can remember, my mother has tortured me and my father in every way. I don't have my own room. Since I was little, my clothes, shoes, and even my school bag were all picked up from the garbage dump. I feel that nothing in this world belongs to me, and I don't deserve to have anything beautiful. Her voice was filled with despair, as if it could drag people into that miserable situation, breaking people's hearts. When I was 14, I saved up for half a year by picking up trash, and then secretly bought a dress in a clothing store. The dress was white, with white lace on the neckline and sleeves. I loved it so much that I hid it under my bed and would secretly take it out to wear when my parents weren't home. One time, my mother came home early and caught me wearing the brand new white dress. She insisted that I had stolen the money to buy it. I will never forget that day. Xia Ling lowered her head, tears falling down in big drops, and her shoulders shaking more and more violently. She stripped me naked and tied me to a tree in the yard. She cut the white dress into rags with scissors in front of me, then set it on fire, and then took a belt and beat me over and over. It was in the afternoon, and many people came to watch the commotion. I was already 14 years old at the time, and I was beaten all over my body until I was covered in blood. I was like a monkey being watched by a crowd of people. They didn't stop, they just watched the fun, pointed at me, and those disgusting colored eyes, they laughed, clapped their hands, and encouraged my mother to hit me harder. I fainted several times. Yan Feng's heart was pulled when he heard Xia Ling say these things. He knew that Xia Ling's family was poor and that Xia Xiufen always beat and scolded her. But he never imagined that she had experienced such a cruel thing in her life. Yan Feng couldn't help but think of Jiang Xiao. What was Jiang Xiao doing when she was 14? Yan Feng remembered that when Jiang Xiao was 14 years old, she spoke at the United Nations as a representative of Chinese students. She spoke in fluent English throughout the speech, winning applause from the audience from all over the world. At the age of 14, she was the lead in a ballet performance at the Paris Opera House, and was immediately selected by the Royal Ballet. However, she turned down the royal invitation because she thought British food was too bad. At the age of 14, Zhang Jiao had countless beautiful princess dresses, expensive jewelry, and was held in the palm of everyone's hand, shining with a bright light and youthful vitality. Xia Ling and Jiang Xiao are like the two extremes of life. One shines in the clouds, the other struggles in the mud. Sympathy and compassion took over his rationality, and Yan Feng's expression had completely softened. He turned sideways and took Xia Ling into his arms. His voice was tinged with a hint of compassion. Xia Ling, that was all in the past. Your future will not be any worse than Jiang Xiao's. Xia Ling leaned on Yan Feng's shoulder, looking pitiful. Feng, I know I'm not good enough for you. It's like that white dress. I want to get close to you, but I have to pay a huge price. But you are the best thing in my life, a ray of light in my dark life. No matter what the price, I will not allow anyone to take you away. I know that you and Zio have been childhood sweethearts, and you haven't completely let go of the feelings you had for so many years. I was so afraid that your old feelings would be rekindled that I was temporarily confused and did something like this. Xia Ling straightened up and looked at Yan Feng's eyes with teary eyes. Ah, Feng, I love you. No one in this world loves you more than I do. Looking at Xia Ling's eyes, he was almost reverent. He tightly embraced Xia Ling in his arms. He loved Xia Ling. Because only Xia Ling treated him like a god, looking up to him, worshipping him, and adoring him madly. Her carefulness made him feel like the best person in the world. In front of Jiang Xiao, however, he could only be inferior and even had to please him. Xia Ling saw that Yan Feng had lost all his arrogance. All that was left in his eyes was pain. She felt that this was the perfect opportunity. She leaned against Yan Feng's chest, her voice soft like a newborn kitten. She looked carefully at Yan Feng's face. Then she said, Ah Feng, you and Siyu have divorced. Can we live a good life together? I don't care if people call me a mistress, and I don't care about the position of Mrs. Yan. I only care if you still love me. You and Siyu have a relationship, and I am always afraid and terrified. I am afraid that you will reunite, and when that happens, you will be husband and wife. What should I do with my baby? When she mentioned Jiang Xiao, Yan Feng's eyes darkened. The name Jiang Xiao was like a stone weighing on his heart. With every heartbeat, he felt uncomfortable. Although he and Jiang Xiao were not legally married. But in Yan Feng's heart, Jiang Xiao was his wife, the woman who belonged to him. This is also the reason why he didn't want to tell Xia Ling that he and Jiang Xiao had never been married. That piece of paper doesn't mean anything. He and Jiang Xiao are husband and wife. Therefore, he could not give Xia Ling a secular identity. The thought that Jiang Xiao was involved with Bo Jinxue made the stone in his heart seem like a 1,000-pound weight, suffocating him. Chapter 64. Why are you doing this to me? Xia Ling saw Yan Feng and didn't say a word. But her eyes were deep and seemed to be thinking about something. Xia Ling continued, besides, Xiao has long wanted to divorce you. She has now hooked up with Bo Jinxue, and she no longer cares about the position of Mrs. Yan. She said she doesn't want you anymore, that she's giving you to me, and she even signed a divorce agreement for me. She can't wait to throw herself into the arms of the prince. Xia Ling whispered, you know she is a woman like this. When she has a better choice, she will definitely leave you again. Xia Ling said that tonight, when Bo Jinxue suddenly appeared and announced that Jiang Xiao was his girlfriend, he had some understanding of her. Jiang Xiao is a clean freak. Yan Feng was her childhood sweetheart and her first love. Even though she knew that Yan Feng had betrayed her, she still insisted on marrying him. In addition, over the years, she and Yan Feng were abroad, and she didn't retaliate against them despite her hot temper. Xiaoling knew that Zhang Jiao had been waiting for Yan Feng. So she has been putting up with it, not wanting to make things absolutely impossible, for fear that there would be no turning back with Yan Feng in the future. Zhang Xiao has always been a person who cannot tolerate any mistakes. The only reason she can be so patient is that she loves Yan Feng too much. So she would never cheat on him. As for Bo Jinxiu, he must have become friends with Jiang Xiao after the last interview. When he came today, he happened to see Jiang Xiao in such a desperate situation. Probably out of a sense of justice, he didn't stand by and watch. She absolutely did not believe that Jiang Xiao and the prince had any romantic entanglements. Because it has been less than a month since they met during the interview. Yan Feng listened to Xiaoling's words, but quickly realized that something was wrong. His eyes were deep and he let Xiaoling go. He asked with a calm face, "Did Jiang Xiao sign a divorce agreement to you?" Xiaoling quickly took a document out of her bag. She had been preparing this document since the day she spoke with Jiang Xiao. Now was the perfect opportunity. Jiang Xiao had clearly said that as long as Yan Feng signed the divorce agreement first, she would sign it. But Xiaoling knew that Yan Feng would not sign because he was under pressure from his parents and his grandfather. It was precisely because Jiang Jiao was sure of this that she was so confident. But what if Yan Feng thought that Jiang Jiao had already signed? With his pride, he might just sign it. Even if he would regret it later. So, she used a special pen that could erase the writing, imitated Jiang Xiao's handwriting, and signed the agreement first. After Yan Feng signed it, she gave the divorce agreement with Yan Feng's name to Jiang Xiao. Then, most likely, Jiang Xiao would sign it as well. This was her plan. Fortunately, she was best at imitating Jiang Xiao's handwriting. The diary was able to successfully deceive Yan Feng by imitating Jiang Xiao's handwriting. This was also an important event that led to the separation of Yan Feng and Jiang Xiao. Yan Feng picked up the divorce agreement and flipped straight to the end. Sure enough, he saw Jiang Xiao's signature on it. His heart was pounding, as if something was about to jump out of his chest. Jiang Xiao could not have signed such a divorce agreement. Because they never got married, there was no need to go through any divorce procedures. Moreover, Jiang Xiao had already unilaterally announced their breakup and even moved out of the Yin family residence. But Xiaoling didn't know any of this. Now, there is only one possibility. That is, Xiaoling, without knowing this, drafted a divorce agreement on her own, wanting him to sign it before forcing Jiang Xiao to sign it. In this way, in Xiaoling's opinion, the goal of getting them to divorce was achieved. This is obviously a carefully planned scam. If he really got married to Jiang Xiao, then he would have mistaken that the other party had signed the divorce agreement first, and with their pride, they would definitely sign it. Yan Feng's fingers tightly gripped the divorce agreement. He almost squeezed the document into a strange shape. Xiaoling is lying to him again. But that's not the most important thing right now. Yan Feng's eyes were fixed on the signature of Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao's handwriting was very distinctive because she had studied under a famous teacher since she was young, and she learned to write in running script. As a result, her handwriting later combined the elegance of regular script with the fluidity of running script, creating a personal style that was very easy to recognize. Yan Feng grew up with her. Jiang Xiao's handwriting is immediately recognizable. And this signature is indeed completely in line with Jiang Xiao's personal style. Including the final dot, which is always slightly hooked, and the angle and force are exactly the same. But Jiang Xiao could never sign her name. Xiaoling saw Yan Feng's face turn extremely ugly. Her deep eyes were surging with emotions, unpredictable. Xiaoling was unsure whether Yan Feng would sign the contract. But now, she had no turning back. Xiaoling grabbed Yan Feng's arm. "Feng, Xiao has already signed. For the sake of our child, you should sign too. A child needs a legitimate father." Yan Feng finally looked up, staring at Xiaoling with a dead gaze. The strange, distant look made Xiaoling's heart jump. She could even feel Yan Feng's suppressed, restrained anger about to erupt. Yan Feng's voice was cold and terrifying. "Xiaoling, are you sure that this is really signed by Jiang Xiao himself?" Xiaoling was momentarily stunned. Why would Yan Feng ask such a question? Xia Ling's expression was serious and even innocent. It was hard to suspect that she was lying. Xia Ling said, "She signed in front of me and didn't hesitate when writing her name." Yan Feng looked at Xia Ling's eyes. Something in his heart seemed to be about to break through the ground. He seemed to have guessed something. He suddenly remembered the last time he was drunk and talked to Zhang Xiao about the diary. Zhang Xiao asked him to produce the diary for confrontation. She was so open and honest, not the slightest hint of guilt. He was moved to think that Zhang Xiao was so good at pretending. But now it seems that it is very likely that she really didn't know. Xia Ling could imitate Zhang Xiao's handwriting almost exactly. It is very likely that the entries in the diary were also imitated by Xia Ling. Yan Feng suddenly realized. He felt his blood rushing back up, his heart pounding in his chest, and his chest feeling as if it was about to explode. The veins on his forehead bulged, his temples throbbed, and he looked at Xia Ling, who was as simple as a rabbit. Yan Feng suddenly felt foolish, like an old ox being led by the nose. It turned out that for so many years, he had been manipulated by Xia Ling's emotions and brainwashed. At the moment, she looked innocent, with dried tears still on her face, looking weak and pitiful. Yan Feng looked at these innocent and hypocritical eyes and suddenly became furious. He raised his hand and grabbed Xia Ling's neck. "Xia Ling, I've been so good to you, and you've done this to me." Chapter 65. Yan Feng is crazy. Xia Ling suddenly felt her neck being grabbed. She didn't react for a moment. She didn't know why Yan Feng had suddenly changed his attitude when he was fine just a moment ago. But she had never seen Yan Feng like this before. Yan Feng is a second-generation rich man, but he is proud of his family's reputation and bearing. What is even more commendable is that he is humble and gentle with others, hard-working and motivated, and does not have the vices of those second-generation rich men. Over the past 3 years, he has been considerate and loving towards Xia Ling. Xia Ling had never seen him like this before. At the moment, Yan Feng looked like a mad beast, his eyes burning with rage. The veins on his neck bulged, showing the extreme anger. His fingers were clenched tighter and tighter, and the gentle gentleman he usually was gone, replaced by nothing but anger and hatred. Xia Ling felt as if her neck was about to be broken. For a moment, her mind went blank, her face turned red, and she had difficulty breathing. "Let me go, Yan Feng, you're crazy." Xia Ling had no way of thinking about why Yan Feng had suddenly gone crazy. She could only instinctively struggle, slapping Yan Feng's shoulders with her hands. "Yan Feng, let go. Baby, you can't hurt the baby." Hearing the baby, Yan Feng finally regained a shred of sanity. He let Xia Ling go. After being released, Xia Ling coughed violently while holding onto the car window. After a few seconds, she finally turned around. She was crying like it was raining, as if she had suffered a great injustice, and there was still a lingering sense of panic and unease in her eyes. Although she didn't know what had happened. But Xia Ling had a hunch that something was wrong. She pretended to be extremely pitiful and grabbed Yan Feng's sleeve. "Feng, what's wrong with you? Did I do something wrong? No matter what I did, it's because I love you too much. You'll forgive me, right?" Yan Feng looked at her and finally saw through her pretense and innocence. "Xia Ling, I will never believe your tears again." After saying that, Yan Feng forcefully shook off Xia Ling's grasping hand. The next second, he opened the car door and rushed out. Yan Feng ran all the way. He entered the Hentang restaurant again. His thoughts were in a complete mess. The past came flooding back like a tsunami. But his heart was clear. He suddenly understood everything. The misunderstandings in the past were all caused by Xia Ling. Those incidents that made him hate and resent Zhang Xiao were all set up by Xia Ling. And he was foolish enough to stand on the opposite side of Zhang Xiao. At this moment, he only wanted to see Zhang Xiao. He didn't know how to explain himself or what to say when he saw her. That he had always loved her from the bottom of his heart. That he had never forgotten her for a single second. Say that the situation they are in today is all a misunderstanding. Can you come back to me? These thoughts only flashed through Yan Feng's mind. He had no idea what he should say. But no matter what, Yan Feng had only one belief in his heart at the moment. He wanted to see Zhang Xiao. Right away. Right now. He didn't want to waste a second. Yan Feng rushed into the lobby of the Hentang and then into the elevator. After the elevator doors closed, as the floor continued to rise, Yanfeng's heart grew heavier and heavier. The elevator soon stopped at the door of the banquet hall on the 87th floor. She knew that Jiang Xiaoxiao's birthday party had not yet ended. Jiang Xiu should still be inside. But when Yanfeng entered, she was almost dumbfounded. The ballroom, which was originally full of guests, had only a few people left. Jiang Jinhui and a group of relatives were scolding Jiang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Xiaoxiao was crying and screaming in great frustration. Yanfeng paused for a moment before walking in. Yanfeng walked up to Jiang Jinhui and the others, suppressing his emotions. "Where is Xiao Yu?" Neither Jiang Jinhui nor Yao Shulan expected Yanfeng to come back again. After all, he was also responsible for what happened in the Jiang family today. Jiang Jinhui was furious when he saw him. "Yanfeng, why did you come back? We have watched you grow up, and we have loved you like our own son since you were a child. But how have you treated us? You let down Gio, and you found someone with a bad heart, and you have led Xiaoxiao astray. You have brought shame to our family." Yanfeng had no intention of listening to this. He just wanted to see Jiang Xiu as soon as possible. "Uncle Jiang, it's all my fault. I will apologize to you in the future. Where is Gio? Tell me, where is Jiang Gio now?" Jiang Xiaoxiao saw a suppressed, majestic, surging, and unrelenting anger in Yanfeng's eyes. She thought that Yanfeng must be looking for Jiang Xiu to settle the score. Jiang Xiaoxiao said loudly with a pained expression on her face, "Jiang Xiu is on the 88th floor of the Hentang, and the prince is celebrating her birthday. Brother Yanfeng, I know you don't care about my sister, but she is after all Mrs. Yan. She is fickle and seduces men everywhere. Don't you feel a little green on your head?" A few days ago, Jiang Xiaoxiao accidentally discovered that Jiang Xiu was dating a young man. She immediately sent the photos of their ambiguous relationship to Yanfeng. I thought it would cause a huge uproar. But there was no reaction at all. Yanfeng really didn't love Jiang Xiu, but as a man, he probably didn't like being cuckolded either. Sure enough, Yanfeng's face grew more and more ugly. He coldly glanced at Jiang Xiaoxiao. Then he turned and left. At the same time, the 88th floor's dome banquet hall was bustling with activity. Although the banquet was ordered by the prince, the staff of the Hentang restaurant were almost all mobilized to decorate the venue, which was very impressive, as if they had prepared it in advance. There was a cold food area, with a huge rectangular table covered with a white satin tablecloth, and it was filled with exquisite food and desserts. There were countless towering champagne towers everywhere, flowers everywhere, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Even the band playing in the ballroom was a dark horse that had just won an international award. There was a huge dance floor in the middle of the ballroom. To the music, many people were dancing on the dance floor. Bak Jinxiu and Jiang Xiu were among them. Jiang Xiu had changed her clothes. The flaming red dress perfectly wraps around her waist, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white back. It makes her skin look like butter. She and Bo Jinxiu were not dancing an elegant waltz. Instead, it was a passionate tango. In her student days, Jiang Xiu was once a stunning dancer. In fact, she had been practicing ballet since she was a child. But she preferred modern and Latin dances. It had been a long time since she had danced, but when the music started, her body's memory was suddenly awakened. She didn't know that Bo Jinxiu could also dance. And there was a strange kind of understanding between them. Whether it was long steps, side steps, spins, jumps, or stillness, they were perfectly matched. It was as if they had danced together 1,000 times. She didn't know why, but when she danced with him, Jiang Xiu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. A vague shadow flashed through her mind. But before she could remember it, it was washed away by the waves of memory to the depths of her mind. Chapter 66, The Prince Wants a Name. The other people on the dance floor gradually stopped. They began to stop and admire Jiang Xiu and Bo Jinxiu dancing. The two of them spun and jumped in the center of the dance floor, their movements sometimes passionate, sometimes soothing. Jiang Xiu was too beautiful. The hem of her red dress danced wildly with the dance, like a phoenix reborn from nirvana. The two were a beautiful world, and one was handsome beyond compare, the sun and the moon shining together, creating a dazzling and bright landscape. Everyone's eyes were drawn to them. Even those who secretly envied and were jealous of the two had to admit that these two are really a perfect match. Yan Feng also unknowingly blended into the crowd. Watching Jiang Xiao and Bo Jinxia dance intimately in front of him, he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He wanted to rush over and separate the two of them. But at this moment, he lost his courage. After the dance, the two stopped. Immediately, the entire ballroom burst into warm applause. Bo Jinxiu took Jiang Xiao to the center of the stage. Bo Jinxiu said, "Today is my girlfriend Jiang Xiao's birthday. If you send her a birthday greeting, you will become a lifetime member of the Hentang restaurant and enjoy all the benefits of a VIP member." The crowd suddenly boomed. Hentang restaurant is the most upscale restaurant in Rongqing, and it's not easy to get in. On weekdays, reservations must be made half a month in advance. However, if you are a VLP member, you can come in at any time and enjoy a number of privileges. Although the annual membership fee is expensive, the rich people of Rongqing are still rushing to join. The most important thing is that last year, the Hentang restaurant refused to add new members. Now even if you have a lot of money, is useless. Some people in the crowd can't wait to send their best wishes. I wish Ms. Jiang a happy birthday and all her wishes come true. I wish Ms. Jiang all the best and that she will always be young and beautiful. I wish Miss Jiang and Prince White a long and happy life together, and that you will have a son soon. The one shouting was Zhang Xian, the youngest son of the Zhang family in Rongqing. But the crowd burst into laughter. Someone joked, "Young Master Zhang, you were speaking a birthday greeting for Miss Jiang, not a wedding greeting. Young Master Zhang still needs to study more." While everyone was laughing at Zhang Xian. But suddenly, Bo Jinxiu said, "Please leave an address when the young master of the Zhang family leaves later. I have a small gift for you." Everyone was shocked. What's going on? The prince is actually giving a gift in person. But soon everyone realized what had happened. It turns out that what the young master Zhang just said went straight to the heart of the prince. So that's what the prince wanted to hear. Next, everyone followed suit. I wish Miss Jiang and the prince a happy and loving marriage. I wish you two a life of love and happiness. I wish Mr. and Mrs. Bo a long life together, many children, and great wealth. Zhang Ziyo found it funny to hear this. The titles and blessings are getting more and more ridiculous. But in any case, this lively atmosphere dispelled the grievances and sadness in her heart tonight. Tonight, Zhang Jinhui's actions and Yao Shulan's cold shoulder attitude completely shattered her last illusion of family affection. From today on, she really has no more ties with the Zhang family. In the midst of the festivities, a loud noise pierced the night sky. A huge firework suddenly bloomed in the darkness, like a rose in midsummer, red and burning hot, radiating light. After that, it was like a waterfall pouring down, painting the entire sky as if it were on fire. Then, more red fireworks rose into the sky, competing to bloom, layer upon layer, dazzling and beautiful. When they fell, they were like strings of shining red lanterns swaying in the air, beautiful beyond words. The people around began to disperse. The entire banquet hall is surrounded by transparent floor-to-ceiling glass, and even the roof is a glass dome. The fiery red fireworks bloomed wildly above their heads. This type of fireworks is different from others in that it only has one color, like a flame, but it is pure and passionate. It's the Rose of Fire. Someone shouted. Roseheart is the name of the fireworks, and it is indeed easy to recognize the fiery red fireworks. But everyone only hears the name, not the real thing. They only heard that 3 years ago, a 2-hour-long rose-burning heart was also set off in Kyoto's Pearl Plaza. Some people have revealed that the consumption of this type of fireworks is calculated by the second. The 2-hour rose-burning heart cost a whopping 200 million yen. Since then, it has become one of the top 10 legendary events of the past 30 years. But no one knows who set off the fireworks. Everyone was so captivated by the visual feast that they gathered around the glass dome to admire the wonders outside. But Bo Jinxiu took Zhang Xiao's hand and left through a side door. The two quickly entered an elevator. Zhang Xiao suddenly asked, "Where are you taking me?" Bo Jinxiu hooked her shoulder, "You'll know when you get there." The elevator arrived quickly. When it opened, it was just an open-air platform. The place was not big, and there was nothing there, just like an abandoned place. But, with a loud noise that echoed through the night, fireworks exploded before their eyes. Zhang Ziyo finally realized that this was the perfect place to watch fireworks. The beautiful scenery was right in front of them. It was as if you could reach out and pick a firework rose. The unobstructed visual impact made the blood in his body boil and burst. It's so beautiful. Jiang Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Bok Jinxiu hugged her from behind. Tonight, the fireworks here are all for you. Jiang Xiu indulged for a moment. Suddenly, she turned her head and asked, how much does this cost? Bo Jinxiu frowned slightly. Are you short of money? Why do you always mention money? Jiang Xiu smiled. This smile, set off by the red fireworks, was dazzling and even more dazzling than the fireworks. Jiang Xiu hooked her neck around Bo Jinxiu's neck. You paid a lot of money to make me happy, and I have to reciprocate in kind. Bo Jinxiu's eyebrows narrowed slightly. I don't like the way you are so clearly separated from me. Jiang Xiu's mouth still had a seductive smile. It's better to be clear between you and me. Bo Jinxiu sighed. Today is such a good atmosphere, do you have to ruin it? Jiang Xiu looked at the man's slightly furrowed brow and lightly kissed his lips with her toes. No matter what, thank you today. Thank you for appearing at my most embarrassing moment and giving me a grand and dignified appearance. If you really want to thank me, give me something. Bo Jinxiu stared at Jiang Xiu's eyes with a cynical smile, as if he were joking. What do you want? Jiang Xiu replied in a similarly casual manner. Status. Chapter 67. Others treat me like a ladder, but you treat me like a pit of fire. Jiang Xiu smiled, very much at ease. She was also joking. Today you announced in public that I am your boyfriend's girlfriend, and tomorrow it will surely be on the front page of all the media. But suddenly, Bo Jinxiu put on a serious expression. His eyes suddenly became serious. So you are my girlfriend? Jiang Xiu stared into Bo Jinxiu's eyes. Of course not. A look of disappointment flashed in Bo Jinxiu's eyes. I thought you would be touched by my heroic rescue of a damsel in distress tonight. Jiang Xiu's slender fingers caressed the side of Bo Jinxiu's face. Her expression was unusually tender. I am very moved, but this is a different matter. Jiang Xiu continued, you see, I just climbed out of a fire pit. Why would I jump into another fire pit? Bo Jinxiu grunted, seemingly dissatisfied. Am I also a fire pit? Jiang Xiu looked at him. With a puffed up face and a good mood, pinched his cheeks like a child, and said bluntly, you are a bigger fire pit. Their social statuses are too different. It's not that Jiang Xiu is inferior and thinks she is not worthy of Bo Jinxiu. Rather, Jiang Xiu knew that the richest family, the Bo family, had many children and complicated family relationships. Bo Jinxiu was the late Mr. and Mrs. Bo's only child. He had 3 older sisters, all of whom were strong women who held important positions in the huge Bo family business empire. These 3 sisters are all married, and their marriages are basically between powerful families. The children they had were not much younger than Bo Jinxiu, and they had all started to infiltrate the family business. When Bo Jinxiu was 20 years old, he was entrusted by the old master Bo with the important task of serving as the group's president. But in fact, he didn't have more shares than his sisters. In particular, his eldest sister, Bo Wanhua, had the worst relationship with Bo Jinxiu, and had repeatedly urged the board of directors to remove him from his position as president. If it weren't for the old man's strong defense, the president of the Bo family might have been replaced long ago. So, Bo Jinxiu may seem to be in a high position, enjoying boundless glory. But in reality, he is surrounded by enemies and lonely, and it is cold at the top. Jiang Xiu did not want to get involved in such complicated relationships. Bo Jinxiu looked like he was sulking. Everyone else sees me as a ladder to success, but you see me as a pit of fire. After that, he let out a barely audible sigh. Jiang Xiu was right. In his current situation, he is a big pit of fire. The position of the young wife of the Bo family is not something that can be taken lightly, and it may even be life-threatening. This is also why he cannot easily make a promise. He looked steadily at the woman in front of him. Her eyebrows and eyes were beautiful, as bright as light, as if she could dispel all the gloom and darkness. She is a ray of light in his darkest hour, ever since he was 8 years old. How could he bear to let her accompany him on that road of countless obstacles and dangers? Bok Jinxiu lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. Jiang Xiu took advantage of the situation and hooked her neck around his, giving him a long, lingering kiss. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. But a stirring heart is not love. Love requires commitment, and love is a responsibility. Love is too heavy. They both knew in their hearts that this was the best state they could be in. They can kiss and be intimate without restraint. There are no benefits involved, and each takes what they need. They are just two lines that intersect for a moment, and when fate inevitably drives them apart, they let go gracefully and don't get entangled. What kind of relationship they have in the eyes of outsiders is not important. As long as they are clear in their hearts, it doesn't matter. Jang Seo felt that there was such an understanding between them. Bo Jinxio's kiss was extremely lingering, more possessive and crazy than usual. Fireworks bloomed all around them, as if they were wrapped in a sea of fireworks. It was as beautiful as a magnificent painting. And this scene was also captured by Yen Feng. He was in the crowd and had already planned to leave. But suddenly fireworks bloomed all around. Then, he saw Bo Jinxio leaving the banquet hall with Jang Seo's hand. He followed them, as if guided by a ghost. Finally, he followed them here. With the fireworks in the sky, he couldn't hear what they were saying. But he knew it must be sweet words of love. At this moment, the image of them embracing and kissing was like a knife stabbing into his heart. Since he was a child, he knew that Jiang Ziyo was his future wife. He and Jiang Ziyo had been inseparable since they first started walking, and they had experienced countless firsts together. The first time they held hands, the first time they skipped class, the first time they danced the waltz, the first time they drank secretly. Now, when he thinks about it, it seems like the best memories of his life. When did his mentality start to change? It was probably when he got burned on his waist and thighs. Looking at the hideous scars on his body, he began to feel inferior. He was afraid that Jiang Ziyu would look down on him if he saw it. So he tried to hide it. In the summer, he would even wear 2 t-shirts in front of her. He was afraid that he would accidentally expose his scar on his waist. But the more he did this, the more he became self-conscious and worried. When Xia Ling brought the diary to him, he was furious, completely out of his mind, and didn't even bother to distinguish whether it was true or not. He thought that Jiang Ziyo would definitely despise and hate him. When this really happened, he felt that it was the truth. It seemed to confirm his deepest fear. And because of his own inferiority and fear, the beast that was bred also broke out of the cage, frantically devouring his reason in calmness. He didn't even confront Jiang Xiao. Now, Yen Feng realized that he had imposed his own demons on Jiang Xiao. The first person to reject, abandon, and give up on him was himself. He pushed Jiang Xiao away with his own hands and stabbed him hard. In fact, when he was with Xia Ling, a large part of it was to get back at Jiang Xiao. At this moment, Yen Feng finally realized. But it was already too late. Yen Feng turned around and finally left the roof. The next day, Jiang Xiao went to the TV station early in the morning. When she appeared, almost all of her colleagues from the office gathered around her. "Xiu, you are actually the prince's girlfriend. Why didn't you tell us earlier?" The rose of fire from last night was absolutely thrilling. Overseas media are also reporting it wildly. It's going to become a legend in our city. Xiu, we are colleagues after all. How could you not invite us to your birthday? At least let us see the spectacle of the rose of fire in the dome ballroom at Hentang. Chapter 68, Settle the Score After the Fall. Jiang Xiu was not surprised by this sudden compliment. Because in the morning, the top search on all major media was #RoseBurningHeart hashtag. This gorgeous red fireworks display lasted all night under the night sky of the dome. Xia Ling happened to be walking over. As she passed by Jiang Xiao, she lowered her head and quickened her pace. She was hurrying to get to her seat. Someone stopped her. "Xia Ling, you also took leave last night. Could it be that you went to Zhio's birthday party without telling us?" In the eyes of the people at the TV station, the relationship between Jiang Ziyo and Xia Ling is quite strange. The two were high school classmates, and Xia Ling's boyfriend Yen Feng and Jiang Xiao seemed to be very familiar with each other. But the two of them fought fiercely for the interview with Bo Jinxiu and the subsequent prime time slot, using every means possible. Everyone knows that Jiang Ziyo's fake identity as a rich girl was secretly released by Xia Ling. And it was Jiang Xiu who caused Xia Ling's mother to make a scene at the TV station. At this point, everyone is just watching the fun. Xia Ling stopped and turned around. Jiang Ziyo and Xia Ling looked at each other and saw that her eyes were swollen like peaches. She had obviously been crying all night. Jiang Ziyo sneered in his heart. In fact, there were many reporters there last night. Xia Ling's plot to frame her at Jiang Xiaoxiao's birthday party should have been all over the news by now. But now, There is no mention of her in the major media or on Weibo. Jiang Xiao knew that it was the Jiang family that had suppressed the search. Or maybe it was Yin Feng. Jiang Jinhui was too proud to let what happened last night appear in the public media. Even Jiang Xiao didn't see any news about the broken engagement. The Jiang family really went all out this time. The Jiang family protected the reputation of Jiang Xiaoxiao, and by extension, Xiaoling. But this matter, Jiang Xiao naturally will not let them go so easily. Jiang Xiao smiled at Xiaoling. Xiaoling, you fell down in the banquet hall yesterday. Is the baby in your stomach okay? For a moment, all the eyes in the office were focused on Xiaoling. Xiaoling, you fell yesterday? How could you be so careless? You are 3 months pregnant, this is a critical time, you can't be careless, can you? Xiaoling, you fell down, why are you still coming to work today? Why don't you stay home and rest for a few more days? Xiaoling, what happened to your eyes? Everyone was talking at once. Xiaoling was already in a bad mood, and Yin Feng hadn't come home all night. She called all night, but Yin Feng didn't answer. She felt that the only tree she could rely on had been cut down by Jiang Xiao. She looked at Jiang Xiao with mixed feelings. Xiao, I was wrong about what happened yesterday. I know I was wrong. Forgive me for the last time, okay? Xiaoling knew that if Jiang Xiao told everyone about what happened last night, her reputation at the TV station would be ruined. Past feelings? You little witch still dare to mention the past? My little worry was so good to you. You didn't have money for school, she paid your tuition. Your mother abused you, she begged the teacher to let you stay in the dormitory. You were harassed by a little gangster, she took the knife for you. I never thought I would meet such an ungrateful person. You repaid her kindness with hatred, stole her boyfriend, and yesterday you even pretended to fall and framed our Xiaoyu for pushing you. What you did was truly unworthy of a human being, and even more unworthy of forgiveness. Everyone was surprised. They saw a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes and jewelry walk in from the door. When she saw Xiaoling, she pointed at her nose and scolded her. Following this woman was the news director of the station, Tang Fei. Xiaoling froze when she saw that person. The person was Feng Yuping, Yin Feng's mother. Xiaoling quickly reacted. She touched her stomach and then called out, Auntie Feng. Feng Yuping glanced at her slightly swollen belly and snorted, Don't call me auntie, and don't pretend that the baby in your belly is mine. I don't recognize it now, and I won't recognize it in the future. If you want to give birth to it, then go ahead. It's your child, and I have no right to interfere. But if you want to use this child to get something that doesn't belong to you, I'm telling you, whether it's the Yin family's property or the position of the Yin family's young mistress, you won't get it. There was a dead silence in the office. The group of people around her were almost all staring with wide eyes, shocked. The words of this elegant and dignified lady were too much information. For a moment, everyone was unable to react. And, most importantly, who the hell is she? After scolding Feng Yuping, she walked over to Jiang Xiao. Looking up and down, her eyes were full of pain. Xiaoyu, are you okay? Mrs. Yao called me last night and I was so angry that I didn't sleep all night. If I had been there last night, I would never have let you suffer so much. This Jiang family is getting more and more outrageous. If it weren't for you, I would have wanted to break off with them a long time ago. Jiang Xiao's nose twitched. Mom, thank you. Everyone was shocked to hear the two of them talking, and their jaws almost dropped. What did Jiang Xiao call this lady? Mom? At this time, the editor-in-chief ran over and introduced everyone with a smile. This is Mrs. Yen of the Yen Group. Hearing this, everyone was even more confused. Mrs. Yen of the Yen family, the mother of Yin Feng. How could Jiang Xiao call her mother? On the contrary, she looked down on Yen Gongzi's girlfriend, as if she was extremely disgusted. Before everyone could figure it out for themselves, Feng Yuping suddenly turned to Tang Fei and said, My little worry is the daughter-in-law I have liked since she was a child. She has called me mother since she was a child and has been my childhood sweetheart. But my son is blind and his heart is clouded by lard. He was lured away by a despicable fox spirit. It is our family's misfortune. Now, although she is not my daughter-in-law, she is no different from my own daughter. As a mother, I cannot tolerate anyone who backstabbed her and bullied her. Feng Yuping looked at Xiaoling coldly. My son signed a 5-year advertising contract with the station, and I only learned today that it was signed in the name of Miss Xia. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid this contract cannot take effect, because at the time, Yin Feng deceived us into signing it under Xia Yu's name, and my father and I only agreed to it. Xia Ling's eyes showed a look of horror. Tang Fei's eyes also turned cold at the sight of Xia Ling. Today, Mrs. Yin came to see the station manager early in the morning. She said she wanted to cancel the 5-year advertising contract. The station director called him early in the morning and seemed very angry. He told him to solve the problem properly. If he loses this 5-year contract, he won't be able to keep his job as the news director. Tang Fei was very anxious. Mrs. Yin, can we discuss the contract again? Chapter 69, we're not losing out on the appearance and figure of the prince. Feng Yuping replied very quickly, of course, we can cancel the contract and sign a new 5-year advertising contract. I can give you a 5% increase in advertising fees. Of course, the commission and benefits originally belonging to Xiao Yu will all go to her. Tang Fei didn't expect Mrs. Yin to be so easy to convince. He immediately agreed, very well, I'll listen to you, Mrs. Yin. Feng Yuping continued, but I have one more condition. Please, Mrs. Yin. Feng Yuping looked coldly at Xia Ling's pale face, fire this little bitch, so that Xiao Yu doesn't have to look at her face every day and get sick. The people around were whispering. It turns out that Xia Ling really is the mistress who stole Jiang Xiao's childhood sweetheart. I said that Yin Feng looked at Jiang Xiao strangely. They looked very familiar. It turns out that they were lovers. Didn't you hear Mrs. Yin say that at the birthday party yesterday, Xia Ling actually used a fake fall to frame Jiang for pushing someone, using her unborn child? I didn't think Xia Ling was like that, but what if she's pregnant with the Yin family's child? The Yin family won't recognize him either. Xia Ling stood by, her eyes red. Auntie Feng, you can't do this to me. Xia Ling's shoulders were shaking. She couldn't afford to lose this job. Although Yin Feng has now taken over as the company's general manager, he doesn't have much money. The 980,000 yuan spent on the Japanese food at the Taigu restaurant was charged to the company account. Yin Feng eventually found out about it and was furious. From then on, Yin Feng had to report all his expenses to the company. Although the Yin family is a large corporation, in order to force Yin Feng to break up with her, the Yin family restricted his high spending. All of Yin Feng's credit cards were cancelled, and he was only paid his salary as a manager. It's only a few tens of thousands of yuan a month. Yin Feng likes to drink and party with his childhood friends. That little salary was long gone. During this time, she had to rely on her own salary for all her expenses. Feng Yuping ignored Xia Ling and turned to Tang Fei and said, Director Tang, it's not good for the reputation of the TV station to have a host with such a bad moral character. Tang Fei quickly said, Mrs. Yin is right. Money is not important. Our TV station has always put reputation first. Then Tang Fei walked up to Xia Ling and wiped his mustache on his lip. Xia Ling, you are a high-achieving graduate of Columbia University. Our station is a small temple, and it cannot accommodate such a big Buddha. Please submit your resignation to the personnel department yourself, so that everyone can be dignified. Xia Ling bit her lip, her fingers clenched tightly, and her fingernails dug deep into her flesh. Go quickly. It's really unlucky to work with such people. No wonder she gets along with Vivian. They're the same type of person. Why don't you go and wait to be fired? This mistress is really thick-skinned. Xia Ling knew that there was no turning back on this matter. She didn't want to stay here and be pointed at, so she went to the Human Resources Department right away. After Xia Ling left, Feng Yuping took Jiang Xiao's hand and went to the corridor. Jiang Xiao suddenly said, I'm sorry, Mom. Feng Yuping was surprised. You silly child, why are you suddenly apologizing? Jiang Xiao said, last night, I specifically asked Mrs. Yao not to call you. Last night, Mrs. Yao also went from the 87th floor to the 88th floor. She came to chat with Jiang Xiao on her own initiative, and Jiang Xiao specifically asked her not to tell Mrs. Yan about what happened today. Mrs. Yao is a smart lady, so she knew what it meant. After returning home, she immediately told Mrs. Yan about the incident that night, embellishing the story. Jiang Xiao knew that Feng Yuping, with his temper, would definitely come to the TV station this morning after learning about this. Will definitely come to the TV station this morning. Therefore, everything that happened this morning was within her expectations. She was framed by Xia Ling yesterday, and she will definitely settle the score later. However, she used phone Yuping. So she apologized. Phone Yuping was not angry at all when she heard this. Instead, he was full of compassion. I took up your cause, and that was only right. There was one thing, though. You shouldn't have asked Mrs. Yao to tell me. If you had called me last night, I would have gone over there and killed her. I would have stripped the fox's skin in public and broken the son's leg to vent your anger, so that you wouldn't have suffered so much. Jiang Xiao's tears almost fell out. She hugged Phone Yuping. Thank you, Mom. Phone Yuping hugged her inside. It's that Phone, that brat who's not blessed, who let you down. Now that it's come to this, he's still not repentant. I can't ask you to forgive him. In that case, I'll treat you as my own daughter from now on. From now on, you can still call me Mom, and I'll treat you as if you were my two daughters, Yinin and you. We'll still be a happy family. Jiang Xiao snuggled up to Phone Yuping and said coquettishly, Mom, you'll always be my mom. Phone Yuping was also very pleased. Suddenly, she remembered something. Are you really going out with the prince of the Bo family? When it came to this, Jiang Xiao's face became a little embarrassed. But in the end, she didn't say much, just nodded. Phone Yuping nodded. You should have more love affairs. You have wasted too much time on that Phone kid. Talk to him well. Even if it doesn't end in a result, we won't lose out on the appearance and figure of the prince. Jiang Xiao almost choked on his saliva. He coughed a few times. Phone Yuping didn't seem to care. Girls, don't be too conservative. Talk about a few more relationships. You'll be able to tell if he's a scumbag at a glance. The standards for daughters and daughters-in-law are definitely different. When Jiang Xiao was her own daughter-in-law, she naturally didn't want her son to wear a green hat. But now it's different. Jiang Xiao is her own daughter, so she naturally hopes that she is happy. Phone Yuping also knows that Jiang Zhiyou and Bo Jinqiu's love will probably not end in marriage. Although they are also considered wealthy, it is difficult for a family like the Bo family to climb up the social ladder. I know, Mom. Phone Yuping seemed to have thought of something else. I have some good news to tell you. Haifeng Construction won the bid for the Paradise Resort project. Jiang Xiao was a little surprised. This is indeed a good thing. Phone Yuping said, we have to thank the prince for this. It is said that he chose the least competitive company, Haifeng Construction, from among the 3 construction companies, but now it seems that he did it for your sake. Jiang Xiao said, I really didn't know about this. Haifeng has always pursued quality, and I think he also saw this. Phone Yuping nodded. Anyway, we have to thank him. Since he is now your boyfriend, why don't you take him home for dinner tonight and we can thank him properly? Jiang Xiao agreed. Chapter 70, Capitalized Society Death. After Phone Yuping left, Jiang Xiao returned to the office. Just as he reached the door, he saw Xia Ling holding a packed suitcase and walking out. Xia Ling looked at Jiang Xiao with longing, but there was no resentment. Xiao, are you happy that you have made me into this state? Jiang Xiao almost smiled. She is really good at pretending, always looking pitiful in front of her. Xia Ling, you brought this on yourself. Xia Ling cried, all I did was hope that you would divorce Yanfeng. Can't you have pity on me? Do you really want the child in my womb to be born illegitimate and forever be called a bastard? Jiang Xiao snorted, her face full of contempt and indifference. If the child in your belly is born with an illegitimate name and people point fingers at you, it's because of you, not me. It's because of the dirty, filthy things you've done. It's because you don't want to be a good person. I actually feel very sorry for the child in your belly. It's going to have to face a mother like you. You hate Xia Xiufen for being psychologically twisted and deformed. You hate how you were born into such a family. But how much better are you than Xia Xiufen? In the future, your child may also resent you and wonder how he or she could have such a mother. Xia Ling, this is your retribution. Xia Ling's eyes were red. When she mentioned Xia Xiufen, her eyes filled with horror and disgust. She covered her little belly. I will never treat my child like Xia Xiufen. I love my child more than anything else. He is the fruit of my love for you, Jiang Xiao. You will never understand how much I love him. Jiang Xiao's expression was indifferent, even a bit lazy. I don't need to understand, and I don't want to understand. I have no relationship with Yanfeng anymore. I don't care if you are happy or not. Xiaoling's eyes twitched. What do you mean? Jiang Xiao's mouth suddenly curled up into a smile, like a cunning little fox. A sly gleam flashed in her eyes. This look, in her student days, Xiaoling often saw. It was Jiang Xiao's calculating expression. In her student days, Jiang Xiao was not a pushover. Sure enough, Jiang Xiao said, Xiaoling, didn't Yan Feng tell you that we never got married, so our marriage doesn't even exist? Xiaoling's eyes widened in surprise and she was speechless. Jiang Xiao continued to fan the flames. You said that we were not married, why didn't Yan Feng tell you about this? You are obsessed with the position of Mrs. Yan, but he just won't give it to you. If he really loved you, he would have married you a long time ago. How could he let you wait for him to leave a marriage that doesn't even exist while you are pregnant? Xiaoling was shocked and speechless. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions, and the various emotions rolled and intertwined, forming a raging storm. But Jiang Xiao's voice was casual. It was like gossip between good friends. A man who gives you what he has doesn't necessarily love you, but if he keeps what he has from you, he definitely doesn't love you. Jiang Xiao is very tall. She deliberately crouched down slightly and stared into Xiaoling's eyes. Xiaoling, you are really pitiful. After saying that, Jiang Xiao turned around, tousled her wavy curls, and left in her high heels. She killed him by attacking his heart. That's probably it. The cardboard box in Xiaoling's hand fell to the ground with a thud. She was almost breathless, almost unable to stand. How could this happen? Jiang Xiao and Yan Feng had never even gotten married. Then they weren't married at all. But why did Yan Feng never mention it? Did he think that even without a marriage certificate, Jiang Xiao was still the Yan's daughter-in-law? Why did Yan Feng lie to her? But soon, Xiaoling thought of something more serious. It was the divorce agreement she had given to Yan Feng the night before. Since his marriage to Jiang Xiao never existed, then there is no need to sign a divorce agreement. Jiang Xiao was digging a pit for himself to jump into. And she really jumped into it. When she took out the divorce agreement, Yan Feng knew she was lying to him. The divorce agreement was fake, and she had forged it to get him to divorce her. This lie is completely self-defeating. No wonder last night, Yan Feng was clearly stroking her hair, and then suddenly, he went crazy and grabbed her by the neck. He must have found something. It was the signature. He had recognized her signature as a fake. Since he could imitate Jiang Xiao's handwriting, then the diary that caused him to separate from Jiang Xiao could also be forged. Yan Feng must have figured everything out. That's why he suddenly changed his personality and went crazy. It was like that. Xiaoling sat on the ground, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. At noon, Jiang Xiao had originally wanted to call Bo Jinxiu to say that he would be going to the Yin family that evening. But then he thought that the BJ building and the TV station were just across the street. So Jiang Xiao went directly there, intending to go to Bo Jinxiu's place for a meal and tell him about it. Jiang Xiao did not enter the exclusive elevator in the underground parking lot today. Instead, he entered through the main entrance of the BJ building. He had originally wanted to blend in as an ordinary office worker. Unexpectedly, she was recognized by the security guard at the door as soon as she entered. Hello, Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang, please come in. After entering, whenever they saw Jiang Xiao, greeted her warmly. Good afternoon, Miss Jiang. Hello, Miss Jiang. Hello, Miss Jiang. Jiang Xiao was very surprised. Why did everyone she met seem to know her? She didn't even know them. Even if she was a famous host, it was still not that bad. She had been to the BJ building before, and even the receptionist didn't recognize her. Could it be that she was trending last night? Although she and Bo Jinxiu were on the hot search yesterday. But only her name appeared, not a photo. Almost all the media photos were of fireworks bursting with passion. So it's impossible for these people to recognize her at first glance. What the hell is going on? But after Jiang Xiao walked a few steps, she completely understood what was going on. There was a huge LED screen in the lobby on the ground floor. It is usually used to display company promotional photos. At the moment, it was filled with pictures of her. There were also some photos of the two of them together, but they were relatively few. Most of the photos were taken last night when they were dancing together. The rest were private photos of Jung Seo. There are photos of her hosting the news, as well as her personal photos. For example, there are photos of her watering the flowers on the balcony and sitting in a wicker chair watching the stars. There are even photos of her sleeping. Each photo looks like an artistic photo, and it's actually quite beautiful. Judging from the angle and location of the photos, these were taken by Bo Jinchyo when he was at the villa in the green shade. Jung Seo didn't even know that Bo Jinchyo had secretly taken so many photos of her over the past 3 years. And they were so well taken. The photos are good. But to put them here, playing in a loop, is really a big social death. Chapter 71, Don't be obsessed with beauty and indulge in excessive lust. Jung Seo quickly entered the elevator. He soon arrived outside the president's office. Outside the president's office is the secretary's office. It was noisy inside today. Jung Seo seemed to hear Jang Shuxiao's voice. Jung Seo only paused for a few seconds before going to Bo Jinchyo's office. Bo Jinchyo was staring at the laptop with a serious expression. When he saw Jung Seo enter, his eyes lit up. He immediately stood up, walked over to Jung Seo, put his hands on her waist, and kissed her. His tone was clearly mixed with a hint of joy and surprise. "Why are you here?" Jung Seo smiled. "I came to eat." Bo Jinchyo was dissatisfied. "Can't you just say you missed me?" "Fine, then I miss you." You're just saying that to make me feel better." Jung Seo was speechless. "Bo Jin Shio." Bo Jinchyo quickly apologized. "I was just teasing you. Miss Jiang is so kind to come and see me, and I would be ungrateful if I didn't appreciate it." After that, he lowered his head and gave Jung Seo's red lips a light peck. "Wait a few minutes for me, it'll be done soon." Jung Seo realized only then. It turned out that Bo Jinchyo's computer was in a video conference. Jung Seo was a little dumbfounded. In other words, the other end of the video conference heard all the flirting they just did? It seems, more social death. But Jung Seo was only embarrassed for a few seconds, and then calmly sat on the sofa waiting for Bo Jinchyo. Today's video conference was a company-wide video conference. The other end of the video link was connected to the employees of the Bo family, nearly 10,000 people. The president suddenly left just now. But everyone could still hear the voices clearly. It was probably the rumored girlfriend of the president. This is not a rare thing. But they had never seen such a cold-hearted, ruthless prince. Just now. Was he being spoiled? You should know that the prince is famous in the business world as the jade-faced king of hell, cold and ruthless. He is like a star in the sky, cold and unapproachable. But he also has such a gentle, rascal, childish side. The cold and aloof prince's image in countless people's hearts was quietly shattered. 5 minutes later. Bo Jinchyo closed his laptop. "What do you want to eat for lunch?" Jung Seo replied, "I'll just eat the food that the small cafeteria delivers to you. I'm too lazy to go out." Every day at noon, Bo Jinchyo eats the small stove that the BJ canteen cooks for him alone. The meal box is brought to him by the senior management every day. Jung Seo has eaten there a few times, and the food is very good, not inferior to a 3-star Michelin restaurant. Bo Jinchyo looked at Jung Seo and raised his eyebrows slightly. "That's good. If I go out, I won't have time to take a nap." Looking at Bo Jinchyo's expression, Jung Seo knew what he was thinking. They would be together every night, almost obsessively. Jung Seo already felt a little overwhelmed. She didn't want to waste her energy in broad daylight. The prince has a lot on his plate, so he shouldn't indulge in beauty and overindulge in lust. Bo Jinchyo had already approached and picked Jung Seo up by the waist. "It's okay, your young lover has a young body and is in good health." Jung Seo laughed. "Are you serious? Put me down, I have something to tell you." Seeing that Jung Seo's face had a serious expression, Bo Jinchyo let her down. "What is it?" "Come with me to the Yin family tonight." When it came to the Yin family, Bo Jinchyo put away his carefree appearance. "What are you going to do at the Yin family?" Jung Seo told Bo Jinchyo everything that happened this morning. Jung Seo said, "I broke up with Yin Feng, but Yan's parents and the old man treat me like their own child. They want to thank you for giving the Yin family the opportunity to run the Paradise Resort, and of course they want to meet you." Bo Jinchyo nodded seriously. "Meeting the parents, I have to prepare well." At this time, there was a knock on the door of the president's office. "Come in." Gaotzen walked in with a delicate lunchbox. Gaotzen placed the lunch neatly on the table. As she turned to leave, she suddenly said, "President, there is one thing I think I should report to you." Bo Jinxiu said lightly, "What is it?" "Jiang Xiaoxiao, I have already fired her, but she has been causing a ruckus outside all morning, saying that she must see you." Jiang Xiu frowned slightly. It turned out that the commotion she heard when she first came in was really Jiang Xiaoxiao. When Bo Jinxiu heard the name Jiang Xiaoxiao, a flash of disgust crossed his eyes. "Tell the security guard to get rid of her." Jiang Xiu suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Bo Jinxiu looked at Jiang Xiu. Jiang Xiu continued, "Let her in." Afterwards, he looked at Bo Jinxiu again. "There is one thing. You have to do me a favor." 5 minutes later. The office door opened. Jiang Xiaoxiao burst in with a look of anger. Of course, Jiang Xiu had temporarily retreated to the office lounge. Outside, there were only two people, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Bo Jinxiu. She wanted to put on a good show. Jiang Xiaoxiao had already given up, but she never expected that Bo Jinxiu would really meet her. She was secretly happy. But on the surface, she still looked angry. She walked up to Bo Jinxiu with a righteous look on her face. "Yesterday's incident was me setting Jiang Xiu up. Yes, she took my identity since she was little and took everything that belonged to me. I just don't like her, but I take responsibility for my own actions. My friends are also angry on my behalf, so they help me. If the prince has anything to say, why should he make things difficult for them?" Early this morning, Jiang Xiaoxiao received several phone calls. They were friends who usually went shopping and had meals with her. Some of these people are minor actors, and some are minor daughters of minor families. They all fawned over her on weekdays. Only then did Jiang Xiaoxiao realize that these people were all in trouble. Some of them had gambling debts that were being pursued by the gangsters, some had photos of their plastic surgery posted online, and some had their messy private lives exposed. If it were just one person, it would be fine, but it was these people who had all had problems. And these people happened to be the ones who helped out when Jiang Xiu was accused of pushing someone yesterday. It's obvious. It must be related to Jiang Xiu. But Jiang Xiaoxiao knew. Jiang Xiu himself, how could he be so capable? It must be Bo Jinxiu behind this. Originally, she didn't want to get involved at all. After all, she had never considered those people to be true friends. However, one of her friends said something. "How could the prince do this? We only helped out a little, and he's doing this to us. You obviously ordered this, so how can you be safe?" This sentence gave Jiang Xiaoxiao some inspiration. Yes, she was the mastermind. But there was no black material about her on the internet. She knew that Jiang Jinhui had spent a lot of money to bribe the reporters who were at the scene last night. But if Bo Jinxiu had intervened, Jiang Jinhui would have been helpless. But he vented his anger on those who helped him, but not on himself. He also didn't make the incident last night known to everyone. Perhaps he was doing it for the sake of the Jiang family. Or maybe he still sees me as a little different from the others. Chapter 72. No one knows what happened that night. With this realization, Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly had an idea. She boldly ran to the company. When she saw Gaotzen, she was immediately informed that she had been fired. She didn't even get the chance to see Bo Jinxiu. She could only make a scene. In the end, Bo Jinxiu really let her in. If it were anyone else, they would have been kicked out long ago. Her position in his heart is indeed different. In fact, Jiang Xiaoxiao also knows her own limitations. In terms of looks, knowledge, and temperament, she may not be as good as Jiang Xiu. But she always had something that Jiang Xiu didn't. That is authenticity and spontaneity. Most of the noble ladies who were brought up by their families since childhood are well-behaved, virtuous, and know about etiquette and shame, but after getting to know many such women, one will definitely find them boring. All the rich second-generation men she knows have a girlfriend who is a lady of the manor, but they all go out with wild, spicy little wildcats. She knows these men's psychology too well. Now, she has another persona, that of a righteous person. She knows that Bo Jinxiu's family is complicated, full of backstabbing, scheming, and intrigue, and it is difficult to have pure emotions. These are all precious qualities for him. Sure enough. Bok Jinxiu asked in a light tone, "Is Miss Jiang here to seek justice for your friends?" Jiang Xiaoxiao looked righteous. "Of course, if you want to." Vent your anger on someone because of Jiang Xiao, then you can come to me. I was the one who did it in the first place, and it has nothing to do with my friends. I am willing to take full responsibility. Bok Juanxiu had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were indifferent and cold. He said in a half-hearted tone, Miss Jiang Er, you are a true heroine. There was a strong hint of sarcasm in his words. But Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was living in her own fantasy world, naturally couldn't tell. She was even a little proud in her heart. Sure enough, Bo Jinqiu was impressed by her. But if Miss Jiang is so loyal and righteous, how could she be so heartless to her adoptive mother who raised her for 20 years, knowing that she was acting in self-defense, but unwilling to testify in court, and watching her sentenced to life in prison? Jiang Xiaoxiao's face froze. It seemed like she was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Bo Jinqiu to suddenly mention Yin Ruyun. But soon, Jiang Xiaoxiao guessed. These must be the words that Jiang Xiao said to him in order to ruin her image in his heart. Jiang Xiaoxiao said angrily, Did Jiang Xiao tell you? My good sister is really good at throwing mud at me. No one knows what happened that night. Jiang Xiao might know a little, but it was just the tip of the iceberg. She wasn't afraid. But Bo Jinqiu said lightly, It has nothing to do with Miss Jiang. It's just that I happened to get a video. Miss Jiang Er might as well take a look. Bo Jinqiu took out a cell phone and clicked on a video. Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart was pounding, but she still leaned over to watch the video. That video was of the night Zhao Deshang was killed. The video of her running away from the crime scene. Jiang Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. How did you get this video? Bo Jinqiu opened his mouth, but did not answer Jiang Xiaoxiao's question. Instead, he said, the video has a timestamp. At the time of the incident, you were at the scene, and neighbors saw Zhao Deshang beating you and your mother. This is enough to prove that your adoptive mother was acting in self-defense. However, whether it was the police investigation or the trial, Miss Jiang did not appear to defend your adoptive mother, which I find very puzzling. According to my investigation, although Yin Ruyun was not wealthy, she was very good to her daughter and even sent you to an elite school at great expense. She did attend an elite high school, and it was an elite high school in the capital. It was also there that she first heard the title of Prince of the Capital. Bo Jinqiu must not have known that she had met him in high school and fallen in love with him at first sight. Jiang Xiaoxiao was speechless for a moment. She was actually very guilty in her heart. No one knew what had happened that night except for Yin Ruyun. But Yin Ruyun would never say anything, because she felt guilty. She didn't testify because she didn't want people to know that she was the daughter of a murderer, and because she hoped that Yin Ruyun would stay in that place forever. In this way, she would never have to worry again. But now, Bo Jinqiu has even gotten involved in this matter. And he has evidence that she was at the scene of the crime. If she continued to deny it, she would be seen as a heartless person who abandoned her foster mother. She absolutely couldn't let Bo Jinqiu see her like that. Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly crouched down and covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. Yes, I was there that day. It wasn't that I didn't want to testify in court, but my foster mother refused. My foster mother said that she had done many wrong things in her life and that she wanted to spend the rest of her life in prison to repent. I tried to persuade her many times, but in the end I had to respect her choice. In fact, I was very upset. What happened that night was terrible. I was so scared and panicked when I saw my adoptive mother kill my adoptive father. My adoptive mother was really good to me. She didn't want me to get involved in this matter, so she asked me to leave. I didn't want to abandon my foster mother. I really hoped she could get out of jail as soon as possible, but she felt that she had committed a serious crime and didn't deserve to be free. My adoptive father was a bastard. He beat and scolded me all the time when I was young. It was my adoptive mother who protected me at all costs. She treated me with true affection. When it came to the end, Jiang Xiaoxiao was in tears. In fact, when Jiang Xiaoxiao said her last words, she did reveal a hint of true emotion. Yin Ruyun was indeed very good to her, so good that she was submissive to her. Although their family was very poor, she tried to satisfy her in material terms, even if she wanted a pair of shoes that cost thousands of dollars. But she owed her that. She felt guilty and regretted the fact that she had switched the two children. She was originally a rich girl, but she grew up in such poverty. This is what she owes her. But now, Jiang Xiaoxiao tried to recall every little thing that Yin Ruyun had done for her, just to make her tears more real. Bok Jinxiu said indifferently, so that's it. I almost mistakenly thought that Miss Jiang Er wanted to sever ties with her adoptive mother for her own reputation. Jiang Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, I am not that kind of person. I am not involved in the grudges between my mother and my foster mother. My foster mother was very good to me. If she could come out, I would definitely take care of her in her old age. Bo Jinxiu said, if that is the case, then I think Miss Jiang Er must be willing to go to the second trial court to appeal and clear her adoptive mother's injustice. Jiang Xiaoxiao was completely stunned. Let her appeal and help Yin Ruyun clear her name? Then everyone in the world will know that she is the daughter of a murderer? Besides, Yao Shulan hates Yin Ruyun the most. If she rushes to appeal for Yin Ruyun, Yao Shulan will be furious. Of course, the most important thing is. Jiang Xiaoxiao was puzzled. How could Bo Jinxue be so concerned about Yin Ruyun's case? Chapter 73, Bo Jinxue meets the parents. Jiang Xiaoxiao wiped away her tears. She asked tentatively, Prince, why are you so concerned about my foster mother's case? Is it because of Jiang Xiao? Does Jiang Xiao want Yin Ruyun to be released? But Jiang Xiaoxiao thought it was impossible. Jiang Xiao had barely even seen Yin Ruyun's face. When Jiang Xiaoxiao returned to the Jiang family, Yin Ruyun had already been imprisoned. She didn't even recognize Jiang Xiao, and they didn't speak a word. How could there be any affection between them? Besides, Jiang Xiao must have been resentful in her heart. Because of Yin Ruyun, Jiang Xiao was also deeply affected. She was also stigmatized as the murderer's daughter. She definitely doesn't want to have anything to do with Yin Ruyun. Bok Jinxiu looked indifferent. Your adoptive mother worked as a live-in nanny for the Shin family in the capital for 3 years. The family and her had a good relationship. They wanted to help her. I have some connections with the Shin family, and I am also entrusted by someone now. Jiang Xiaoxiao immediately understood. Yin Ruyun had indeed worked as a nanny to make a living, and the best family she worked for was the Shin family in the capital. Jiang Xiaoxiao remembered that. She was just about to enter high school at the time. Because Zhao Deshang often abused her, Yin Ruyun always took her with her. At that time, she also went to Beijing with her, but because she didn't have a household registration, she could only go to a private school. It was the Shin family who helped her transfer to a local private high school. It was also because the Shin family paid Yin Ruyun a high enough salary that she was able to attend that prestigious school. However, in her 3rd year of high school, she got into trouble and returned to Rongqing in disgrace. Yin Ruyun had no choice but to quit her job and follow her back. So that's how it was. If it weren't for Jiang Xiu, everything would have been fine. Jiang Xiaoxiao said, but it's not easy to appeal and overturn a case. Don't worry, I'll pave the way for you. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt at ease. My adoptive mother's imprisonment has always been my biggest regret. I am extremely grateful that the prince is willing to make up for this regret for me. In fact, even if the prince didn't say it, I was also preparing to appeal for my adoptive mother's case, but the road was difficult. Now that you are helping me, I feel relieved. Jiang Xiaoxiao decided to appeal for Yin Ruyun without hesitation. This was of course the result of her weighing the pros and cons. There are disadvantages, of course. If she appeals on behalf of Yin Ruyun, Yao Shulan will definitely be unhappy. Moreover, her past environment of growth would be exposed, and it would inevitably cause some people to laugh. But now, she doesn't care about these things. Because this matter can bind her and Bo Jinxiu together. They have a common goal, and during this time, the two of them will inevitably discuss and negotiate this matter, and they will advance and retreat together. They may even eat and live together, and their relationship will definitely make a breakthrough. Moreover, she can also restore her image in Bo Jinxiu's mind. Furthermore, even if Yin Ruyun comes out, she will not have much to do with her in the future. Jiang Xiao is her biological daughter, and her life should naturally be taken care of by Jiang Xiao. This would also cause a big problem for Jiang Xiao. Why not? As for Yao Shulan, she could just pout or cry a little, and maybe it would be fine. Jiang Xiaoxiao was in a good mood. She had originally wanted to come to Bo Jinxiu to make her presence felt, but she had not expected to get an unexpected bonus. So she took advantage of the situation. It was already noon, so let's have lunch together, and we can continue to talk about the case. When Jiang Xiaoxiao came in, she saw the food on the table. It looked like it hadn't been touched. She said, would the prince let her stay for dinner? She saw that there were exactly 2 sets of tableware on the table. But Bo Jinxiu said, "There's no rush with the appeal. We can talk about it later. It's getting late. Miss Jiang, please leave." Bo Jinxiu pointed to the door, which was a clear sign to leave. Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. But she knew that she and Bo Jinxiu could not rush things. After all, there was still Jiang Xiao between them. However, they still have a long time to come, and she will definitely be able to win over Bo Jinxiu. After Jiang Xiaoxiao left, Jiang Xiao walked out of the bedroom. She walked over to the dining table and sat down, sighing softly. The handsome man's strategy is still effective. Bo Jinxiu came over and said with dissatisfaction, "Do you have to compensate me for some mental damages?" Jiang Xiao laughed. "It's like you're asking me to sell myself." Bo Jinxiu smiled. The two sat down and chatted while eating lunch. Jiang Xiaoxiao had lost the Jiang family's face last night, which had already caused Jiang Jinhui to be very dissatisfied. The only thing she could rely on was Yao Shulan's defense. If she really appealed to Min Ruyun to appeal for justice, it would be like stabbing a knife in Yao Shulan's chest. This trick of provoking discord was really clever. Bo Jinxiu stared at Jiang Xiao's eyes. "It seems that I can't offend you in the future. You have a strong sense of revenge." Bo Jinxiu also realized that this was a move to provoke Jiang Xiaoxiao and Yao Shulan. Jiang Xiaoxiao is not a fool. She also knows that appealing for Yin Ruyun will definitely anger Yao Shulan. But Jiang Ziyo saw her greed and delusions for Bo Jinxiu. She used this to make her lose her mind. Jiang Xiao extended her little finger and hooked Bo Jinxiu's chin. "Don't worry, I won't use this trick on you." But suddenly, Bo Jinxiu grabbed Jiang Xiao's little hand and placed it on his lips and kissed it. "You only need to use the beauty trick on me. I only fall for that." After the meal, Jiang Ziyo half reluctantly took a nap here. In fact, she didn't have time to sleep at all. Her young lover was indeed young and healthy. At 2 o'clock, she took a shower and the fashion store delivered a new outfit. She changed her clothes from head to toe. Jiang Xiyu went to the TV station. Because the primetime news is broadcast live. It was only after 7:30 that Jiang Xiyo came out of the TV building. Bok Jinxiu's car was already parked at the entrance of the building. Jiang Xiyo opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. A quarter of an hour later, the car was parked in the courtyard of the Yin family villa. After getting out of the car, Bo Jinxiu didn't go straight in, but opened the trunk of the car. Then he took out a large pile of things from inside. Jiang Xiyu was very surprised. "What are you doing?" Bo Jinxiu replied, "You can't go to your parents' house empty-handed for the first time." Jiang Xiyu laughed. Does he really think he's meeting the parents? Has he forgotten that this used to be her in-laws' home? But Jiang Ziyo didn't say anything, and helped to carry the things inside. Feng Yuping saw their car pull up and hurriedly went to meet them. "Xiaoyu, you finally arrived." Jiang Xiyo called out, "Mom." Then she introduced, "This is Bo Jinxiu." Feng Yuping was very enthusiastic. "I've heard of the prince's name for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen him. Auntie Feng, you can just call me Xiao." He handed over the gift in his hand. "This is a gold mask developed by our cosmetics company. It has the effect of rejuvenating the skin, but Auntie Feng, you are so young, I'm afraid you won't need it." Chapter 74, Long Live the Brother-in-Law. Feng Yuping was delighted by the words. She had heard of the gold mask. The cosmetics company under the Bo family owns countless top global brands, and the most famous product is the gold mask of the brand BJ. But this mask is not for ordinary people. It is said to be a medical product developed by the world's top medical team using cutting-edge medical technology to repair the skin. This technology has also won the Nobel Prize in Medicine. However, because the materials used are very precious, the output is extremely scarce. It is only available in limited quantities to VVVVLP customers of the BJ brand each year. Last time, Mrs. Yao's friend in Beijing gave her one. She took it out and showed it off to everyone at tea time. Now, Bo Jinxiu has given her a box. Yes, a whole box. Feng Yuping was so excited that she couldn't put the box of masks down. She'll have to throw a tea party tomorrow and give Mrs. Yao and Mrs. Zhang 2 pieces each. Feng Yuping ushered the 2 people into the house. Feng Yuping said, "You must be hungry. Go to the dining room. We'll eat first." Soon, the family was sitting in the dining room. Yenin was also back today. Bo Jinxiu had prepared gifts for everyone. Yen Shengye loves tea, so he prepared the best dahongpo. The old man loves calligraphy, so Bo Jinxiu prepared a set of antique writing implements and a rare huizhou ink. The old man was beaming with joy. Yenin stared at Bo Jinxiu expectantly. What about me? Did you get me a gift? Bo Jinxiu smiled. Of course I have a gift for my little sister, too. Tickets to the Si Yefeng concert. Yenin suddenly screamed. Si Yefeng is the national movie king, and not only that, he is also the king of the music world and Yenin's idol. Tickets for his concerts are hard to come by. Yenin had been trying to get tickets for a long time, but to no avail. It was a VLP ticket for the inner circle. Brother-in-law, I love you so much. Bo Jinxiu was stunned. What did you call me? Yenin blurted out, you are my sister's boyfriend. What's wrong with calling you brother-in-law? Yenin knew everything that had happened in the family. Yesterday, her mother announced that from now on, Jiang Xiao is her sister, not her sister-in-law. Besides, Yenin has always regarded Jiang Xiao as her sister since she was a child. Her relationship with her was much better than her relationship with Yen Feng. Feng Yuping was also nervous for a moment. Yenin is such a boisterous person. Although Jiang Xiao is now dating Bo Jinxiu, it is too much to call him brother-in-law. Will he misunderstand that Xiao Yu is using this to demand a title? Who knows what will happen next? Bo Jinxiu's eyebrows and eyes relaxed, and he looked extremely happy. I'll send you Si Yefeng's WeChat later. Yenin was so excited that she almost knocked the table over. Brother-in-law is so good, long live brother-in-law. Yenin felt that having a brother-in-law was really great, much better than her unworthy brother. Feng Yuping also felt the same way. It was really nice to have a son-in-law. Of course, she knew in her heart that Xiao Yu and Bo Jinxiu's relationship might not necessarily end up well. If they really want to be together, they will inevitably encounter many obstacles. She only sees Jiang Xiao as her daughter, and as an elder, she really has nothing to complain about when looking at Bo Jinxiu. While she was happy for Jiang Xiao, she also felt a little sad. After all, Jiang Xiao was the daughter-in-law she had always wanted. But when she thought about the nonsense her son had done, she felt relieved. Having a daughter is also very good. This child has suffered so much, and endured so much suffering, it's time for someone to love her well. They had a very happy and harmonious meal together. Until Yen Feng came back. When Yen Feng came back drunk, he saw a table full of people gathered around the dinner table, laughing and talking, and the atmosphere was lively. What shocked Yen Feng was that Jiang Xiao had also returned. The moment he saw Jiang Xiao, Yen Feng's heart felt as if it was being squeezed tightly, and it hurt so much that he could hardly breathe. He didn't go to the office today. He had turned off his phone for the whole day. He was drinking at Xiao Kai's bar. He told him everything. Xiao Kai scolded him for what he deserved. You said you grew up with your bare ass, and you still don't know her. You were set up by a woman and provoked a little, and you doubted Yu's love for you. Don't you think you deserve to die? Xiao Ling is a green tea, and even Lu Fifan, the most naive of our brothers, can see that. You are obsessed with her, thinking that she is the purest woman in the world. What do you think you should do now? Xiao Ling is pregnant. How can you and Yu Jie get back together with a child in the way? Yen Feng couldn't bear to hear anymore. He turned off his phone. He found that the phone had numerous missed calls. They were all from Xiao Ling. He was now full of resentment towards Xiao Ling and didn't want to talk to her at all. But apart from Xiao Ling, no one else seemed to care about him. He suddenly wanted to come back and take a look. He didn't expect to see such a scene when he returned. It wasn't just Jiang Xiao, but also Bo Jinxiu sitting at the table. He was chatting with the old man. The old man looked at him with admiration and certainty, as if he were looking at his own grandson. The same was true for my parents. Yenin was holding a cell phone and doing something. Suddenly, he excitedly said, "Brother-in-law, he added me. He really added me. Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. You are really my brother-in-law." Hearing the words brother-in-law, Yen Feng suddenly felt his blood rush to his head. His fingers clenched, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Yan, who do you call brother-in-law? The sudden sound from the door interrupted the lively atmosphere in the restaurant. Everyone looked towards the door. They saw Yan Feng standing at the door with a cold expression on his face. Usually, he is also a refined and elegant young master. But now, his eyes were red, his beard unkempt, his appearance sloppy, and he smelled of alcohol, as if he had been in a scrape. Feng Yuping got up. Seeing Yan Feng like this, he was a little angry and a little distressed. After all, he is her own son. She walked over and asked with concern, "Why did you come back?" Yan replied in a casual manner, "Yes, brother, it's embarrassing for you to come back now." Yan Feng rarely returned to the old house. He has always lived alone with Xia Ling. Yan Feng was obviously angry. "Do I have to report to you when I return to my own home?" "Yan, are you really my sister?" Yan shrugged and said nothing. The old man turned around and coldly scolded, "How long have you not been back?" "Yan comes back from school more often than you do." Yan Feng's fingers clenched, and his shoulders trembled slightly. Feng Yuping couldn't bear to see her like that, so he said, "Look at you, you're in a terrible state. We have guests at home today, so you should go take a shower and change your clothes before coming down." Although Yan Feng had been drinking, but now he was unusually sober. There, Bo Jinxiu was dressed in a suit, and even a white shirt gave him an air of sanctity. At this moment, Bo Jinxiu's gaze also fell on him. Calm indifference. He was sitting, while he was standing. When they looked at each other, he still felt a sense of condescension. Chapter 75, I just want to get back together. Yan Feng didn't like this feeling at all. He turned around, left the restaurant, and went to his room. When Yan Feng came down again, he had already taken a shower, changed his clothes, and tidied up. But there was still a sense of gloom and deep fatigue in his eyes. The maid had already prepared the tableware for him. Yan Feng's usual seat was now occupied by Bo Jinxiu. He could only sit at the very edge of the table. He felt a strange mix of emotions. Since Yan Feng returned, the originally relaxed and pleasant atmosphere had instantly disappeared. Yan had already left the table early, holding her cell phone as she went back to her room to chat and send messages to Si Feng. The old man spoke first. "Feng, I'm sure you know that the Paradise Resort project has been given to Haifeng Construction by Mr. Bo. For the Yans, who have been losing money on projects for the past few years, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to turn things around and even turn the tables against the wind. The reason for today's family dinner is to invite Mr. Bo to come and thank him properly." Bo Jinxiu spoke up next. "You're too kind, sir." The Bo family also saw the strength of Haifeng Construction and its commitment to quality. This is a win-win cooperation. Although he said that, the old man and the others all understood that Haifeng Construction was much more powerful than them, and that Bo Jinxiu must have chosen Haifeng Construction for some personal reasons. It's probably because of Zhang Xiao. Yin Feng was also very clear about this. Before, the Bo family had not even given the tender documents to Haifeng Construction. The day Zhang Xiao went to see Bo Jinxiu, the Yan family received the documents. He thought it was his sincerity that had impressed Bo Jinxiu. Now it seems that it was Zhang Xiao. Could it be that at that time, the two of them became involved in an ambiguous relationship? Yan Feng felt bitter and angry. Suddenly, he blurted out, "Yan's situation is difficult, but it's not to the point where they need to marry." The atmosphere was frozen for a moment. Everyone understood what Yan Feng meant. He was saying that the project was obtained by the Yan family using Zhang Xiao's beauty. The old man was furious and slapped the table. "You bastard, what are you talking about?" Yan Feng recalled how happy they all had been just a moment ago, and he was also furious. They knew that Zhang Xiao was his wife, even if she was only his wife once. But now, for the benefit of the Yans, they could even offer her up with a smile. Do they care about his thoughts and feelings at all? Yan Feng simply gave up. Am I wrong? Zhang Xiao is my wife, but now she is fawning over this man. If the Yan family's interests and future require me, Yan Feng, to trade in a woman, then I would rather not. Everyone was shocked by Yan Feng's shocking statement. Even Feng Yuping's face showed signs of shame. How could he say such things? Before anyone else could speak, Zhang Xiao spoke first. "Yan Feng, do you have any shame?" Yan Feng's gaze met Zhang Xiao's. Today, Zhang Xiao was dressed very casually, wearing a long yellow floral dress and her hair was casually spread out. Her natural curls added a touch of natural charm to her. In fact, her makeup was not very colorful. On the contrary, it seemed that she had only applied a little rouge and lipstick. But her eyebrows and eyes were naturally charming, and every time she opened and closed them, they were captivating. Yan Feng's heart ached. I am not your wife, nor am I your woman, nor am I a commodity that you can use to exchange for benefits. Xiao Yu, I didn't mean that. Jiang Xiao sneered. Also, are you blind at heart and blind in your eyes? Can't you even tell the difference between mutual affection and fawning? Yan Feng was speechless. But he still didn't believe that Jiang Xiao would fall in love with Bo Jinshu in just 1 month. Feng Yuping couldn't bear to watch anymore. She said angrily, Feng, you are my son, but I can't take your side in this matter. You have already chosen Xiaoling, so why should Xiao Yu wait for you in a cold and lonely place? I know about what happened yesterday. You were there, but you let the Jiang family and Xiaoling bully Xiao Yu. Where is your face to say that Xiao Yu is your wife? If it wasn't for Mr. Bo protecting Xiao Yu yesterday, she would have been humiliated beyond recognition. Since you don't cherish Xiao Yu, there are better people in this world who will treat her like a treasure. Yesterday, I already told everyone, but you weren't there, so I'm telling you again. From today on, Xiao Yu is our Yin family's daughter, not a daughter-in-law. I can't control you anyway, so you can go off with Xiaoling, but don't get in Xiao Yu's way of pursuing happiness. Otherwise, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my son. Feng Yuping was not indifferent to this son, but he was angry with him for not fighting. In her heart, Yan Feng is her own child, and so is Jiang Xiao. Even because Jiang Xiao was a girl, she favored her more since she was a child. The two childhood sweethearts, who used to be as close as two peas in a pod, have now become enemies. She felt the most miserable. But after so many things happened in the past month, she had come to her senses and realized that the two of them could never be together again. After hearing this, Yan Feng felt even more bitter. They were obviously his family, but since he was a child, whenever anything happened, they were always on Jiang Xiao's side without any doubt. Sometimes he even wondered if he was adopted. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that although he liked Jiang Xiao very much since he was a child, but a seed of jealousy was buried in his heart. This was the original sin that would later lead to the outbreak of misunderstanding. But he could not tell anyone about this. Yan Feng lowered his head. Mom, I broke up with Xiaoling. The whole restaurant fell silent again. It seemed that the sentence was directed at Feng Yuping. But after he said it, Yan Feng glanced at Jiang Xiao with the corner of his eye. To his disappointment, Jiang Xiao's face showed no emotion, no surprise, no shock, and he didn't even look at him, not even raising an eyebrow. Feng Yuping was shocked. It must have been the fact that Xiaoling had framed Zhio last night that made him realize his mistake. Have you really broken up with Xiaoling? Yan Feng nodded. I saw her true colors. In fact, they haven't officially broken up yet. But now, Yan Feng knows that he will definitely break up with her. What about the child? Yan Feng hesitated. The child needs to be discussed at length. He hadn't thought about the child yet. Bok Jinxiu suddenly smiled. It seems that Mr. Yen has not dealt with it at all. If so, he can't wait to announce the breakup to his ex-girlfriend, show his position, and even move to reconcile and return to the old good? Chapter 76, A Pink Longevity Lock. Yan Feng's secret thoughts had not yet taken shape, but they were exposed to the sunlight and flogged to death by Bo Jinxue. Embarrassment, guilt, and shame flowed from his eyes. But it was quickly covered up by the coldness. Mr. Bo, I have been with Xiao Yu since childhood, and our relationship of more than 20 years is not something that you, an outsider, can understand. Please stay out of our business. But Bo Jinxiu did not hesitate to hook Jiang Xiao's shoulder. I think I'm not an outsider. The air was full of the smell of gunpowder. It seemed like it was about to explode. The two men looked at each other. Yan Feng's face was cold, clearly tense and hostile, like a leopard that had been violated. In contrast, Bo Jinxiu was extremely relaxed, even disdainful. Although his face was cold, there was a smile in his eyes, as if he was laughing at or despising Yan Feng, and he didn't even take Yan Feng into account. This made Yan Feng even more angry. Jiang Xiao, however, got up first. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, it's getting late, so Xiao and I will leave first. Feng Yuping suddenly said, Xiao Yu, come with me for a moment. I have something to give you. Jiang Xiao nodded. She stood up while Bo Jinxiu sat down. At this moment, she naturally placed her hand on Bo Jinxio's shoulder, leaned slightly, and whispered in his ear, "You go to the car and wait for me. I'll be right out." Bo Jinxio looked up, patted her slender waist, and smiled indifferently, "Okay." The movements of the two of them were casual and lazy, intimate and natural. It was not at all like acting, but rather like a tacit understanding that had been cultivated over many years. But how is that possible? Jiang Xiao followed Feng Yuping out of the restaurant. Bo Jinxio also said goodbye and left first. Yan's father and grandfather also left. Yan Feng sat in the restaurant for a while, but eventually he chased after them. "Mr. Bo, please wait." When Yan Feng caught up with Bo Jinxio, they were in the courtyard of the villa. Bo Jinxio turned around and stood tall under a magnolia tree in the courtyard. This year, the magnolia tree bloomed particularly late, and it was not until the end of August that it was in full bloom. At this time of year, the tree is already covered with fruit. The huge white flowers, illuminated by the ground lights, looked cold and noble, detached from the world. Just like the person standing under the tree at this moment. Even just standing there, he is a sight to behold. It has to be admitted that Bo Jinxio has a cold and noble temperament. Although they were all born to be pampered, even at the top of the pyramid, people here are divided into different classes. And Bo Jinxio is the one who stands in the clouds, looking down on all living things. Bo Jinxio gave him a cold glance, his voice indifferent and cold, but full of a sense of oppression. "What is your business, Mr. Yan?" Yan Feng also summoned up the courage to look him in the eye. "Mr. Bo, I and Xiao have grown up together since birth, and we have a deep affection for each other. 3 years ago, we held a wedding ceremony, which was witnessed by many people at the time. It is true that because of some misunderstanding, on the day of the license, I made a last-minute cancellation. We were originally going to get a marriage license." Bo Jinxio smiled faintly. "Then I really have to thank the heavens for their benevolence." Yan Feng's expression turned cold. "Mr. Bo, that piece of paper doesn't mean anything. In my heart, I and Xiaoyu are husband and wife, at least we were, and I think Xiaoyu feels the same way." Bo Jinxio's brows furrowed slightly. Jiang Xiao had indeed told him that her childhood love for Yan Feng was incomprehensible to others, and that she was still waiting for Yan Feng to come back. A hint of unperceived ferocity flashed in Bo Jinxio's eyes. But on the surface, he still had a careless expression. So what? Mr. Yan also knows that it was once. Yan Feng simply said, "I will not give up on Gio. In the past, I was tricked by Xiao Ling and separated from her. Now that the truth is clear, I will not give up on Gio. I will also use the rest of my life to make up for my debt to her. Mr. Bo, your family is very prominent, and the most beautiful and talented women in the world are at your disposal. You don't need her, but I'm different. We've lived together for 20 years, and we're already like family. I hope Mr. Bo won't get in the way of us." Bo Jinxio smiled lightly. Young Master Yan is really both foolish and confident. It's foolish that 20 years of feelings can be easily provoked by a few words from outsiders. You tell me, is this called deep feelings? But your confidence really makes me feel inferior. What makes you think that when you turn back, others should be standing there waiting for you? Sometimes, missing is a mistake, and the rest of your life will only be drifting apart. Bo Jinxio's eyes were deep and calm, like the sea under the night sky, but if you looked closely, there were surging currents, as if they could raise a huge wave at any time. He paused, staring into Yan Feng's eyes, his lips moving, but his words were firm. "And how do you know that I don't need her?" The summer evening breeze. It carried a breath of sultry heat. It was like a pair of hands, choking Yan Feng's neck, and the feeling of suffocation came rushing in. The other side. Jiang Xiao returned to the room with Feng Yuping. Feng Yuping opened the safe directly in front of Jiang Xiao. Then he took out a small black velvet box from inside. She walked up to Jiang Xiao and opened it. Inside was a jadeite longevity lock. But what was surprising was that it was extremely rare pink jade. This material is not common in the market, and even if it is, most of it is not of high quality. But this longevity lock is transparent like glass, with a faint pink color, and the water content is 100% top quality. It was carved into the shape of a longevity lock, and the whole piece was done in one go, giving it a sense of grandeur. Jiang Xiao didn't know much about jade, but he knew it was priceless just by looking at it. Jiang Xiao seemed to have guessed Feng Yuping's meaning. Before she could even open her mouth, she refused. "Mom, I can't take this." Feng Yuping said, "This is not for you, it's yours." Jiang Xiao was a little surprised. This jade was an exchange token between the Jiang and Yin families when they arranged a marriage between their children. The Jiang family gave this jadeite jade pendant, and the Yin family gave a piece of nephrite jade. But this longevity lock has a big story to tell. It wasn't custom made by the Jiang family, but was given to you on the day you were born, by a very important person. To tell the truth, this is a big coincidence, but your father didn't say much about it. He just said that with this jade, you can be rich and powerful for the rest of your life. Jiang Jinhui regarded this jade as a family heirloom that he wanted to pass down from generation to generation. So he used it as a token of your engagement with Yin Feng, thinking that when you had a child, it would be passed down to the next generation. Yin Feng is not blessed with this now. Since you and Yin Feng have broken up, you will keep this jade. Jiang Ziyou frowned slightly. I have already severed ties with the Jiang family, so if it is to be returned, it should be returned to the Jiang family. Since Jiang Xiaoxiao is the real daughter of the Jiang family. Then the jade pendant of the longevity lock originally belonged to Jiang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Xiao is not greedy. Silly child, if I wanted to return it to the Jiang family, I would have done so long ago. I want to give you this jade pendant. Jiang Jinhui said that the person who gave you the jade looked at you and felt that you were destined to have it. If you and Jiang Xiaoxiao had not been switched, perhaps they would not have given it to you. Don't be silly, it's not your fault that the children were switched. I have kept this jade as a treasure for more than 20 years, so you must take it and not give it to Jiang Xiaoxiao, or I will be angry. Jiang Xiao smiled and took the box. Okay, I'll keep it. I won't give it to Jiang Xiaoxiao, even if she asks for it later. Hearing Jiang Xiao say this, Feng Yuping was happy. This is my good daughter. We should keep good things for ourselves. You are too high and pure. In this world, don't be a saint when there is nothing to do. We can eat anything, but we can't suffer. Jiang Xiao laughed heartily. I remember, Mom. When Jiang Xiao left the villa, she saw Bo Jinxiu and Yin Feng standing in the courtyard under a magnolia tree. Xiao, what are you talking about? Chapter 77, Won't you coax me? Jiang Xiao walked straight up to Bo Jinxiu. She naturally hooked her arm around his. She looked up at him with a crooked smile, her eyes sparkling like the roses swaying in the summer evening breeze, making one's heart flutter. The frosty eyes of Bo Jinxiu seemed to melt like an iceberg in an instant. Tenderness spread in his eyes. His voice was as clear and gentle as moonlight. Nothing, just discussing life philosophy with Mr. Yen. Jiang Xi's eyebrows slightly raised, and the small tear-shaped mole at the edge of her eye moved. She smiled and said, we should go now. It's late, don't disturb the people's rest. Okay. Bok Jinxiu looked up and his expression instantly turned cold. Mr. Yen, farewell. After saying that, he left with Jiang Xiao. As he watched their backs, Yin Feng felt as if his heart had been stabbed, and it hurt and twitched. When did they become us, and we become them? Could it be that their 20-odd years of affection really wasn't worth a month of Bo Jinxiu's? He was unwilling to accept it, and he didn't believe it either. Jiang Xiao must have done it on purpose. He paused for a moment, then rushed forward. He grabbed Jiang Xiao. He forcibly separated Bo Jinxiu and Jiang Xiao. This is something he has wanted to do for a long time. When Bo Jinxiu and Jiang Xiao were dancing, when they were watching the fireworks. Tonight, probably also fueled by alcohol. Xiao Yu, don't go. Pop. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud thud. Yin Feng felt a sharp pain in his back. He had been thrown to the ground in a standard shoulder throw. His head hit the ground, causing a dull pain. He lay on the ground, staring blankly at the culprit who had thrown him to the ground. Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao's wrestling moves were lightning fast. Now he looked at him with grace, dignity, and nonchalance. Even the nearby Bo Jinxiu was dumbfounded. Just a second ago, she was like a violent lorry, her movements were swift and rude, and she didn't hold back. It was obvious that she was smuggling something. But a second later, she was again looking languid and composed. This made Bo Jinxiu feel as if the scene just now was an illusion. Unconsciously, a chill ran down his back. Jiang Xiao looked at Yin Feng lying on the ground with a look of indifference. Yin Feng, haven't I made myself clear enough? If you don't listen to me when I speak nicely, you should know that I know a little bit about martial arts. Jiang Xiao had already said everything she needed to say. She didn't want to say more, and issued a final warning. If you dare to use your hands or feet again, I'll cripple you. After that, she turned around and dragged Bo Jinxiu away. Yin Feng lay on the ground, with a backache, a headache, a heartache, and aches all over. Jiang Xiu sat in Bo Jinxiu's car and quickly left the Yin family villa. After getting in the car, Jiang Xiu noticed that Bo Jinxiu was in a bad mood. He had a cold expression on his face, and he was a completely different person from when he was at the Yin family's villa. The car had been driving for half the journey, and Bo Jinxiu had not said a word. Jiang Xiu also deliberately did not speak, watching the scenery outside the window pass by. The man finally couldn't help it. Jiang Xiu, why don't you coax me? Jiang Xiu looked at the angry man and suddenly smiled. Why should I? Have I done anything to offend you? Bo Jinxiu thought for a moment. No, I haven't. He suddenly became righteous again, but I'm not happy. Then tell me why you're unhappy. Jiang Xiu asked indifferently with one hand on his head. Did you lose in the verbal battle with him in the courtyard just now? Although Bo Jinxiu did not turn to look at Jiang Xiu, but he raised his chin arrogantly. How could that be? I won by a landslide. Did I wrestle him violently, making you feel sorry for him? When it comes to this, Bo Jinxiu's mouth unconsciously curled up. Of course not, it was great to beat him up. Bok Jinxiu's expression was unconcealed. At the moment, he looked like a child who gloated over other people's misfortune. Childish to death. Jiang Xiu actually found this man's jealous look a bit cute. She raised her arm and scratched the man's chin. It's not this, it's not that, then why is it, my little princess? Seeing that Jiang Xiu was in a good mood, it seemed that she had not been affected at all. Bok Jinxiu's mood also improved a lot. Bo Jinxiu said, I'm just angry that Yin Feng actually thinks that he can apologize, admit his mistakes, and repent for what he did to you before, and that it can be written off. Where did he get such a perception? It's ridiculous to the extreme. Tonight, in fact, several times. Bo Jinxiu was laughing in anger. This young Master Yin is truly a talent. How thick-skinned he must be to say such things. The point that made him angry was that this was the pattern that had always existed in the past between Jiang Xiu and Yin Feng. That's why Yin Feng had such a perception, thinking that if he just admitted his fault, Jiang Xiu would come back. What he really worried about was whether Jiang Xiu would really come back. After all, there is one thing that he really can't compare to. She and Yin Feng have been childhood sweethearts for more than 20 years. And although they met when he was 8 years old, for himself, it was a grand redemption, a nearly 20-year search and sustenance. But for Jiang Xiu, she had already forgotten herself deep in her mind. In this regard, he is indeed far inferior to Yin Feng. Jiang Xiu pinched the man's chin. Bo Jinxiu, you don't need to test me. Since I've already broken up with Yin Feng, I won't go back to him. As for what he thinks, it has nothing to do with me. Hearing Jiang Xiu say this, Bo Jinxiu finally felt much better. Yes, his words did contain a hint of testing, just to see how Jiang Xiu would react after admitting her fault to Yin Feng. Fortunately, she didn't waver. Bo Jinxiu shrugged his shoulders, not at all embarrassed that his ulterior motives had been exposed. I'm not insecure, after all, you don't even want to give me a title. Jiang Xiu smiled charmingly. Do you dare to take it if I give it to you? Bo Jinxiu turned his head to look at her, and there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Are you serious? No. Humph, you're teasing me again. Jiang Xiu looked out the window and smiled lightly. They are doing well now. They are lovers, friends, and confidants. They are connected to each other's hearts, but they are also sober. When they are together, they are deeply in love, but when they part in the future, they will not drag their feet. That night, Bo Jinxiu had been infatuated with her for a long time. She was annoyed by his obsession. Bo Jinxiu, it's late, don't you have to go to work tomorrow? No, today? Jiang Xiu's hair was soaked, and a strand of it stuck to her rosy cheeks. It looked like a silent temptation. She looked out of the window weakly. It was almost dawn. Chapter 78, Kid, get rid of it. But Bo Jinxiu still held out his arms. He looked at the person beneath him with a piercing gaze. Her skin was porcelain white, like the finest porcelain, giving the illusion of being beautiful and fragile. He greedily admired every inch of her beauty. He took in every nuance of her expression. His voice had long since become hoarse, with a hint of a bewitching magic. The project of the Paradise Resort is about to start, and I will be very busy in the future. I am afraid that I will not have the time and energy to be like this tonight. Jiang Xiao almost said, thank God. But then, Bo Jinxiu said something else. So, again? By the time Jiang Xiao fully regained consciousness, Bo Jinxiu had already left for the company. Later, she couldn't remember how she fell asleep. Exhausted, she had a deep, restful sleep, which she never had before. When she got up, her body was dry and she had obviously taken a shower. She made herself a cup of coffee. Then she picked up her phone. She found that there were many missed calls on the phone. More than a dozen were from Xia Ling. There was also one from Yin Feng. Jiang Xiu didn't call back. He simply blocked the numbers. On the other side, the president's office in the BJ building. Gaotzen was reporting on his work and recent schedule. Suddenly, Bo Jinxiu asked, at today's project summit, did the people from Haifeng Construction come? A team has arrived and is already waiting in the conference room. Today, the Paradise Resort project officially launched, and all parties organized a large meeting, which was personally chaired by Bo Jinxiu. Haifeng Construction is the main contractor for the resort, so of course they couldn't miss it. Who is the team leader? Gaotzen was a little surprised that Bo Jinxiu would ask this. He said in detail, it is currently Yin Feng, the general manager of Yan's, who is in charge of the Paradise Resort project. Bo Jinxiu's mouth curled up. He was thrown down by Jiang Xiao so hard last night, but today he wasn't even in the hospital. He was a little surprised. Half an hour later, Bo Jinxiu pushed open the door to the conference room and walked in. The conference room was very large, and the long table was already filled with people on both sides. The Paradise Resort project involves many fields, but the most important thing at the moment is the contractor. So Yin Feng sat with his team in the closest seat to the main seat. Bo Jinxiu sat down directly at the main seat. Bo Jinxiu glanced at Yin Feng. He saw that his eyes were lowered, resting on a pile of documents, and his gaze was somewhat vacant, as if he had lost his vitality. The meeting lasted 4 hours until noon. At the end of the meeting, Bo Jinxiu suddenly called out, Mr. Yen, the Paradise Resort project is huge and the construction period is very tight. You should know that. When he was called on by Bo Jinxiu, Yin Feng also responded in a formulaic tone. Mr. Bo, Haifeng will definitely do his best to live up to BJ's trust and expectations. Yesterday, Yin Feng was drunk. He was drunk and said things like he didn't care about the Paradise Resort. In fact, the Yen family is now in a difficult situation. If he had any sense at all, he would know that the Yen family desperately needs this project. This is a pie from heaven that will not only allow Yen to turn the tide, but also give him a high probability of success. From this perspective, he should be grateful to Bo Jinxiu. Bo Jinxiu nodded. From today on, Mr. Yen will be the project manager for Party B of the Paradise Resort. This project must be completed with quality and quantity, and there is no room for error. Therefore, I hope that from today on, Mr. Yen will go to the construction site to supervise the project team and maintain contact with the frontline workers, personally controlling the overall situation. Yen Feng glanced at Bo Jinxiu. This project has already established a multi-party team. In the case of Haifeng, there is an executive manager under the project manager, and under the executive manager there is a safety director, a quality director, a business manager, a production director, and so on. As the project manager, he rarely stays at the construction site every day. And the Paradise Resort project is in the most remote suburb of Rongqing, a very long distance away. Bo Jinxiu was planning to send him to the project department. However, this project is of vital importance to the Yans. No matter what Bo Jinxiu asks for, he can only accept. Moreover, since last night, he was also disheartened. Faced with Xia Ling's entanglement and Jiang Xiao's indifference, he just wanted to be alone for a while. So Yin Feng agreed without hesitation. Yin Feng came out of the BJ building and saw Xia Ling waiting at the door. Most of the other people in the Yin family were old-timers who had followed the patriarch. And many of them had watched Yin Feng and Jiang Xiao grow up. They naturally knew about Yin Feng and Xia Ling's relationship. Xia Ling is Yin Feng's mistress. But they used to go in and out of the company together, without any hesitation. Xia Ling even considered herself Mrs. Yen. But almost everyone who knew the inside story looked down on him. The Yen family sighed and greeted Yin Feng before leaving. Xia Ling ran over to see Yin Feng. Today she was dressed in a particularly sober manner. She was wearing a long white cotton dress and a white canvas bag on her shoulder. She had no makeup on, so her face looked particularly haggard. Her eyes were slightly red, and she looked weak, helpless, and as if she could fall over with the slightest breeze. She walked up to Yin Feng. She carefully reached out and grabbed Yin Feng's sleeve. Feng, today is the 3-month checkup. Will you accompany me to the hospital? Xia Ling already knew the truth about Yin Feng's sudden change in personality. Yin Feng must have known that she had tampered with Jiang Xiao's diary. This led to their separation. Yin Feng must be angry and hate her. She can't explain this, and she doesn't intend to. 3 years have passed. Even if Jiang Xiao and Yin Feng had a misunderstanding at the time, it is impossible to return to the original point now. What's more, she is pregnant with Yin Feng's child. Her only bargaining chip now was this child. Yin Feng glanced at Xia Ling's slightly swollen belly. He no longer felt the joy of having a child. She even felt a bit disgusted. Yin Feng shook off Xia Ling's hand. He looked at Xia Ling with a cold expression. He suddenly said, "Xia Ling, this child, let's abort it." Xia Ling stood there rigidly, as if struck by lightning. She couldn't come back to her senses for a long time, as if she had heard a voice in her head. After a long time, she asked in disbelief, "Feng, what did you say?" Yin Feng had been struggling for 2 days. Day and night, every minute and every second, he was torn between conflicting emotions. But now that he had said it, he was even more determined. His voice was certain, and he was resolute. "I said, I don't want this child. Xia Ling, get rid of this child and we'll go back to our lives." Xia Ling stood there, feeling that the sunlight was particularly vicious today. Yin Feng continued, "It's only been 3 months, and the damage to your body from an abortion is not too great. I will compensate you for it. You can ask for as much money as you want. If you agree, I will make an appointment for you with a doctor right now, and I will accompany you to the hospital to take care of you until you recover and are discharged." Chapter 79, Third-Rate Mistress. Xia Ling was almost dumbfounded. She stood there in a daze. The next second, she was in tears. She went up and grabbed Yin Feng's arm desperately. "Yin Feng, how could you do this? This is our child. How hard it was to have him. How many pills did I take and how many injections did I get? Have you forgotten all that?" Yin Feng frowned. "I haven't forgotten, but Xia Ling, what have you done? Do I have to go over it with you one by one?" Xia Ling looked at him with pleading eyes. Yin Feng simply laid his cards on the table. "You imitated Xiaoyou's handwriting and forged that diary, causing our relationship to fall apart. You took advantage of the situation and, over the years, you pretended to be kind and innocent, but in reality you never stopped plotting against Xiaoyu. You were afraid that one day the truth would come out, so you created a child in advance to tie me down. You are a heartless, snake-hearted person with deep, deep scheming. I was really blind to believe you and persecute Xiaoyu with you. But now, you still don't know how to repent. You think that by bringing up the child, I will unconditionally give in. Xia Ling, in your eyes, am I so stupid that I will let you manipulate me?" Yin Feng's voice grew colder and colder as he spoke. Thinking about it, he really has been manipulated by her for the past few years. Xia Ling took Yin Feng's hand and cried like a weeping willow. "No, it's not true, Feng. I love you. I love you so much. Everything I did was to avoid losing you. I know I was wrong. I know I've repented. I'll go to you and apologize. I'll kneel down and beg her to forgive me." Xia Ling almost knelt down. "Ah Feng, don't leave me. We've worked so hard to get to this point, and we've finally had our own baby. You can't just abandon me like this. Please. I won't have an abortion. This child is more important to me than my own life. I can't live without him." Xia Ling knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, crying bitterly. People passing by occasionally looked at her with surprise and curiosity. In the past, Yin Feng would have been moved. But now, seeing everyone's inquisitive and suspicious looks, Yin Feng felt ashamed. He didn't want to get involved with Xia Ling here. Xiaoling, if you insist on having this child, you can, but I won't recognize him, nor will the Yin family, and I won't give you a penny. The child is yours alone, and has nothing to do with me. I won't be responsible. If you can accept that, then you can have the child. Yin Feng, how can you be so cruel? How can you be so cruel to me? Yin Feng was extremely irritated. At this moment, more and more people were watching. Young Master Yen, what kind of play is this? A mocking voice came from the gate of the BJ. Bak Jinxiu walked out slowly, surrounded by a group of people. The few people surrounding him were also the second generation of rich people in Beijing who thought they were superior to others. They were all involved in the Paradise Resort project. Most of them were already acquainted with Yin Feng, as they would have to deal with each other in the future. Those people were all talented and outstanding. But compared to the star-studded Bo Jinxiu, they were still inferior. Fang Bo, who was quick-witted, jokingly said, "Young Master Yen, you don't know how to treat a lady. How can you make a beauty kneel on the ground? If you don't feel sorry, I do." Yen Feng didn't want to let this group of second-generation masters of the capital enjoy the show. He simply left Xia Ling behind and left on his own. Xia Ling did not expect Yen Feng to be so cold and ruthless. He just left her behind. Fang Bo took the initiative to help Xia Ling up. "Beauty, men are really no good. Why don't you come with me? I'm not a good guy anyway." Shui Tao said beside him, "Fang Bo, you really don't have any preferences. Can't you tell that she's pregnant with a child?" Fang Bo was shocked and quickly let go of Xia Ling. Fang Bo said, "I like married women, but I don't want to be a cheap father." Bo Jinxiu looked at Xia Ling indifferently. He was about to leave. But he was stopped by Xia Ling. "Mr. Bo, I have something to say to you." Bo Jinxiu, who had already stepped down the stairs, did not stop. "Aren't you at all interested in what happened to Jiang Xiao?" Bo Jinxiu finally stopped walking. He said to the group of people around him, "You go to the restaurant first, I'll be there in a minute." The crowd turned and looked at Xia Ling. The woman who had just been pitiful and tearful now stood there calmly, her expression indifferent, not the slightest hint of sadness, but instead staring at Bo Jinxiu like prey, with undisguised calculation in her eyes. This woman is really scary. This was Fang Bo's first thought. Fang Bo kindly reminded Bo Jinxiu, "Be careful, this woman changes her face so quickly, she doesn't seem like a good person." Bo Jinxiu did not say a word. After Fang Bo and the others had walked away, he turned and walked up the stairs. He stopped 2 meters away from Xia Ling. Xia Ling's mouth had already curled up in a calculating manner. "Mr. Bo cares so much about Jiang Xiao?" Bo Jinxiu had no patience for her. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes were cold. "What do you want to say?" Bo Jinxiu had an instinct that it was not wise to stop. Xia Ling was likely to say something that would be detrimental to Jiang Xiao. But since it was about Jiang Xiao, Bo Jinxiu still wanted to know what she would say. "Mr. Bo, you and Jiang Xiao have only known each other for a month. Do you really know this woman?" Mr. Bo sneered, "Miss Xia, I'm not Yin Feng, and this trick of sowing discord won't work on me." Xia Ling laughed. "Zhiyou is very beautiful. She was very popular with boys in high school, and she also enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. She was probably always surrounded by different men, and she knew men very well, so it was understandable that the prince would be attracted to a married woman." Xia Ling was testing to see if Bo Jinxiu knew about Jiang Xiao and Yin Feng's relationship. Even if they didn't get married, they did have a wedding ceremony. If Bo Jinxiu had investigated, he would have been able to find traces of the wedding. Does Bo Jinxiu not mind at all that Jiang Xiao is accused of being a married woman? Bo Jinxiu saw through her thoughts at a glance. "Miss Xia doesn't know that Mr. Yen and Zhiyou didn't get married, but I do. Miss Xia has been with Mr. Yen for 3 years, and he can't even tell her the truth about this." What does that say? It shows that in Mr. Yan's heart, your position is always a third party that can't be brought to the table. It's fine for others to think that Miss Xia is a mistress, but if even Mr. Yen thinks that you are a mistress, and if he can give you a title, but he has always kept you in the position of a mistress, then Miss Xia is really a third-rate mistress. Bo Jinxiu calls her a mistress. Xia Ling's face turned pale and then white. Chapter 80. Jiang Xiao was dirty long ago. Xia Ling pinched her fingers together, and her fingernails dug into her palms, before she could calm her nerves. "Do you think Jiang Xiao loves you?" "He loves Yin Feng." 3 years ago, she slit her wrists to commit suicide for Yin Feng. She is just using you now. Are you willing to become a link in Jiang Ziyou's relationship with someone else? Mr. Bo, you are the prince of the Beijing circle. Jiang Ziyou is only attracted to your status and is using you. She is only using you to suppress Yin Feng or make Yin Feng jealous? Xia Ling did not believe that Jiang Ziyou and Bo Jinshu had developed a substantial relationship. After all, they have only known each other for a short time. In theory, Jiang Ziyou should be happy to be with Bo Jinshu. This makes it even less likely that Jiang Ziyou and Yin Feng will get back together. But he was afraid that if they continued to be together, the two of them would fall in love. Bo Jinshu must be a tougher nut to crack than Yin Feng. Moreover, as Jiang Ziyou's protector, Bo Jinshu's position will only make her situation more difficult. Therefore, no matter what, she must destroy the relationship between Bo Jinshu and Jiang Ziyou. Xia Ling saw that Bo Jinshu's brow was furrowed and his eyes were cold, as if he had already been persuaded to some extent. Xia Ling took advantage of the situation. Mr. Bo, with your status and position, you should not be willing to become a plaything for a woman to amuse herself. Xia Ling used every mean and harsh word she could think of to turn it into a knife, severing the relationship between the two. Bo Jinshu's eyes became sharp. He stared at Xia Ling coldly and laughed lightly, but his tone was extremely cold. Miss Xia, it turns out that your ability to provoke is not so good. I might as well tell you that I have been with Xiao for 3 years. At first, she supported me, and I was happy to be used by her and to be her plaything. I served her wholeheartedly every day just to please her and see her smile. I didn't care about anything else. After saying this, Bo Jinshu turned and left. He didn't want to argue with Xia Ling here. Xia Ling's face turned extremely ugly. What was Bo Jinshu thinking? They have been together for 3 years? Jiang Ziyou adopted Bo Jinshu? She knew every word, but when it came out of Bo Jinshu's mouth, it became a fairy tale. How is this possible? But Xia Ling quickly realized. 3 years ago. If it was 3 years ago, it was probably Yin Feng who took her abroad and stimulated Jiang Ziyou. So Jiang Ziyou gave up and found a man? And this man happened to be the prince? What about the maintenance? But judging from the look on Bo Jinshu's face, he didn't seem to be lying. This was a huge blow to Xia Ling. After finally separating Yin Feng and Jiang Ziyou, now there is a prince from the capital. If Bo Jinshu really favors Jiang Ziyou, how could she make her reputation fall, her life ruined, and her everything lost? No. She must break them up. She must destroy Jiang Ziyou. She looked at the back of Bo Jinshu and suddenly chased after him. Before Bo Jinshu got into the car, she shouted at his back, "Then you should know that Jiang Ziyou was not a virgin." She had long since lost her innocence and had long since been defiled. Bo Jinshu, who was about to get into the car, suddenly turned around and came back. He stood in front of Xia Ling, his aura cold and icy, like a 1,000-year-old iceberg. His face was not good looking either, and it seemed as if a 1,000-year-old wind and frost were blowing under his eyes. Seeing him like this, Xia Ling felt extremely refreshed. No man can withstand such provocation. Even Yin Feng, who had been in a relationship with Jiang Ziyou for more than 20 years, became the straw that broke the camel's back because of this incident. Bo Jinshu's voice was even more cold, like a dagger drawn from its sheath. "Miss Xia, did you come from the feudal era? The Qing dynasty has been dead for many years, but Miss Xia still has this kind of feudalistic and rotten thinking in her head. As a woman, she uses this standard to oppress and persecute another woman. Perhaps Miss Xia herself is one of these feudalists who bind their feet, but not all women are like Miss Xia. They are free, bright, and open. In my heart, no matter what kind of past she has experienced, and how many men she has been in love with, I don't care, because it is precisely these past experiences that have made her who she is now, standing in front of me, open, bright, and true. In my heart, she is the cleanest and most precious woman. But Miss Xia, what she does, what she thinks, is really despicable and disgusting." In his usual manner, Bo Jinshu was a man who was very reserved and seldom speaks much. Xia Ling looked at him, so majestic and fierce, and felt a strong sense of oppression that made her gasp for breath. The evening glow shone on him, as if a god had descended. But Xia Ling felt that the light on his body was too dazzling. This feeling was very familiar. He and Jiang Ziyou were like the same kind of person. The kind of person who was born to bask in the sunlight. This made people like her seem like moss crawling in the shadows on the ground. The more radiant they are, the more she wants to drag them into the abyss. Let them also taste the darkness. Xiaoling was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. She trembled all over, only sighing at the injustice of fate. Why is it that everyone in the world likes Zhang Ziyu? Bok Jinxiu took a step forward, and half of his body disappeared into the shadow of the building. He was in the light, and his aura suddenly dropped. His voice was cold and even a little cruel. It was as if he had crawled out of hell, with a chilling warning. Xiaoling, if I hear you slandering Jiang Xiao again, or if you sling mud at her, even if it's just one sentence, watch your tongue. His tone was no longer a warning, but a threat. How could she have thought he was a righteous god from heaven when he was clearly a demon from hell? Even the blue earring in his ear exuded a sense of evil. A chill ran down Xiaoling's spine. She could feel that the person in front of her seemed to really have the power to tear her apart. The oppressive feeling of near death made it difficult for her to breathe, and she even shuddered involuntarily. After saying this, Bo Jinxiu left. Xiaoling stood there for a long time, her whole body cold. Bo Jinxiu drove away. The car sped through the city. In the end, he stopped the car. He punched the steering wheel. He admitted that because of Xiaoling's words. His heart was a little confused. Zhang Ziyu and he were not the first time, of course he knew. Every word he had just said to Xiaoling came from the bottom of his heart. Of course, he didn't think any less of Zhang Xiu because of this. He remembered that the first time they met, he was annoyed. But he wasn't angry with Zhang Xiu. He was annoyed at himself for not finding her earlier.